Semi-finals are upon us here at the CCT Europe Series 19, and the pressure really starts to ramp up here. But before we do dive into too many of the games, I'm of course joined here by the legendary Anders and the incredible Neo Kai. Neo, how are you feeling about the final day here of Series 19?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's been, you know, a couple of shocks along the way, a couple of upsets that have really sort of spiced things up. And we all know just how important making deep runs in CCTs are at the moment, especially for these sides that are at the sort of top end of Tier 2 who are looking to try and get into all these Tier 1 lands. It is unbelievably important. Winning one of these can genuinely, across the span of the playoffs, propel you like 10 plus VRS ranking points. So it's a really, really big final day. I mean, especially for teams like BC Game, who've already got one land confirmed under their belt. Winning a CCT like today could even guarantee more, like Cologne play-ins and that kind of vibe. So I'm excited. This really could have a real big knock-on effect for actually a large part of the year.
And a similar view, you got similar thoughts to Neo there, as well as obviously how you're doing?
I'm doing great. Yes, yeah. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I actually think CCT has ended up occupying this super important spot. Like, it's easily the launch platform to get in it. And the scary thing is, a team, you have no idea where you need to land necessarily, right? Like, if there could be some announcement where it's like, oh, you know, some team dropped out, we need another team, we're going to go look at the ranking, and, you know, you're either in or you're not. And so it's super weird, but also, like, thinking from a viewership point of view, as much as the VRS stuff is crazy and mad and it has a lot of problems, this is one of the cool things about it, I think, is the idea that, yeah, you've got to fight really hard. Like, these games in the past, maybe you would have said, does it matter? It's just about trying to, you know, practice, like, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, it really matters. It really is important here. You've got to give it your all every single time. That's hard on some teams, but I kind of love it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it always does feel like each event every team is putting in that absolute shift, but it's clear for those who aren't maybe giving it that 100%, that's where they fall out. And I've got one team that I'm maybe going to give a little bit of slack to today, but we'll wait and see for that. But obviously, let's look at today's matches, the ones that we do have. Obviously, we've got 2 semi-finals coming up for you, kicking things off with Bait versus 9 Pandas. And then after that banger, we are going to have PC Game versus Na'Vi Jr. I mean, these are games that, I mean, I'm looking at from the outside. I might have a couple of predictions here or there, but for the most part, it does feel like a couple of upsets could happen. I mean, upsets might not be the right word, but it does feel like anything can happen here. But let's actually take a bit of a look into the playoff bracket. And Anders, you've got a chance specifically to see a lot of these teams in action throughout the playoffs so far. Have there been any sort of major surprises or maybe disappointments for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the one of them has to be the fact that Partizan lost Emmy and just looked like a different team. That was really sad. But good for BC Game, I suppose. Also, it's the first time for me actually watching Na'Vi Junior play. I was blown away. Like, they had so many cool things. There's so much to talk about there. Almost would be sort of worthy doing like a solo YouTube video breaking it down, because there were so many good signs. Really cool. I really enjoyed it. 9 Pandas looked like just a fun team to watch. They play fun Counter-Strike. It's really enjoyable. Fnatic, let's not even talk about it. It makes me depressed. And I'm glad to see Bait actually powering through, because I had Bait in a bunch of the earlier CCTs going further, and I think they got knocked out a little bit earlier the last couple of times. So I'm glad to see they're doing well. I think they're a fun team. I'm actually, in many ways, I'm actually so excited that these are the semifinalists. I actually think we found like a really, really good outcome here. So yeah, I'm just excited for this.
Yeah, I do think when we got to like sort of the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, where it feels like the most of the upsets do happen here, it did feel like, to me, I feel like probably you could have predicted so many different teams to be here in the semi-finals, as well as predicting the 4 that we do have now. I think it does just show that sort of the level of competitions between these teams who are looking to push up maybe a tier in CS is at sort of that all-time high. But let's actually have a bit more of a look in the specific semi-final that is going to be kicking things off. And we'll look at, firstly, the Bait roster that we are going to be looking at. I mean, yeah, with this Bait team, Neo, look, we got a chance to get to watch this side against Monty in the round of 16. It felt like that performance really emphasized, I think, probably what I think a lot of people, as well as us, were saying at the time, that this team, I mean, they're playing great CS in general, but it does feel like the addition of Ken Seesaw has maybe just brought that something extra that this team were looking for to maybe get them out of, not so much a slump, but sort of this stagnation that it felt like they were going through. And it felt like maybe with this addition, they were already knocking on the door of Tier 1. Is this something that you're sort of looking at in the same way? Absolutely.
I mean, they currently find themselves 23rd ranked in VRS in the world. They win this, they go up to 22nd, may I say. So, a pretty decent spot all in all. They're inside of that top 25, I think. And, win or lose, that remains the same. And I think that's a really big kind of position for Bait to get in. If we go off, for example, like IEM Kato playing invite, it was top 24 teams that got invited to that. So they would be within that run, win or lose. So I think all in all for this Bait side, they're in a really, really good spot in the ecosystem that is Counter-Strike right now. But they are playing brilliant Counter-Strike. There's no two ways about it. I think for me, Bait have looked like one of the best teams in Tier 2. They've always kind of felt like a bit of a gatekeeper team anyway, but the recent form from them has really ramped up again. There was nothing inherently wrong with Captain Kirker in this side, but Kenzasaw is just a direct upgrade when it comes towards firepower, and he has been absolutely fantastic. There's still a few things that I feel like need to be cleaned up for Bait. I still think at times the Sentinel can be a little bit missing. Obviously plays like anchor and weaker positions, but at the same time, you still need a little bit more out of him. And I think for a Sentinel, he can really struggle to get himself in towards games. As a whole, though, this side's incredible. The guy that we always look towards is MPL, and it has to be not only kind of one of the best guys in terms of the numbers, but also his calling in this team as well. And Hedrick's form has been great, and he continues to prove this meme that your time in NIP doesn't count, because the second he's left, he's become incredible, and he's kept up incredible consistency as well. So it's not just a fluke 1 or 2 tournaments or 1 or 2 months. He's kept this going now. We're talking like 9+ months of Hedrick being like in and around a 1.2 rating, which is pretty ridiculous, and easily proven that these guys can play at least the lower end of a Tier 1 level. And especially with, let's be frank, some of those pretty awful teams that are playing in around Tier 1 right now, I'm going to throw out their complexity, right? Dreadful at Counter-Strike at the moment. Bait can beat them. I'd be so sure about it.
I mean, you also look at one of Bait's first games with Kenzie in the roster. They played against that G2 side and like the Blast Bounty. I mean, they really pushed G2 there as well. I mean, and even then, I look at that sort of period when he first came into the roster as Bait, sort of looking a little bit shaky at times there as well. That it feels like they've sorted out sort of going into the month of February and onwards. Yeah, I love this Bait team. I think it's really immense, and I do love that there's a lot of younger callers now. I don't think there's a huge amount of in-game leaders in the tier 1 scene that a lot of teams can pick up, so I'm looking forward just to seeing the future of some of these guys on a number of different rosters and seeing where it leaves for the future of the sort of CS landscape. But on the other side of things, moving on to 9 Pandas, I'll be honest with you guys, I mean, maybe this is a swing and a miss from what Anders was saying about this team earlier, but I'm not sure how I feel about this team right now. I was a huge fan of this roster for a long time, but I mean, the results recently at least don't feel like they've been backing up I think the performances that we come to expect from 9 Pandas. I think the additions of Krad and Alv felt like on paper to be pretty instant upgrades, but getting knocked out of Series 16 and 17th in 9th to 16th place, I mean, I'll be honest, I can't really help but feel underwhelmed. Are you in the same boat, Anders? Is this event the start of that change, maybe?
I mean, obviously, it's so hard to draw predictions back into the past now because they don't have Alv. So what even is happening? Like, I don't even know if what's going on. If he's like, is he going to come back at some point, or is it just? I mean, but the cool thing is, Chiron he's a nightmare to play against. He is so happy to just run across the map and battle everybody, and he's individually very sharp. So it's making it really, very hard to play 9 Pandas at the moment. It could easily be like a honeymoon phase where eventually this will calm down. But right now, between Result and Chiron alone, like, they've just been demons on the server. And like I said, if you're gonna have this kind of a situation happen where you lose some, like, a key piece in the server like Alv, at least make it fun in Counter-Strike. Just have a good time. Trust in the rifles. Don't overthink things too much. And honestly, I feel like they're doing that right now. So I think you got to give them some credit here. Will it last forever? I don't know. I mean, again, we're sort of waiting on the news to see what is actually happening with Alv. Is he going to be back at, or what's going on there? And that's fine. But for the meantime, like, they've handled things incredibly well, I would say. So, yeah, I think that they're probably playing better than you would expect, to be honest, at this point. They probably shouldn't have made the semifinals here, but somehow they have.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that might actually just be... I mean, do you think that this is just going to be them calling very loosely and just sort of seeing if they can just set up certain plays in certain ways, or maybe just giving a lot of the individuals just the freedom that they might need? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah. I would say so. I mean, I think it does make a lot of sense. Like, you're under so much less pressure when you don't, like, the expectations from yourselves and from everybody else maybe just isn't that high, because you kind of know from the start, hey, listen, we don't even have the full lineup, so anything we do well is just a huge benefit, and if something screws up, then it's on to the next round. Who cares, And like I said, you can keep that energy for a while, but typically not forever, because eventually if Alv, for whatever reason, takes a longer break or has to sit on the side for a while, this will then start to feel like more of the real lineup, and then you're going to start to say, okay, well, we have to, we've got to practice, we have to do all these things, and then it has a limited runway. But I think for now, yeah, they're just playing basic Counter-Strike, and because they're shooting so hard, even if there are mistakes, you sometimes don't even get to see them in some of these games. I feel like they actually win the rounds in, like, the first 30 seconds, and the strats don't even really come into it because they've just already got all the kills, so it's kind of crazy.
I do actually think this leads to a pretty great matchup between these two teams, because I think Bait in general, the way that they call, it can be very quick at times. It can be very sort of in your face, where a lot of the riflers do have that freedom as well, so I do think it could lead to probably one of the most exciting games I think we can probably have on paper now at the CCT. But guys, I'm going to press you for a prediction here. Neo, we'll start with you. Do you have any early indications of where you want to put this one?
Yeah, for me, I'm going to go Bait. I think that feels like the comfort pick in my eyes. I really like this Bait side. I think they're offering up a lot. I don't mind 9 Pandas at all, and I think they've actually been scaling up quite well. But, we've already touched on that kind of Alv discussion a little bit. I think just without an AWPer, Headtrick's going to get so much free real estate, right, as well. And that's something that he always deals quite well with as well. So for me, I'm going Bait, but I actually think this might require 3 maps. I feel like 9 Pandas have got enough tricks up their sleeve. I think Resol has these moments where he can take off. But as we saw yesterday, Chiron, if he wants to, he will just win you a map single-handedly. You can't touch him, because that's how good of a player Chiron is. Chiron is a player of tier 1 caliber in terms of his raw mechanics. It's just, externalities and stuff out the server that have sort of held him back. But if he wants to, Chiron will just say, all right, cool, I'm kind of sick of this. I'm going to win this map. Here's 25 kills on your head. So that's where I'm leaning at this and saying I actually think it will require 3 maps, but I'm going to go a bait 2-1.
And as well, the veto's going on. Any sort of prediction you've gone? Also going to be a bait prediction, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, the full lineup thing. There's obviously a reason why we're playing with the same people over and over again and making teams. If you could win by just having fun and throwing people together into a mix, then that would be the prevailing strategy. So yeah, I think, you know, at the end of it, I think that the point of Hetrick, I think is a strong one too. So I'm just going to double down on that as well. Mirage and Dust 2, by the way, coming through here as the map picks, and got to assume it's going to be Anubis to train. Usually doesn't survive. Yeah, unfortunately. But still, that's okay. We're happy with that. I was going to say, like, the other thing that people forget, because I think actually, you know, commentators are usually guilty of this too. Whenever we have, you know, an AWP versus AWP, so let's say if Alv was here and we're saying, ooh, Alv versus Hetrick, who's going to come out on top? Well, typically the AWPs don't necessarily have to run into each other a lot. Like, that happens, but usually the games aren't really decided by that. The real threat of having an AWP like Hetrick, if you're on the 9 Panda side, is that you have to be careful about how you go across the map, right? You don't really know where he's going to be, and that can slow down a team a lot. And, you know, for Chiron and for Result, if they get slowed down by that threat, that's probably where they're going to be playing much less efficiently. So yeah, it's less about who's Kansas or who Hetrick going to be AWPing up against. I don't think that's going to be the important thing. It'll more be about how are the rifles going to be able to move on the other side, basically.
I also think in general, just sort of Hedrick's nature right now, being able to play with the rifle so well, it feels like 2P and AWP in this sort of CS2 landscape. It does feel like you have to kind of be able to hybrid pretty well, and it feels like Hedrick's got that nailed down perfectly. I mean, so many games I've watched him basically just rifle, and he's looked immense at it. I do feel like that offers up so much freedom and sort of different ways to be able to call. If a lot of the ways that Bait play, where it can be a lot of faster plays, sometimes you might just not want to have an AWP, and it feels like they are able to transition into both sort of play styles super well. Yeah, I feel like I probably am going to slightly lean towards Bait. I do feel like maybe the fairy tale story of this 9 Pandas side might be stopping here. Love to see what happens if they make it into the final. I'd love to actually see if they can continue to go on to make it to the grand final, see who they're going to take. But I think, yeah, it would be a brilliant storyline for that. I'm going to pose a slightly different question now, though. On the side of 9 Pandas, who is it that is going to need to step up to be able to take it? Can it just be Chiron? Because it feels like a lot of weight to put on someone who, I mean, might not even be in this roster for much longer.
True. I mean, for me, I actually like the kind of different facets of firepower that they have. I think Shalfie really has his moments where he can step up. He doesn't have to because of the roles he plays. He's a bit more of a supporting element, but he can if he needs to. Diladez as well, I think, has a lot of importance in this team. He gets given a lot of space to do exactly that as well. So I think, generally speaking, if you're looking at this full 9 Pandas lineup, and let's say Alf was included, I think Result's the hero player. He's the guy that you would traditionally say is, this is the guy who's going to drop 20 plus kills and really give us a lot of space, right? But with Karen and the team, I think a lot of those roles overlap. They might actually give Karen a lot of preference there as well, or at least it seemed yesterday that they did, right? Especially like T-side entries. Karen was going in first. He was the one in the, like, kick-starting a lot of these executes as well, and then also being given a lot of decent positions on the CT as well. So maybe it seems like Wrestle's taking a bit of a step back and allowed him those spots, but at the same time, in previous teams like Aurora, even before that as well, when we've seen him in like Fours, for example, Wrestle has played anchor roles. He has played rotate roles. So I think he's a little bit more adaptable, where Karen's always been a dedicated entry. So I think that sort of works here for 9 Pandas. So for me, if we take out Karen out of the equation, I'm probably actually looking at Diladez as probably the next up, right? If Wrestle's going to be playing a bit more of those anchor spots that he's used to back in Fours, when Jerry picked him up out of the blue, out of nowhere, picked him over Forrester and said, trust me, this kid's going to be the future. And of course he was right, as sort of Jerry often is. I think Diladez is probably the next up, just because of the positions he plays, especially on T side, in the middle of the pack. But he's not first in, so he actually gets to fight players who are like, 20 points of HP. I call this the Immer, right? Back when on Gamer Legion, when Immer was hunting for the MVP, stats look great, but actually when you break it down, he was third in on T side, so he was actually just fighting people who were like 10 points of HP, who'd already traded 1 for 1 or 2 for 1. So I think Diladez gets a lot of spots like that, and I think that can help him out quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is going to need to be a lot of players, a lot of different players on 9 Pandas that we're going to need to see maybe a bit of a different level from to be able to take this down, but we are going to be jumping into a short break. A couple of delays occurring, but Dust 2 is going to be underway for the first semi-final here very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
just want him to be sure. Chaos in my mind.
Alright, here we go. We're into the game. It is the first semi-final of the day here. Bait versus Nine Pandas. We're on Dust to begin with. Now, how are you feeling on this fine morning? Are you ready for a long day potentially of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be doing all 3 games as well, right? So
Yeah.
it could potentially be very much a long day. We could have 9 maps of Counter-Strike, but I'm here all for it. This is a real Super Sunday, it feels, here on CCT. And I think for me, I actually really have been enjoying working some of these CCTs as well, just because I love the thought process of, you know, if this team wins just one game, we can talk about them going to Tier 1, and then at Tier 1, I get to sort of say, you know, I was there first, so I love that for myself. Just in a pure selfish way. Granted, MPL gonna start things off, but Alex hits a crisp one. He continues to fight around box on site. He might just get another chance at it. They're jumping up in his position, and Rest Halt will deliver. He looks for more of that P250 and overextends a 3 versus 1, and a 3 versus 2, may I say, but basically one with Dillard's barely alive, and both go down. Bait start well.
I think you're getting a real look into the Rest Halt kind of mindset when you see him essentially eyeing an opportunity to run over the smoke and take another fight versus one of the CTs down there. Don't necessarily hate it. I mean, they needed more space probably to try and get the bomb planted no matter what, but obviously that was slightly risky. Pretty straightforward stuff for Nine Pandas. Just try and get the smoke for the cross and see if you can make it onto the site. And honestly, as is often the case on a lot of pistol rounds here, it comes down to those early kills. And this time, Bait picked up a couple, and it's very, very hard to fight your way back in a pistol round once that happens. So nothing too special. I think if Nine Pandas win, you know, one of those early fights, they probably get a bomb plant, and it's a bit of a different round. Well, here we are into the second. We've got a scout on Dillard's. Already a bit of a tag up there, and the Tech-9 actually going to get a kill. Shalfie must have disconnected, right? That's got to be the explanation.
Yeah.
But Chiron gets a kill. This round is actually, weirdly, not over yet. The bomb is in the middle, though, so someone's going to have to go back and pick that up, and I think they are doing that right now. But sort of potentially a scary round still, in spite of everything. Ooh, yeah, Chiron, he's going to be able to win that fight. He didn't even take that much damage, so this is really weird. Kensasaw is low on health. He's got to be so careful. He'll get the first one for free, but being chased down, and he is a bullet away from death here. Look at how close it is. Chiron just hunting for him. But more grenades being thrown behind, and Kensasaw, pretty good movement, actually, up on top of the box.
Wow.
Gets the headshot. That's a... Yeah, if he messes up even once in any of that sequence, he's going to be dead, and it'll at least be a bomb plant.
That was some Tom and Jerry ass sequence there in towards Tom Tonos, just chasing him all the way through. But he does get out, and like you said, the movement is absolutely excellent. So really great recovery. I think primarily the thing that we'll just come back to is, should we have needed a recovery? Probably not. But in the end, all that matters, a 2-0 for Bait. They're happy. The force buy failed for Nine Pandas. So generally speaking, Bait do get an early little runway here in towards the CT side. Seems like Shalfie's back. I'm not too sure exactly what happened to him, but it seemed like he, I assume, just dropped out, but you never know. Either way, low buy for Nine Pandas, not expecting a hell of a lot. Nagan a bank round actually goes a little early there, so they'll know there's a bit of a play with the MP9, and another one to come through. And Ascential does very well. Ecos fed his way. Simple, effective, money in the bank.
Yeah, you'll take it. You're right. Grenade probably a little bit overzealous, but they look like they were in the mindset here, Bait. Maybe it's part of the strategy for them to say, we're just going to be very aggressive. We're going to push a lot. I mean, they have been fighting quite a bit in some of these rounds, maybe where they don't even need to. So that could even have been just a conversation they're having to start with, saying, you know, well, let's just make them feel less safe. Let's put some pressure on at the beginning so that they don't have, you know, the same kind of potential that they've had in some other games. Look at him again here in this round. Pushing up to the middle. Rest Halt is going to be here, and he's ready to take the fight. He did get dinked, so a very losable engagement there for Result. That could have gone the other way. Alex pushing up, and oh, he's actually going to find that opening, checking it immediately. Xiaofi again disconnects. No way.
No way.
Oh, that's devastating. But they're trying to fight their way back. It's somehow still a 2 versus 2. What a wacky way to begin.
Look at this on the smoke, though. Ah, poor Crad. There's no way to expect that. Unfortunately, Crad was alone because Dillard's dipped back to pick up the bomb. If Dillard's were there, that's probably an easy trade, and then it's an easy run towards the B side, because if you're creeping out of that CT smoke, you sort of have that innate understanding that B's got to be open, but now there's just no information to go off. Headtrick going to play this very simple angle to work with. The shadow betrays the T side as they move forward through that door, so he'll get an early indicator if they come that way. The only gap he's actually got to work with right now is if he had gone short a little earlier, but of course now with that move through lower, this is a little dicey. I don't love this from Kenzazor. If he dies here, which he doesn't, thankfully, but if he dies there, you just run B, plant B, and then it's a retake AWP. That very easily could have fallen flat. But
oh, yeah.
It didn't, so ultimately, who cares? Last round.
We're all happy.
Poor Xiaofi, man. Like, it's just... Well, that's twice now in 4 rounds. Sometimes it can be, like, an anti-cheat issue. Sometimes it can just be, you know, poor internet. It happens. But, yeah, it's pretty brutal. And, yeah, we have lost him. So... Also, as well, it's really tilting, I think, is the main thing. Yeah. Like, as Xiaofi, who's normally very level-headed as things go, when you keep dropping out and it's just completely not your fault, really, you know, it's just like a computer issue or whatever, it will just tilt you. And then you're also 4-0 down on your own map pick, so that'll tilt you even more, and you can get into a really bad headspace with it.
Yeah, I agree. It is definitely, like, the feeling of, like, come on, you know, we might have actually had a chance in some of those early rounds, so... Hopefully we get him back and we can, you know, get the show back on the road. What a way to start.
So, I'm liking what I see from Bait. Some of these rounds are a little closer than necessary, but I get to continue singing my praises about Kenzazor and saying, you know, I told you so to the world, because I really enjoy Kenzazor. I think he's a very, very talented individual. He's got so much to offer to side, and I think, you know, at such a young age as well, he's got a really bright future. He's one of those players that, you know, I would not be surprised at all to see him, you know, moving towards tier 1 at some point. But at the same time, actually, I say moving towards tier 1, but being honest, the way Bait are sort of going about things, they're going to be tier 1 themselves, it feels, at some point, or at least at the lower end of it. You win this game, you're up to, I think it's 22nd, if I'm right in saying, in the world. I should double check that now with the old VRS forecast. So yeah, exactly that. So the 22nd in the world, if they win this game, that's pretty massive. If we go off Kato play-ins and we consider top 24 being, you know, Kato play-in invites, I'd say that's just the barometer for tier 1. It's not, but you know what I mean. It's a pretty good spot to be in, you know what I mean? And also at the same time, for Bait, they are well comfy in major contention. Top 32, if I'm right in saying, is what goes to the MRQs for the major. So, you know, them sitting 22nd, they got 10 spots to you know, if things were to really go bad and they tumble a little bit, which, you know, I doubt. But honestly, I'm loving what I see from Bait. I think they're actually in a really good spot. I'm glad, unlike teams like Passion UA, for example, which obviously not their fault. They've lost 2 players, one being their IGL, but they've also, you know, went from being a fringe tier 1 team last year to coming in towards 2025 and actually looking a little worse for wear. Bait have actually just continued that consistency with a player change, but it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon that ultimately, you know, Bait are on the right track. Like, the problem is, like, the higher up you go, the more the game changes from being about, you know, do we have the right maps? Do we have the right positions? Do we understand how to rotate and, you know, the rest of it? And so at some point it also becomes about, well, do we know how to play very specific teams that we're going to be playing over and over again and kind of having, and that is like a different level of the game, but I agree. I think they're well on their way, so I appreciate that part of it. It does sound like we're going to have a little bit more of a timeout here before we get Xiaofi back on the road, so maybe we'll go to a quick break, and then as soon as he's back, we'll continue with the action. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. All right, here we go. We're going right into the game. Apparently, we got everybody back on the server, ready to go, and it is going to be round number 5 coming up. Hopefully, no more disconnects. 9 Pandas, bit of an unfortunate start with some of the players gone missing. But for Bait, things are going, kind of well at the moment. They've got some money in the bank. It's not an awesome amount, so all of these upcoming fights are going to make a difference here. We do want to see Bait kind of come away with some more rifles so that they can build a stronger economy for 9 Pandas. They've been pretty good at doing damage even with limited weapons. So that's kind of the quick recap of what's happened in the first 4 rounds, basically.
Can Shalfie stay in the server? That's what we're looking at. Either
Yeah.
way, Raptor's mid. Head trick. He knows that this is a mid to be split, and he hits a lovely shot. Looks for seconds, and he gets it. Head trick's done well. Molly down, and he's waiting for them to come through. Head trick going alone, and Head trick getting 4. Last man remaining is Data Result, and there's nothing he can do here. Head trick has shut them down.
Yeah, hoping for a peek maybe. Pick up the ace if he can. No, he's going to get shut down this time, but it will not make a difference. Kenzazor takes down Result, and a pretty quick pickup of the AWP. So, yeah, this is a beautiful round for them. This is super important, right? Survive with 4 members. It's not that it was really the strongest buy happening on the 9 Panda side, so fair play. Maybe you're not expecting them to really win the round, but this is incredibly smooth work, obviously, from Hedrick, and they're going to have a lot more money to work with now going into the future. 9 Pandas, what's the solution here? They're on the T side of Dust 2. I feel like... Oh, actually, hold on. Look at this quick run-up with 3 people towards the catwalks. Actually, I think Beta coming in with a strong game plan here. I really love this. Let's see if they're going to be ready for it. Diladez peeks out. Could have been an instant spray down, but Kenzazor gets 1 in return, and now they can fall back. Wow, this is Bait doing everything that I would have wanted. What a great way to start the CT side.
CT aggression. It's so good to see on Dust 2 when it works well.
It's so
And
rare.
it also means, yeah, exactly. It means that Bait obviously have very good ideas about how to play this map as well. You see a lot of teams who, you know, they float Dust 2, but they're not fantastic on it. And the one thing that always worries me about them is that their CT choices are very passive. And obviously, it can be quite painful. Shalfie going to get a kill. And so will Result. Round is on here.
Yeah. From a 2-on-4 into a 2 versus 2. Sort of a bizarre scenario in many ways. Essential hiding in the corner. He's going to know they're coming. They're really signaling that with the grenades early on here. Could have made an argument for sort of more of a contact play. Dropping down. Result gets away with 1. But Hedrick gets Shalfie on the other side of it. Flash going over. Pistols out. Ooh, if he touches him there, he's going to get the kill. He's ready for it as well. Result, not one to shy away from a fight if we've learned anything in the last couple of days. We definitely know that. Hedrick with another triple to save the round, and this is huge. They don't even get the bomb plant here. It's a bit of a disaster for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, 7 kills in 2 rounds for that Hedrick. Wonderful work from him. He's really ramped up off the back of that tech pause, and Bait just continue their winning ways. 6-0 start. We can buy back in for 9 Pandas, which is nice. A couple of Galils do have to come through, but for the most part, it's an investment. That's all they'll care about. But on the flip side, loving it at the moment. I really feel like 9 Pandas, they're doing a lot of things right. It's just 1 or 2 mistakes that are really costing them. And you know, even things like Results will want to continue fighting. Does make life a little difficult. We want to see a bit more of the Chiron, that's for sure. He was so good yesterday. Well, being quiet thus far. Up towards short is where we're going. This feels like an A finish with a slight A split. 1 player out towards long. This is bold from MPL.
Yeah, you could say that again. He actually almost does get a double. Oh, nice grenade. Blows up 1. Hedrick is just devastating to them right now. What a little flick taking out Crad as well. Maybe looked like he could get caught off guard. And Diladez coming through this one. Yeah, I mean, if he tried, he would have been dead instantly. He probably will be regardless because it's a 1 versus 3 with 21 health. So looking at a 7-0 lead here. Catching with a headshot mid-air is Kenzazor. Just between Kenzazor and Hedrick, it's just such a raw output right now.
Yeah.
Bait, they're devastating 9 Pandas.
7-0 on their own map pick as well. Initially, I thought that play by MPL was very, very, you know, overly aggressive, I want to say. But when you got Hedrick as your backup, it just works so well. Gets 1 with an A, gets 1 with the AWP as well. Another behind it. So 10 kills in 3 rounds. Getting bare minimum 3 kills per round is not bad at all. And a low buy. Back in place for 9 Pandas. 1 gun, the Galil in Karen's hands. And Few pistols around him. Bait look fantastic. Very, very few mistakes they're making. And it's fun to watch. This is a side that, you know, obviously have very good protocols for the CT of Dust 2 here. And it just is proof in the pudding how solid this team really are. They want to go to the finals. If you look at the remaining 4 teams as well, I'd probably put them as the favorites. BC Game, we've touched them a little bit, having probably, you know, quote-unquote, a piece missing, as you've put it, right? And I think you probably are right. And Bait are the only side that look, you know, as a whole, solid. Navi Jr., they're young, a little bit of inexperience, obviously plagues them at times. And Pandas playing for standing. So, in terms of solidity as a team, Bay have got to be the top here, and they're obviously proving it.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. It's looking very strong at the moment. Jump out here, trying to get some early aggression going. Again, good if you can find you know, one of the early kills here, maybe put some speed behind it. Gonna get one more, but I don't think that round was ever really a danger of getting lost. Just too many early fights being won by Bait, and fortunately for Nine Pandas, it's a bit of a struggle. They are picking up rifles once again, so there is that. But we're also seeing, you know, this is where again, so like that the conversation of the AWP comes into play. Crad has picked up one here, so someone's gonna have to try and pick it up. But again, if you don't have that, even on the T side of Dust 2 here, does mean it could be hard to crack open some of these positions, you know, like, and it also means that Hetrick in this case might be a lot less fearful about getting challenged, even if he starts, you know, mid or catwalk or something. He's just going to have a lot more safety in playing with that AWP himself.
Let's see. These rifles got to work out for Nine Pandas. You're 8-0 down. Getting 4 rounds at the tail end of your T side is workable. Any less, though, and I feel like it's unlikely. If this is how good the CT side of Bait is, it makes you wonder how good that T side's going to look. But also on the other side of how much of a T side are we really going to be able to see? Because this game could be over very quickly. We could get barely any rounds out. Mute up in towards short. I like this. It's a bit of an off angle from Alex as well. Waiting for a doors push, but it's an angle that favors him. Not often cleared as a bit of an off angle. Need to be smoke. Hentazor's there to meet them, though.
Yeah, he's ready. Alex, not necessarily hearing anything out on long just yet. 45 seconds. They are clearing catwalk, so that's typically the start of almost any T round here. Is put a little bit of pressure on. Now they're throwing the same smokes that he would for a catwalk push, but it's going to be with a split from long. So a lot of this coming down to Alex and whether or not he can get... If he gets both kills, the round's pretty much won, I think. If he gets just one, there's still something to play with for Nine Pandas. They're down to 20 seconds. Guys, oh, they're going to fall back. This seems like an absolutely wild idea, but with a no-scope from Crad, that's what you built the round. They can still lose it. There's only 16 seconds here. They got to run. Oh, Boost coming over. One good kill on the bomb carrier here, and it might be over.
No
7
way.
seconds, by the way, as they make their way through the doors, running straight in. Did they get it in time? I mean, it's going to be unbelievably close. They just barely get the bomb planted. What a ridiculous round. Listen, this was not a plan for Nine Pandas. This was chaos.
Yeah, there's mid-rounding and then there's that.
Yeah.
Alex, okay. I mean, honestly, the way I'm going about this, play the aggro exits, fight them on the way out. You know they're going to be left reeling. If you can get even just like one kill here, leave them at 2 remaining alive, it's going to really hurt. And they have got them in that aggro exit position. The only issue is, of course, you can save towards the site and it be fine. Or, get a leg on towards Crad. There's another rifle still there, but I really feel like it won't be tested. So they do just survive, spam it late, or do it. Ah, he gets it. Brilliant. We'll take it.
Sick.
Nice work from Alex. Anything is good. Only 2 remaining alive for Nine Pandas, but they finally get around. The only thing is, Anders, that it's just a round that isn't replicable. It requires a no-scope to be hit. It requires shots through the smoke to be connected as well, and I think ultimately it's just not one of those rounds that you can say, right, let's just do that again, right? You know, you left yourself about a second to get that bomb down. Not a round that you can kind of come back and say, oh, we can do that again. That's fine. So, all in all, I'm still very concerned, I think, is probably the main point I'm trying to build here.
Yeah, I mean, I
Dink.
think that's...
Double dink, in fact, on towards Garon and Wrestle.
What a way to get started. Yeah, you've got to be concerned. Yeah, when your round relies on hitting a no-scope and then, you know, not losing anybody or getting slowed down at all, you know, going through the middle like that, it's It's a little bit too risky for my taste. Grenade doesn't do a lot, but it was mostly, I think, to try and look for the smoke. Didn't see anyone, though. We'll see what they could get done. There is a strong, long setup here. This is going to be, should be very, very hard to break through. With Alex playing this close and playing the anti-flash position, and then teammate behind him. So even missing the shot there, you could see it's not easy. They don't even really have to repeat it. They can just throw, well, in this case, a flash. They could have also tried to smoke it off, I believe. And Alex going to swing even wider. No fear whatsoever. A 9th round here for Bait, and they just shut it down immediately. I mean, this is an unbelievably one-sided game.
I already feel like there's you know, maybe a narrative to be built here that this map is actually already done. I mean, 9 rounds in this first half, as a bare minimum, it's beautiful in terms of the display we're seeing. And yeah, unfortunately for me, I can't see a world in which you are able to flip this on its head in towards your CT side and make it work. It's a 9 pounder side who just don't look, you know, awake, I think, is probably the way of putting it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. They have come into it, I feel like, with the same sort of energy on the 9 Panda side, saying, let's just, you know, run and gun and we'll make it work and we're just going to take the fights. And the problem is, like, you know, we said, that style, it can work, but it's also sometimes it has an expiration date on it. And they just might have found that today where Bait are saying, yeah, we know how you're going to be playing and we're not going to be that scared and we're going to essentially have the same level of rifling skills. So we're going to find a way to shut it down. It's working, at least for now. Bomb is going to be planted here finally, so that is something. Is that like the second bomb plant we've seen in all these rounds, I think? So, still, the retake, we'll see. This is kind of curious. It's 3 people with very low health so far. Result, oh, you did not see it. The Sentiel was holding a very wicked angle there. And it's going to be a full retake. Nobody dies.
Easy. Can't complain with that one at all. 10 rounds is what Bait are going to get at the bare minimum. And honestly, the 11 sort of feels like it should just come part and parcel. Just how good Bait have been playing. No contest there. Even with the pretty extensive tech delay, this could be a very quick sort of, you know, map or Counter-Strike. And it's on your opponent's map pick, no less. Simple, effective, beautiful. And man, I mean, it's just one of those where there's so little on offer for 9 Pandas. We can see that they're able to create some space, but getting a bomb plant doesn't help them. They are a lot of the times playing at a man disadvantage too, so it makes matters all the more worse. Molotov deep, they want to go through this, and the Orb going to get one, a labored spray. The Orb goes for a trade, but Chiron will take those every day of the week.
Not bad, but
tunnel vision, that's rough.
He was scoped in, looking somewhere else. Hetrick, probably don't need to peek this too much. You do have a teammate there with you. I don't know if I agree with that. He did get Molotov, but at the same time, I would have said try and fall back and just wait for MPL. Actually, even a second teammate that is potentially able to help out here. 2 versus 2, though, and the bomb at least is going to be planted here. So that is something to play with. 9 Pandas. Looking to see if they can pick up a second round, but what a headshot to begin with. Kenzasaur. Who cares about the health when you're hitting shots like that? Shalfie. He's going to get one in return and see if Kenzasaur can actually win this one. Flash going out. He did want to peek around it. Smoke's gone, and Shalfie. It's a clean shot at the end. A nice 1 versus 2 clutch for 9 Pandas to finally pick up another round, but it's hard to feel like it's going to make a big difference in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, honestly, where we're at, 10-2, the response required is pretty insane, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, they have to come in towards this one absolutely flying. You know, pistol round, the force part behind it, and probably like the first 2 or 3 gun rounds before you even get remotely convinced. All it takes, even just one more round, right, where for 9 Pandas, they get within reaching distance of the map in their favor, that just puts so much pressure onto them. If Bait found this pistol round, map is done, but I think regardless, map's already done here. At a 10-2 scoreline, Bait, who've made very few mistakes, it feels unlikely that they're just going to collapse on towards that T side. Smoke broken open in towards mid. I don't think Shalfie spotted the short player. And a shoulder spotted by MPL. He wants to fight here. Now he is spotted out. But he's got good space. He can keep moving up in towards Cat.
Be running straight for it.
Oh!
So, kind of a nice idea, but Crad ready to shut it down. Need more of that. They are going to have to be a little bit careful here. Result down in the pits. No one's checking for it. They completely forgot about this. So, getting a couple of shots off here. Not as clean as you would like. It eventually does get traded, but still, the round is going to be going their way. So, yeah, nicely done. Again, these rounds so often are just down to the early engagement. I think if Crad dies on that short position instead, then imagine what it does to the hold on long and to that pit play from Result.
Yeah.
It just, a lot is going to be different. So anyway, good job. They need anything that they can get their hands on right now, 9 Pandas.
Yeah, they've not got a lot to work with, so no, I think you're spot on. Just absolutely anything to work with is nice. And then, you know, hopefully scale up on it. But when you're kind of trying to respond to a deficit like this as well, and you're 9 Pandas, you can't think long term, right? You have to just think in the most micro sense possible. One round at a time, and that's it. So, it's been a fantastic display from Bait, but 9 Pandas, the response that they needed is absolutely insane. I feel like this should be a pretty easy shutdown. You'd hope for Diladez, gets one, waiting for support. He's playing it quite well. He's dipping in, taking fights, taking some names as well. Nice work from Diladez. He runs out of ammo. He might get his kill stolen away, and he will. The ace was there. Xiaofi should have given it to him, but also, who cares? Or who cares?
Yeah, at the end of the day, so we often say, even if you're going to end up losing the map here, which is quite likely, at least get a bit warmed up, you know. Try and find a way to go into the second map feeling not quite as defeated. And they have a chance for that right now. So, 10-4, going into round number 15. We do have Bait picking up some rifles. Kansas saw there, just with a Mac 10, but I don't know. There's only one person without a helmet. It's Crad. Oh, they're going to be rushing right through the Mac 10. So deadly. It's just the speed behind that hits. And honestly, for 9 Pandas, the issue is if you go for this and you lose it, you're not going to have a lot of money left. And already it's done. Yeah, that kill on Crad pretty much sealed the deal.
There's just no point. Keep all of what you've got. Rebuy around it. There's no point giving this one a go. And that will be Bait up to 11. Extended the lead once again. Making sure that 9 Pandas don't get that momentum started. Exactly what you want to see. It's beautiful, right? I feel like as well, especially when we're looking for responses from 9 Pandas, for the most part, it's pretty weak. You know, we come back in towards the gun rounds and Bait are able to overcome any adversities super, super simply. And looks like they're about to do it flawlessly to him. So that'll really help. No one should go down here to the bomb. They're acting in a very safe manner. Easy stuff. Brilliant. Bait, 2 rounds away now. What a start for them in this series, looking for a grand final. Not only that, you know, we're talking about where they win the semi, they get a lot of time to A, rest, but B, also prep for that grand final if they can make this one quick, right? It means that they don't get burnt out, they have a lot of time to recover, but also can, you know, go away, have some lunch, chill out, this, that, and the other, but also as probably a group, sit down and watch the game and say, right, who are we likely to play and what maps are they picking? Is there stuff in here that we can spot, you know, from now at the least and make them work in our favor? Oh, Xiaofi takes some molly damage and a nade behind it. I think he sticks around a little too long there.
Yeah, did spot the head there. MPL, no fear in taking those fights. Typically quite a good sign. They're going to be setting up this early smoke that lands up on the box. Result, not going to give it a shot at body blocking it. You can do that. To try and push it back a little bit and maybe play in front of it. But, yeah, he's going to find a way. Smoke off middle himself. And right now, just a bit of a break in the action. More smokes being set up. Do they have another one afterwards? They actually... They have one on Kansas, but they are really low on the smokes right now on the Bait side. So that's a bit interesting. If they wanted to go for another smoke on CT spawn to go out mid, they can't really do that. So it means they would just have to face it raw. Oh, they did. Okay, they have one more up there. So that was already thrown. It has a couple of seconds still on it. Result's going to be taking out Kansas or Sentiel. Great opening. The spray on that second player, maybe not ideal, but it does get the job done. So more power to them. And MPL trying to sneak in last minute to stop anyone from rotating through. It's a 2 versus 3, and The problem is, Crad, if you get this kill, maybe you could try and go for it. But yeah, even then, he's not convinced. So it's a good kill, but it will be a 12th round for Bait.
Yeah. Bait deservedly got to this spot, and super impressively as well. This has just been a wonderful display of dominance on your opponent's map pick, no less. I mean, that's just the surefire way to shut down any of that confidence that maybe Nine Pandas had coming in towards this series. They're facing a better opponent and adversities that they aren't able to sort of really overcome. You know, I was saying earlier that I feel like this can go 3, and I felt like it should go 3, but I think that also kind of required Nine Pandas to be online, and they just haven't been Anders. There hasn't been the Nine Pandas that we saw, you know, yesterday, who were able to really take over a map and look very solid and feel very comfortable in terms of their Counter-Strike. They've been all over the place. The individuals aren't stepping up, really. I mean, you look across the board as well. Resol, 8 and 14. Chiron, 8 and 14. That's 2 of your most important kind of fragging members who aren't putting up the numbers that you need from them. And Dilladeus, who I said should really be sort of maybe like second fiddle in terms of numbers department, he's leading the way with just 9.
Yeah, makes a really big difference here. Out long, it's Kansas opening up, dropping Result.
Look at Kansas, by the way. You know, we spoke about him, the injection of firepower, 17 and 7. He's relentless.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch. And again, that's the other problem, right, for Nine Pandas. If you got someone who is going to try and match a Chiron or a Result, then that's how do you keep going? Because that is one of the benefits I think they had earlier when we saw Nine Pandas, is that they were up against a couple of opponents there that didn't really seem to be able to stop them. Now that they are up against a stronger opponent, potentially, at least in terms of the raw rifling, it's a bit more tricky. They're locked in on long, but as I always say, nobody cares about that. You can still win the round from here. They've got more smokes, many more smokes, so they can even smoke across. They already smoked it once, now they're re-smoking cross. And they could do that to try and bait out more grenades. If there were any left on the CT side, then they might end up using them a little bit too early. Ooh, nice peek through from Dilladeus. That's actually pretty sick, and it's a shock that Kansas lives through that spray, but he does, and he's ready to get another kill too. Dilladeus finally going to be able to take him down, but this round is not necessarily done yet. Hetrick going to get traded out. Oh, sorry, Essential is going to get traded out. It's up to Hetrick now. 1 versus 2. Flash just to peek the corner there. Oh, they're so blind. They nearly lined up for him as well. He's got some bullets left still. Trying to get the jump up. Should be having this kill for free. And there we go. Is he ready for it? He is right in thinking that Crad is down there. And looking to see if he can sneak on through. Only 7 seconds left here. Going to pick up the bomb. Tries to tap it once just to fake it out. Then he comes up with the victory. Crad a little bit hungry to try and get the job done. And Bait with the opening map here. And what just looked so easy for them. Incredibly well played.
Never had to break a sweat, Bait. 13-4 on your own map pick. It's delectable. It's simple. It's effective. And this is the showing that we want to see out for a side who are probably revered as the favorites left in today's proceedings, right? With the 2 semis and the final. For me, at least, they are the favorites, and they're showing exactly why. That's such a good display from them. Really impressive work, and I think, unfortunately for Nine Pandas, a no-show. Yes, we had tech issues at the start, but they never recovered at all from them. So, beautiful work from Bait, no less. We're going to throw this one over towards CMT. He's going to break down everything from Dust 2.
Oh, sorry, you just caught me off guard. I was looking for Nine Pandas, because they certainly weren't on the server, that's for sure. I mean, what's the performance there? This is their map selection. I mean, they got absolutely obliterated. Brilliant show from Bait. I felt like a lot of us on the desk were expecting this. I think a lot of people at home were expecting this, and it feels like maybe this could be the end of Nine Pandas' run. Yeah, this was their map pick. It did feel like all 3 of the maps when we saw them. You're looking at your Dust 2, your Mirage, your Anubis's. These are maps where it does feel like there is a lot of freedom naturally in how the maps played for players to sort of step up, and it felt like Bait thrived under this. We saw so many moments from basically everyone on that Bait roster. Nine Pandas, I mean, like Candace said, you would have liked that game to get a little bit closer. Not necessarily for a comeback to happen, but just so you could have some players get warmed up for map number 2. It didn't really happen at all. You had, what, a couple of rounds towards the end of the first half and the start of the second. But even then, it was short-lived, any successes that Nine Pandas had. And look, you can see we're speedrunning through these highlights, as there was just not a lot to talk about. It's a super one-sided game. Bait looked absolutely immense. And it's the individuals. It's Ken Seesaw. Even Alex was up there in terms of the fragging department. MPL normally one of the players that it feels like bait in certain games and certain tougher fixtures they can sometimes look to rely on. It didn't really feel like he was necessarily needed that often. I mean, Head Trick once again just feels like he proves what a player he is, and Neo talks about it a lot of the time that it feels like that NiP roster, that NiP his time on NIP didn't really matter too much, even though he still looked like a pretty great player there as well. It just feels like this team, there's something about it that it feels like it elevates so many different players' performances. And this was one of the most dominant semi-final games that we are going to have. It's got to be said. I don't really see a world back into this one now for 9 Pandas. You're moving over to Mirage, which feels like a staple of this bait roster. It is one of those maps that they are just terrifying on. It is statistically their best map. It's their most played map. They've taken down some real heavy hitting teams on it. And they do so in pretty dominant fashion. I mean, you look at their actual games that they've played in the last 3 months. Every single one of their games has been this year. So at least we're not looking too far back. They've had 2 losses. One was to Namiga, one was to 500, where 500 eventually went on to win the last series. They lost them both 13-11. So even if they do lose these games, they lose them in super close fashion, but 99% of the time, they go on to stomp teams. I just don't think 9 Pandas showed me enough to make me even believe or even try to make me set up any sort of storyline. Yeah, 9 Pandas just fell super flat there, and it does feel like this is maybe the start of the issues where you don't have this fully fledged 5 in place, and it did feel like that was very noticeable on Dust 2. A map that it feels like a lot of the time you can get away with maybe having a stand-in, maybe not having the deepest of strat books. That wasn't the case in this one, and it makes me think things are only going to get harder from here on Mirage. I mean, semi-finals is already a pretty successful story for 9 Pandas, but it does feel like that is where the story is going to end. I'd love to be proven wrong here. I don't know if I'm going to be, though. We'll have to wait and see if Mirage is going to have any sort of turns to this tale, any sort of upside for the Pandas. Well, all we can do really is wait now. We're going to be jumping into a short break before we do move on to Mirage. I'm hoping that 9 Pandas can use this break to try to reset slightly, because it felt like they just weren't warmed up into that one at all, and it felt like they got manhandled from start to finish. Let's see if they can use that time to support them for map number 2, because otherwise this could be a pretty quick semi-final. Don't go to Mirage will be underway very shortly. Map number 2 of the first semi-final coming up shortly, but without trying to paint too bleak a picture for Nine Pandas, this is going to be a difficult one to overcome now. Map number 1, their own map selection, they got to do very little work on it. It felt like the individuals weren't there, no one felt particularly warmed up, and Bait, it was a one-sided affair. Neo, are there any positives you can think of here for Nine Pandas?
Not really. I think, if I'm being completely frank, it was very, very well played from Bait, and I think Nine Pandas, more so than the kind of Bait playing well, I think Nine Pandas played so badly that there's actually a lot to look in towards this and say, okay, this is how we formulate a plan. I guess the one good thing you can say is just generally map number 2 Mirage is a map that everybody knows, and even with a stand-in in quotation marks of Chiron, we don't know how full-time that is, but with him in play, it's a map in which you'll know very, very well, as all will, because, you know, you'll play it in your face at Pugs and all the rest. But it's been such a good map for Bait. It's been their home ground for a long, long time, for the last sort of easily 12 months, if not more. It's been a map in which they've been able to punish a lot of very good teams on, and that worries me. They really don't struggle on this map. They look very comfortable. They've got nice ideas on it as well, and for a Nine Panther side, they don't really seem like they're playing together. It should be pretty simple for Bait to break them down, and I'm quite excited to see them on that T side as well. We didn't get much of the T side out for either, you know, Nine Pandas looked rough across all of them. For Bait, I think T-Side Mirage is going to offer, you know, a little bit more of an insight again into how good they actually can play this. So I'm really looking forward to it. I feel like for Bait, they should be in a comfortable spot to 2-0 this.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on sort of the ability to kind of play Mirage with a stand-in. I honestly look at Dust to a similar way, that it is a map that Nine Pandas is a map that I sort of look at as their home turf for a long, long time as well. Sort of even back on the days of Seized. And yeah, it felt like, yeah, not a lot was able to be done there at all for Nine Pandas. You're hoping that Mirage is going to be a different story. We're likely going to see Bait start on that T side, like you said. And that honestly is where I feel like Bait do some of the best work. Some of the call-ins really sharp. I don't even think it's too fancy in terms of what they do. I think they just go with a lot of speed often, dominate sort of positions, take real estate towards middle a lot, and that's where the individuals can shine. In terms of Nine Pandas now, Anders, I mean, what is it we can look forward to at least? Is there anything we can look to and say, this has to change?
I mean, I think the problem is, you know, you're right, like Dust 2 is a map you can definitely play with a stand-in and still have a decent time of it, but if you're losing all the opening fights, then it's just such a hard game to play back in. So let's just hope the Nine Pandas come into this game and just have a better chance at, you know, like get into some 4v4s, 3v3s. Don't just get blown up by by the likes of Hattrick or Kansas or on the other side. So, like, that's got to be the dream here. We'll see if they can. I think the game is about to be live, so we'll find out. We're going to go in and test this proposition almost immediately. Second map is coming up, and I think for Bait, it's just more of the same. There's nothing needs to change. They're playing really good Counter-Strike at the moment.
Now, number 2, boys, take it away.
Alrighty, I'm looking forward to this. Let's see, is there anything in the locker for 9 Pandas, or are they just sort of completely checked out of this one, mentally boomed a little bit? CT start for them, which is more often than not favourable, but I feel like there's very few favourable situations at the moment from what we've seen in this series. Bait, they come towards the T side, get a pistol round, it could already be the beginning of the end. We've gone for a little bit of B-App's presence, but I'm not sure of what information, but they've retracted and pulled away, at least for now, and they've repositioned to what seems like an underplace. This could be a bit of an A-pop through con.
Yeah, they've at least felt like maybe they sort of wanted to go earlier and then they didn't, and now they're worried about what if somebody pushed mid, what if somebody pushed that A ramp, and they know that we're not in any of these positions. Oh! MPL falling asleep at the wheel, but Dilladez gonna get taken down immediately, so still something to play for here. 4 versus 4.
Sight, someone's there. Santiago doesn't clear it though. It's a Crad. Still alive and still hitting shots. Alex will trade, and he gets another behind it too. Alright, round on, but there's a CT players wrapping in, and Alex does so well. Bomb goes down. What a recovery from Bait in this round. It's still not done, but Alex is trying to pull some heads here. Result with oh my god, the reload. I cannot believe he gets away with that. Reloads in the open and doesn't get punished.
That's I mean, the whole round is bizarre, but the 2v1 at the end especially, there's absolutely no reason why Result should be allowed to live through that one. When he's that far out in the open, yeah, they should be able to go for a double swing. But I think the problem is one of them ran out of bullets in the middle of that swing, and then even the second guy in line there just didn't quite have enough. So super weird and super bizarre round to look at here. Well done for Result. That's sick, and that'll get 9 Pandas hopefully fired up a little bit more. They absolutely need it. But the bomb plant does mean that going to be AK, double Galil, double Deagle on the Bait side. They are ready to fight. They don't want to surrender any of these early rounds here. They really want to keep the pressure on 9 Pandas. I can appreciate that. Flash going on over. Probably could have been a kill there. The leaders is going to be able to get 1 in return, but yeah, he's looking to escape as well. Still, dangerous fight in the middle. Smoke's going up, and he just wanted to throw a grenade as well. He's going to be dead, and so is Crad. The fight continues, but it's Bait coming out on top. Now look at this, walking out of the palace. If he checks A ramp, they're right with their backs turned to each other up in that bomb site. Throwing the Molotov, and now they're going to know. Alright, Xiaofi spins around. He heard the grenade behind him and says, someone's here. The grenade will still catch him. The Santhiel going down, but Xiaofi's right next in line, and Dilladez now 1 versus 1. He's tagged up, and so is NPL. Goes straight for the bomb plant. I can appreciate that, and it's not going to come down to the rifles or the health or anything. It's going to be down to the raw aim. And MPL just a little bit quicker on the trigger there. And they will lose the second round. So 9 Pandas immediately back in the hurt locker.
Oh, a close round, it has to be said. But all that Bait care about is winning it, right? So a big one for them to be taken. And now we get to see where Bait can express themselves again on that T side. Comes right down to the wire, but of course it will mean that money is so feeble for 9 Pandas. They're in double eco and they have to buy here. But unfortunately, only bringing pistols to the table. I will say, those pistols do include 5.7, so it does always scare me. I will say 5.7, the best bang for buck gun in the game. And P9 a close second. But that round for me really felt like it fell apart because 9 Pandas were way too willing to fight. That mid-aggression didn't need to happen. That 2-for-1 trade that goes in their favor, they could have immediately just fallen away and said, all right, cool, that's it. Nice, good work. But instead, there's 2 peaks, 1 through con, 1 through short that didn't need to happen. And well, Hedrick making sure there's nothing of this round. Beautiful.
Yeah, and, you know, sometimes in some of these CCT tournaments, what we see is a lot of teams who end up giving away some of these kind of easier rounds where suddenly, you know, they end up losing a round that they shouldn't. And I think if you're a team like Bait and you've got aspirations to really solidify a position in Tier 1 Counter-Strike and, you know, try and get more tournament invites, playing more lands and all the rest of it, it's just essential you win some rounds like this where it's, you know, you can't be celebrating too much when it works, but man, it's going to hurt the mental if you end up losing to, you know, a scout and a 5-7 and some deagles or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, it's pretty basic work, but it is absolutely essential to be picking up these rounds. So, good job. That's what I'm trying to say. It will be a second round for them. Round number 4 is... It's not going to get more exciting, really, for the side of 9 Pandas. They're not going to have a lot to work with, unfortunately.
True. That is the double eco there and there. So... Unfortunately for them, again, minimal bite should be a bait third. We are going to get a 9 Pandas timeout, and probably worth mentioning, we didn't actually see too many of them for 9 Pandas, you know, slowing down this momentum and trying to ice out bait and actually just having a conversation themselves. Of course, they had the tech pauses and the pretty extensive ones at that, but the tech pauses where they're able to break down the momentum a little bit, we didn't see it as often for 9 Pandas. So I don't mind that it's this early in, but at least for me, I probably kind of generally prefer the attack pulls to come in towards the next buy, right? So the round after this. Either way, might have a little plan, a little bit of a gamble stack or something of the sort, but bait shouldn't be too much of an issue. The individuals are stepping up early and in a good way. Kentazor, Head Trick, MPL, Alex, all having their moments thus far.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely fine with this. Smoke up in the window to begin with, and... kind of considering what to do next. Looked like they maybe wanted to go for a quick jump to get up into the ladder room. It's all fun and games, but again, with the limited weaponry here, it's hard to imagine they're going to have a great time of it. Good timing, even better on Crad, as the A defense, not that there was much of it, but it does get wiped down. Hilariously, the bomb is really far back, so they have the sights. I guess they're just looking for the kills. They're like, oh, who cares about planting the bomb? Let's just murder them instead. It's kind of working.
Well, last man of Shalfie, just looking to see where he is, but I'll find him sooner rather than later, and there he is. Down he goes, flawless round, nice and easy, no questions asked, as expected. For bait, this is a good way to come in towards your own map pick. On the T side, nice early rounds, get a little bit of breathing room, and again, start to put so much pressure on, and there is pressure on this gun round, right? 9 Pandas have to come in towards this one, and they have to make it stick. If they don't, we can, you know, get to the point where it's like a 5-1 scoreline and we start getting very eerily similar to how Dust 2 started, where it's a no-show from 9 Pandas, and they just can't afford to have that. They've got to compete in the early part of these games. Missed the jump up in towards short, but Sharply going to push him in nonetheless, and Kensal pushes past him. He will get his kill, but does he expect a second? It might not even matter.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, decent grenade, but Result still going to be able to take or get taken down by MBL. That's such a nice push from him at the bomb side. Now, one more kill. I think it's Chiron who's in there battling for his life, and they're both going to be going down. But even if Dillades had lived through that one, it wouldn't have made a difference. They were going to lose that round every single time. It was on Chiron, probably to get something like a double or a triple. Very, very hard to deal with. And again, great success from Bait early on. They're just kind of running through some of these rounds now. It started to feel a little bit like Dust 2, which is a scary prospect.
It is. It is. An exit kill, though, for Crad. He'll take that as second of the round, but these are kills with 0 impact. So it's nice with the stats, sure, but doesn't make a difference. They actually want to hunt this. MPL made a lot of noise. He's knife out the whole way. Crad could actually get a knife here. We'll get a knife here.
Cool.
Maybe just a little bit overzealous for the fight, I think it's hard. Crad, another one brewing, but Head Trick will finally see him off. It's money in the pocket, though, for Crad, which he'll take. But aside from that, was the need to fight as much for Bait? Probably not, but they're just so confident, and I don't really blame them either. Things haven't changed for 9 Pandas. Heading in towards map number 2, Bait just look so clean and are showing us why. A really nice B hit. 9 Pandas, no response. Like you said, Kyron needed at least 2 kills there, bare minimum. And even then, with 2 kills, it might not have been enough because of how difficult that retake would have been. We'll get an M4 out, though, for Crad with the knife. So you'll take that, an M4, an MP9 for your upgraded pistols. Going to try and make this one stick up close. Still swing and a fine. 5-7 on the drive-by is so good. And he nearly gets a second behind it. He will get the support of Crad with that M4.
Yeah, still a pretty good position to be in. Double Molotov actually can do a lot of damage, but Krad's going to stay alive. And look at the cleanup here. Obviously, you don't really need... I mean, you're not going to double molly a position. I bet it was kind of a communication error. Didn't really matter at the end. I think it was more about these early kills going the way of Nine Pandas. So really well done. Super important round. They absolutely needed this. And honestly, to turn around what's happening here, they've got to be in a position here where they start to get a bunch of rounds. Like, get 6 or 7 on the board here to begin with. Just to feel a bit safe, Nine Pandas. It's a slow start once again, unfortunately.
It is. It is. It's off predicament. But 4-2 for Nine Pandas. That's good as Shalfie makes that orb sing. We've seen a few different people pick it up. Krad's picked it up. Shalfie's picked it up. Even Dillard's occasionally secondary orbing. So they're making up for the lack of Alv with sort of a bunch of different people based on positions. Ruling the big green, and nice shot from Shalfie.
Just waiting it out now. Bomb still back in T-spawn. With Hetrick down and out for bait, it's a question of trying to see, can they looking to kill somewhere, make it a 4-on-4 just to ease up that incoming attack. A minute on the clock here as they do a pretty deep incendiary grenade, smoke to follow it up, so really trying to block it off. And I don't really hate it. I do like this double push coming into the catwalk position. If they keep on going with it, I think that could be kind of interesting. Maybe they're going to catch a lot of information here. In fact, this setup should be almost the end of the round. Shalfie hits the shot, but you're not going to be peeking this close angle. You can see Alex is running forward, not expecting for there to be a rifle tucked into the corner. And I understand why. Why would there be? Flashbang goes through. HE, that's a bit uncomfortable. Shalfie does go down if they lose one more player here, but yeah, Result. Good stuff at the back of the site. That's all he really needed. That one kill is going to cement the round for them. So, good job on Nine Pandas. That double setup on catwalk is hard to get rid of.
It is. It is. Good work. And these are good rounds, right? Nine Pandas, these are rounds that are, unlike what we saw in Towards Dust 2, actually replicable, right? We can come back in towards that and a similar setup and make it stick. So, it's fun to watch, right? We're actually finally seeing a bit of a competition in towards this game. And I thought Mirage would be that. It is a map that is... everybody knows it. It's so simple, and even with kind of the changes towards CS2, not a lot had changed. Got back out for bait. Mid control's actually been a bit of a struggle for them. Even when they've been winning it, it's very costly, and as we saw towards a previous round, it can end up being pretty bad for them. Shalfie finds an opener, and then they can just capitalize upon it. This time, Kentazor gets out, and he crosses. Does take a bit of damage, sure, but just holding this spot now is a very good spot to be in.
Yeah, just ready and waiting. Alex trying to find an uncommon angle in case anyone pushes him, but going to be a smoke thrown down, which is probably a signal to Alex as well that whoever was there is going to be going somewhere else. He's going to hit a flashbang for the A ramp as well. So if Alex has a good read of the game, he's going to know, okay, at least probably Nine Pandas have a bit of a sense that nothing is going on that A ramp. MPL gets shot in the back. I do love the attempt to try and sneak through. It's a really sick idea. And the timing might have even worked for it. Again, because of the flash timing on that A-ramp, it's possible that NPL is thinking, okay, you know, I've got a moment here where they're occupied, you know, clearing out that A-bomb site. Shalfie is going to hit a shot, and Alex will drop as well. Wow, they're just getting picked apart one at a time here. Bait never getting into a position in this round where they're actually able to throw any kind of an execute. They just lose all of the early fights.
2 remaining. Khalil on an AK. It's a hard one to lose this for Nine Panthers, if we're being completely honest. This should be so simple to shut down. 15 seconds as well. They might even just call for a save sort of in and around enemy lines, but with 10 seconds remaining, there's no commit here. So, Nine Pandas tie the game up. Money broken over towards bait. So, buying around the 2 save is probably impossible here. Headtrick is tagged. What? It could be awkward. He will go down after time to make matters worse, and that might even prompt the buyout as well because of double eco for him. That's unfortunate, and that will force bait in towards their first attack pause. The first one they've actually had to sit down and say, damn, okay, we're actually facing against an opponent now. We've got to start thinking about these rounds a little bit more. I mean, generally speaking, I think actually if they get 5 rounds on the T side, I think that's probably actually fine for the most part. The CT side was so strong, but they've got to get there first. And even if they are to get there and they struggle their way across, it still can be really funky to play off against. So it's not a guarantee, and I can understand why Bait are a little hesitant and want to actually make sure that this is seen across the line. 5, 6 rounds, I still think they're fine. If it does remain at just 4, though, then Panda's in a good spot.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think, again, right now we're tracing the early steps of Nine Pandas trying to do some kind of recovery on what's been happening in this game, right? So I think, the closer they get, the more we're just going to be excited for that. At the very least, they're putting together a bit of a fight, because there really was nothing on Dust 2. It just there's nothing to talk about there. So Nine Pandas, they are giving us a reason to care once again, and that's good. That's great news. Galil here on Kansas Ore and some deals, but again, the threat is really minimal. So, I would agree. Just Nine Pandas can finish this in an 8-4. It's a pretty good recovery for a team that looked almost defeated at the outset for this map, even losing some of those early rounds. Pretty devastating, but they're turning it around. That's great news.
So, a single Galil and a few pistols. Get a bomb plant out of this, I think, for Bait. They'd be alright. They'd be taking that to a degree. But Crad, Shelfie shut down the first engagement. That's the gun down too. Eagles spamming. We'll get there in the end on towards Crad. And MPL finds Shelfie. So they're still at least making it somewhat costly, but only a couple of kills. They're consolation kills, ultimately. And that'll be that. Nine Pandas take the lead. The first time in this series where we get to talk about them in a positive light. Looking alright as well. So it's much better than Dust 2, right? I mean, I've already got more rounds, first and foremost, which is a nice thought. But I think it's just the fact that we're actually seeing something that looks like a competition, that looks like a semi-final level side, right? It's something that we just didn't get at all in that first map. So this is nice.
Yeah, I agree. That's another good point. It is a semi-final here, and there is a lot on the line. So, Nine Pandas, they gotta prove that they didn't just made it here by facing a couple of teams that maybe fumbled their chances themselves. That you gotta prove that it's more than that. Obviously, for Nine Pandas taking on Eklot and Sashi, and I must say both those victories, they just looked like they were having such a good time, but Sashi have problems. Eklot actually, I feel like I'm playing better these days, so I guess that's good to see. That's nice to see that they're slowly ramping it up. But still, you need to prove it once again. Crad is going to be taken down. MPL was grenaded through the smoke is a nice idea, but it does just unfortunately hit the wrong timing here. 55 seconds as they are ramping up towards that A bomb site. Nine Panda is not really playing on the site, which I think is fine. You don't have to. Kansas Ore gets a kill here. Pushing forward Shalfie, and I think he got a little bit distracted by how many people are running up at him. Crad is just crouching in, though. Able to get a shot off. We're down to 40 seconds. Chiron comes charging through, and Alex, he was always going to be traded out in that one, no matter what. But, yeah, good double for Chiron. This is the kind of Chiron that we're maybe a little bit used to seeing. Like, just run in, take those fights, and swiftly kill a couple of people. So, Nine Pandas, they're doing it again. They actually bring the game back a little bit.
Yeah, they're looking good. This is actually nice. And we built up stability now for Nine Pandas too. 6 rounds in this first half. That's something to work with. Even if it ends at just 6, they're still doing all right. This is good. Nine Pandas looks scary. Buy back in. Scout out for a Centaur head trick on an Eagle. And same for MPL. 2 rifles alongside it. Galil and an AK-47. Flashbang coming through MPL. He's hit those before. Wrestle sticking around for the fight, though. He actually wants to try and contest them getting out of the house. He's the only one here. If Wrestle falls, this could be a little funky. I'll drop a Molotov, though, to deny any chance of it. Alex forced away, but Diladez caught looking towards mid. And another spot in towards ladder. That's huge. This is really good for Kentator. If he can get this one towards Chiron, the round should be done, but Chiron is so crisp right now.
It's looking very sweet. They need this version of him, right? He was a big reason why they were able to run through those earlier games. Oh no! Scout shot through the smoke and Chiron goes down. Don't know what he did to deserve that. They are walking it back over from the B hallway as well. Now, Ressalt's in the area, but he's missed the timing just a bit. They're going to see it coming up connector now, so at least they know 9 Pandas, and they're going to be able to rotate a couple of people through. Resalt, making a bit of noise coming through, and it's kind of curious. The Sentinel seemed to be not quite aware that there was someone running there, but they must have been, so I don't know what's happening. Maybe they didn't expect him to be that aggressive, pushing out.
Oh.
Bomb site here. Alex is rotating through middle. This is kind of scary.
They planted for Alex as well. This is such a good post plant. It should be impossible here. I don't see there being a chance at all. They might even just pull away. Alex has made noise, though, and I didn't like that. Alex didn't need to do that, and the AWP shot could be everything. All down to one man. Wrestler trying to get towards CT quickly. It's a tough swing, and a one in which he loses. Good reaction from MPL. That very nearly fell apart. Alex did not need to move there. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but I felt like even if he just plays towards bottom con, he would have had to make noise to get there, but just staying around bottom con alone is such a good spot. But instead, he's swinging in towards jungle. It's a left eye peak, so it's one that doesn't favor him. It felt unnecessary. Thankfully, it's not costly, so we can have a bit of a sigh of relief. Bay hit 5 into the final round of the half as well. Double AWP setup. Out for 9 Pandas, Karen and Xiaofi. You lose your AWP play. You got to stand in, but you make up for it with 2 of them. The thing is, Kyron's walking straight towards Hedrick, so not the start that he wanted.
Definitely not. Bait, 5 rounds first half. I mean, it's probably good enough. It's probably enough to feel okay going into it. They win one more here, and I think they're gonna say, okay, whatever. Wasn't as strong as on Dust 2, but still, we're okay with it. Smoke going down. Crad, he's gonna be thinking about. He kind of halfway wanted to see if we could take a peek right there, but Xiaofi's on the other side. Was on the other side. What a grenade. That's rough.
I like this. I like this from Resol, but he's looking the wrong way. Oh my god, bomb spotted, and he loses the fight. Thankfully, B isn't completely open, but this is still difficult. Still very difficult. The others have got to shut them down. He's got to keep them at bay, but one gets out. 2 versus 3. Still a chance here as well. Dilladares hitting shots. Hang on a moment. 35 seconds. AK scooped up by Hedrick. Swing on the side. Hits that shot as well. There's one somewhere else. You just got to find him. Molotov shouldn't spread on towards Crad here.
1 versus 1 all of a sudden. I don't know how it got to this. They had such a lead in this one. Hedrick with a double, and he will make it a triple. Takes down Crad and ties up the game at a 6-6 scoreline. You see Crad not feeling 100% after that one, but it's not the same completely one-sided game, and that is kind of good news, but I must say at the same time, you know, for 9 Pandas, a little bit better here. There's something to fight for. If they can win the pistol in the second half, maybe it's on once again.
Yeah, nervy first half from both sides at times, but a competitive one, which is, you know, refreshing, I think, off the back of Dust 2. Nice to see for us. This pistol round is of the utmost importance. Winning this could spiral you into a lot of early momentum. And in particular, it could be very, very big just for 9 Panthers. I think for them, coming towards this T side and instill some confidence in you. It's feeling like an A split through Palace. Couple towards Ram Smoke. Should come over. Rotate's got to come through. Hedrick has to go, not even just 1 for 1 and get out if he can. He doesn't even get the first.
Yeah, not the ideal situation. Ooh, Alex. I don't know how, but he hits his second headshot there. Well done. 3 versus 3. Bomb getting planted now. There is a flank coming in. It's Kenzasaw on a bit of a look. Now, this is always tricky because if you wait too long, it's going to be somewhat more obvious that there is a look coming there. It's not to look for it. But also, if you go too soon, it might not make a difference. What a crouch and a kill as Stelitas goes down. 2 versus 2. MPL, they're going to find one straight away. Smoke up. They have a kit as well. Can he actually stop it here? He's engaged in a fight. Knife is out instead, looking for a Senthiel. He's not going to find him, and it will be bait. Oh, no, it wrestles. He gets knifed instead. The tables have turned on him, and it's bait winning the pistol in a hilarious fashion.
Oh, that's so good just for a Senthiel. Just, you know, gets the defuse as well, but then the knife on top of it. Money in the bank. Yeah, you're happy if you are bait. For 9 Panthers, we should see a buy here, though. You know, for them 4 kills. And a bomb plant should instill the investment, but a funny one for Ascenthio. He's having a little laugh at the end there. We do get that investment. It's Galil's across the board, bar Crad with just a deagle as he picks up the brunt of the util. Big one though for 9 Pandas. You lose this force by not only the 8th for bait, but the 9th should come through as well. That in itself would be huge. Molly down, MPL tagged up a little bit and forced away.
For 9 Pandas. It does feel like every time we introduce a round here for 9 Pandas, the word sort of is, if they can do X, Y, or C, then maybe there's a chance. And that should tell you something about the state of the game for them at the moment. It does mean that they're all the time in this weird position where they need like 3 or 4 different things to go right, and then they can maybe be on the path to make it back into the game. And they're just all the time fighting from this kind of an enviable position.
Yeah. It is brutal. It just doesn't give you so much to work with. So, I'll spot for sure. Dilladez up in top con. 45 seconds. We've got to go. Not what you wanted to see either. MP9 of Kenzazor. Oh my god, he's going to go through the smoke. Ships in the night. They've walked past each other. Crad is somewhere here. And Crad can't even trade as his teammate falls. Oh my god, Kenzazor just survives.
Shalfie. Nice shot there. Crad gets one, but unfortunately, it would have to have been 3 or 4 more shots like that to make it doable. Unfortunately for them, it's not quite going to be working out. So, Bait, they live through another one of these rounds, which, again, this is one of those big tipping rounds in the game where if 9 Pandas win it instead, then it's a completely different outlook, and they can maybe even take the lead, to be honest. But it goes the other way, and Bait just well on their way to making the grand finals here. What a story.
And it's not only a round for Bait, which is obviously ultimately quite good, but it's just the fact that it's 4 staying alive on top of that too. So it's not even expensive for them. Loving life in the server right now. 2-round lead and should be made 3. There is a hero AK for Dilladez. Aside from that, I don't expect a hell of a lot here. It does feel with that slow move out of spawn that this is a bit of an existence timeout. Attack pause while calling attack pause. And a waiting game to see if anybody overextends. There's a tiny bit of mid-pressure, but not deep mid-pressure, so I don't think Dilladez is going to get tested. And I think for Bait, they're playing this quite patiently. They know they don't need to fight. They know they've got the firepower to overcome any sort of a pop or an execute that comes through. So good work. 8-6. They get a 9th here. Like you mentioned, well on their way to that final, and deservedly.
Yeah, I think for the past like 2 or 3 series of CCT, I kept saying I like this Bait team. I think they're going to do well, and then they did end up losing a bit too early in some of the previous series. And again, it's a really hard environment to be in. There are so many teams that are very, very tough to take down. I mean, you and I, we were catching Cyber Show yesterday, and they were looking wild and crazy. It's good to see Bait, I think, making it this far, and maybe you're looking to make the grand final. Like I would have predicted that in some of the other series, and unfortunately they fell a bit short here. But yeah, it's about time. They have the manpower for it. They have the experience, and there's no reason why Bait shouldn't be a strong contender to make it to the end of a bunch of these tournaments. It really is the case. So it's cool to see them live up to that promise. And I'm not saying they've won it yet here, but it's a 9-6 right now, and 9 Pandas. This is going to be one of the few rounds, one of the few chances they have to turn the tide here. They need to go on a massive run where, and you're looking at the people right now. Crad's doing pretty well. We need Chiron and probably Result to up their level by a good 50% each of them right now. And that is hard to do in the middle of a game.
It is, without a shadow of a doubt. A lot has to be done to get into this. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm taking a look just now at the calendar, right? And sort of events that they could potentially be going towards. And there's some pretty good ones. I mean, obviously, a lot of this will be in the second part of the year. A lot of the events up until the major, bar the major itself, of course, have already been invited to. But, you know, they should, in the position they're in, be in that top 32 for the MRQs. And they actually might even skip part of the MRQ as well, even like the first stage of how high their rankings starting to climb. But you look into the second part of the year, July, IM Cologne play-ins, that'll be something that they get sort of at the bare minimum at the moment. And then even further on to that, things like, you know, Blast Bounty, EWC, maybe even like Blast Open London, and so well done. MPL for 2. Oh, and he's going to get more behind it as well. Has the support of Ascent the Owl. That was the round that 9 Pandas needed. and it gets shut down with a great A-hold. This second half of the year for Bait could be really exciting. We've already seen a couple of these sort of quote-unquote Tier 2, Tier 1.5 teams who have been able to scale up into Tier 1 invitations, right, and actually look pretty good. And I mean, Bait feel like they're next in line for it, especially like July, August, September, where rankings shouldn't decay that much for them. We could actually generally see them, like I said, IAM clone play-ins, Bounty, EWC, maybe even Open London. Then, you know, on top of that, the events like Fissure, Star Ladders, even the second EPL. I mean, they could actually have a really, really exciting sort of second half of the year. The only thing is, they've got to go to those events and still look okay. They can't just go and lose. And the rankings, of course, tumble a little bit. And honestly, the way they're playing, I wouldn't even be surprised if they're able to pick up a few wins. There is teams that I would, you know, revere as sort of winnable in those sort of situations. You know, you even look at teams like your, you know, maybe even like your 3D Maxes or your Lim Visions, BC Games, those kind of teams that play at LANs at the moment.
Yeah.
Make it work! Nice from Crad. Gets a gun.
I mean, I would even say, like, some of the stronger teams, even, because one of the benefits you're going to have if you're a Bait team coming into some of those bigger tournaments is that you're not going to be on the radar in the same way. Don't know how Crad is winning these fights. He should be shot in the back, and he will be. Okay, that's at least something here, but now it's on Hetrick to try and save the bomb site. Can he stay alive? No, the wall bangs are too much. The AK of Dildas will take him down, and suddenly Essential and MPL 2 versus 3. Now, they got some utility. HE being 1, it will blow up Chiron, actually. Oh, and the spray comes through. Essential, how has he pulled this one out of the bag? 1 versus 1 against Shalfie, and Shalfie peeks, reveals his position. There's a smoke and a kit as well. This is kind of scary. If he throws that one up, yeah, he's going to go for it. The bomb is not planted for it. Oh, and he's so smart. Tries to bait him out into it. Essential with a huge clutch once again. A 1 versus 3. And if it wasn't already clear that they were winning this game, Bait, it certainly is now.
Oh, man. Honestly, so well done. You know, it is just the Bait side. I feel like they just cannot lose right now. Nothing is going wrong. And every time they find themselves in positions of advantage, they just capitalize. It's something that 9 Pandas aren't able to do. There's just a difference in terms of that cutting edge. And all credit has to be given to how good Bait are looking. Beautiful, beautiful display. 11-6. A 5-round advantage and 2 more needed for Bait to book their spot to the grand final later today at 7 CET. And a lot of time to, you know, rest and get themselves ready for that game and see who they'll be facing.
Round number 18. 9 Pandas running out of tickets in this game. They need wins. They need rounds. And they're really hard to come by. Now, Chiron got a kill here, but he's very low on health himself, and nobody's been checking Essential, so it's a very quick one. It's not even necessarily the lurk down in shadow. It's NPL just absolutely wrecking him. He's got 21 kills. Multi after multi as Bait get up to 12 rounds, looking shockingly good in this one. This is a cool story, right? Like, they've been ramping up throughout the tournament. Just very, very impressive, I must be honest. They took down Cybershock again. That was 2-1 game. So not just a walkthrough. They beat Monty as well, which, again, is not necessarily an easy team to break down. But I feel like they're upgrading throughout the tournament. And running into 9 Pandas here is a very one-sided best of 3 so far.
Molotov down into his apartments. Molotov down as well into Undone. It does get information on Dilla Des, but Crad delivers. He's really been the only consistent factor for 9 Pandas, and as much as we kind of revere MPL on one side for leading by example and the IGL putting up numbers, you know, Crad doing it is arguably a little bit more worrying because it's not as expected. You normally look towards these other rifling outlets. Alex, swing and a miss. Shalfie delivers. Just going to dink off, though. A lot of damage has been dealt to both Crad and Shalfie. So this 2 versus 4 isn't impossible for Bait, but the bomb will go down. Looks like Hedrick's not even going to give this a look in as well. So it will just be a complete one-man army of Essential if he wants to look into this. But it looks like he's just playing exits himself.
Yeah, there's a hilarious way to win these rounds on the A-bomb side. It's forgotten a bit, but there are rounds where the T's will kind of run away a little bit too early, and you can run in and kill one player and then defuse the bomb. Don't think it's necessary to try and do that in this game. You're just so far ahead that winning it on a gimmick like that is probably not the way to do it. But Yeah, it's worth pointing out because we've definitely seen it a couple of times, especially in rounds like these where, you know, 2 versus 4, you can sort of forget about the fact that, I mean, the round can still be won, but none of that matters here. They're going to save both the rifles on the CT side, and 9 Pandas need to win another 5 rounds after this one to get this one into overtime. Can it be done? Yes, but man, we need to see NPL and probably Hetrick 2 just disappear from this game.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, is it impossible? No. Is it improbable? Hell yeah. It's so unlikely, but there's still some percentage somewhere that can make this work, but the feel of the game feels like it should be pretty simple to shut down. Need to break open that smoking towards window. A little look in, nothing there. NPL will flash. Same for Ascential. They're fighting mid here, and the fight goes well for the first. Looking for 2, but Xiaofi will deliver. There's a com player who might just snuck past. This is really scrappy, but Ascential's doing so well. So damn well. 1 versus 2 for Result. Kentazor is basically 1 foot in the grave, but Ascential's been very good in these positions, and his movement looks like it's good here as well. Right idea. I mean, it helps he has the bomb, to be fair.
Yeah, it really does. Peak is perfectly timed. Ascential with another triple here at the end, and Bates made their way to the grand final here at CCT, taking down 9 Pandas. I say taking down, practically walking through 9 Pandas. What a convincing victory this is.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I mean, this is a side of Bait who are relentless, and the level of aggression that we see out from them is super impressive. You know, for 9 Pandas, unfortunately, you know, 11 rounds across 2 maps, it's just simply put not good enough. So credit where it's due, an incredible best of 3 from Bait, and a ticket right to the grand final deservedly. And the way they're playing right now, it feels like it doesn't even matter who goes up against them. They should be considered the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was nice that we got to see 9 Pandas have a little bit of momentum in the first half there. They didn't completely do themselves a full disservice here. It could have been another sort of super one-sided affair, even more so than it was, I suppose, if they continued things. I mean, look, as soon as it moved over to the second half, though, it felt like it's probably what we expected. The T side was always going to be the one that it felt like that's where they could get exploited more. You can kind of get away with things on the CT side when you've got a stand-in, but when it's really about your synergies, your strategies, what you have in play, on the T side, it felt like that's where there just wasn't a lot being displayed. I mean, you guys touched on it. Crad, he had a decent couple of moments, but when it felt like a one-man army, and when it's Crad of all players to be the one to be there, yeah, it felt like it speaks volumes. But Bait, what a showing it was. Honestly, I think any of these 5 players could have got MVP. Ascential massively impressed me with some of the big impact moments he had on Mirage. Had a 1v2 and a 1v3 that game as well. I wasn't even sort of that close to being top of the leaderboard because NPL started to run away with things towards the end. But I don't know about you, Neo, if you're in the same sort of boat as me, but I do think, regardless of honestly where 9 Pandas finished here at this event, I think we always needed to take the results that we're seeing with a bit of a grain of salt, just due to what's happening with the roster right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have no idea sort of what the play is for the last 2 CCTs, so Series 18 and 17. Kyron has played, but then, you know, not even that long ago in ESL Challenger League, Alv was playing, and the last game he played, he went nuclear, by the way. He had like a 1.7 rating. He had like plus 26 KD, so he was going kind of insane. However, with Alv, it maybe is a little bit inconsistent, so potentially they might be trying to change the system. I don't know. It's a bit weird. We haven't really seen too much communication. That, unfortunately, is a little bit of the case, I think, with teams from kind of just this sort of region, right? We don't really get as much information. They don't use Twitter as much. I think ultimately is one of those things, and I don't have Telegram, so I'm not gonna be able to see it. But I'm not too sure what the play is here, whether it is just for stand-in, but then Alv is still sometimes playing, and that was only like 4 or 5 days ago, something like that. So I'm not too sure. For 9 Pandas, I can give them credit where it's due, making a semi-final in this sort of a tournament, and they took down some decent sides, right? Eklot looked like they were in a good run of form. Sashi, of course, were a side who are still pretty scary to dispatch as well. So not terrible, and a semi-finals performance as a whole is all right, I think, right? You know, for them, they've climbed the rankings a little bit. With that loss, though, it does put them, you know, they lose, just checking now, they lose, actually, no ranking spots. So it's fine. You've done your job. Throughout this tournament, you've kind of scaled up the rankings inside of the top 40. You lose this, and it doesn't cripple the ranking at all. You stay at 37.
I mean, Anders, look, we're seeing right now, Bait are even with the full teams in the semi-finals, Bait are the highest ranked team in the event. We've just seen a super dominant performance from them. Are you looking at them as a team potentially now favourites to take this whole event?
That's a really hard call to make right now. I don't really know for sure, because the problem is, I'm gonna be honest, I think both BC Game and Navi Junior on the other side are gonna be really strong. The one thing I don't know about the consistency for Navi Junior. Obviously, I just only watched the one game, so I can't say for sure. BC Game, I know, have their own inconsistencies, but on the right day, they're gonna be good. I wouldn't say that Bait are necessarily... If they're favorites, it's going to be a really small margin. I do think this is very, very hard to predict who's going to win this one. Even in the next game, I wouldn't know for sure. And going to the grand final, it's going to be hard to say. So, yeah, which is great. We want that. We want close games, you know.
Yeah, it does feel like that's sort of the tendency that happens with a lot of these events. You might have your favourites, and then next thing you know, they've been knocked out in the round of 16. So it does feel like it's always safer just to keep your cards close to your chest. But obviously, we did just see there Hedrick get that MVP. Honestly, in my opinion, deservedly. I think he was second for again in both map number 1 and 2. Didn't actually top the lines in any of the games, but it definitely felt like we said, it could have went to any player, honestly, on Bait. Everyone had such key moments. But we are setting our sights now towards that second semi-final. BC Game versus Navi Junior. We are, sadly, lads, going to have a bit of a break in between. But I am going to ask you, I'm going to press you for a prediction on this. I would hate to ask this, so I'm going to avoid the question myself. But I'm going to make both of you ask. Anders, we'll start with you. Why not?
Go on, yeah. I'm gonna pick Navi Junior. I know I have a really small sample size there, but I've also seen some concerning signs for BC Game where like that they go really, really far away from their A game at moments, even in the games that they win. So yeah, I mean, I could be super wrong, but I'm gonna pick Navi Junior with this one.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, Navi Junior, super exciting team to watch. I think there's still a lot of their sort of future, and still the skill ceiling is yet to be determined, which is always a great thing with one of these super young teams as well. Neo, what are you thinking? Similar boat, Navi Junior?
I'm going BC Game 2-0 and relatively comfortable. That's my one. I like Navi Junior. They've got some decent individuals, but this is a BC Game side that, even when they were this core on the bleed, they were still a better side, and even with their struggles. And I think BC Game, Dallas qualification not that long ago, ramping up in towards this tournament, they've got 10 times the amount of depth, 1,000 times the amount of experience, and I cannot see a world in which they aren't able to just basically slow this game down to play it their style. Yes, the individual in terms of Makaze alone could be enough to win them a few rounds, but on the flip side, when you've got people like Cypher who can go head to head, and he will want to fight, right? He'll want to, put Makaze under a lot of pressure, or even, alongside him, they've got, I would say, a better AWP player as well. Nor, granted, consistency's been a little weird for them, but you've also got Nexa, who's finding this form that we haven't seen from Nexa in years. Jacob, ever consistent. I just don't think Navi Junior had the depth. I think there's a better caller in Nexa versus Krebeni. I think also Nexa puts up better numbers than Krebeni in terms of a fragging IGL. And Makaze, I think he can also get shut down. And if those two get shut down, I think the depth really dips for this side. Demon, Cemetery, they really do struggle to find consistency, especially playing up to opponents. This is one of the deepest ones they've ever had as well. So I think if history's going to repeat itself, I think it would be here. So for me, BC Game 2-0.
Feeling pretty good about not making that prediction now, as I'm certainly not brave enough to look foolish for the rest of the games. But obviously, like we said, BC Game versus Navi Junior is going to be up next. It's going to be in about an hour time, though, so you've got a bit of time to refresh. Probably like Bait are going to do, watching who they're going to be playing in the finals. But don't go anywhere. An hour's time, we'll be back with the second semi-final.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alright, after a prolonged break, we are back, and we're going to be getting into the second semi-final of the day here between BC Game and Navi Jr. to see which of these two teams will be joining up with Bait in the grand final a little bit later on this evening. Bait in pursuit of yet another CCT title. I think they've got like 3 under their belt already. They have been doing really well throughout Season 2. And we could get a new champion here in either BC Game or Navi Junior. But let's not look too forward into the future. There's a really important game here, Neo. Both these teams came through from the Swiss stage. They both qualified 3-2 in the Swiss stage as well. And they've had a very good run in the playoff bracket so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, Navi Junior, I mean, maybe arguably overperforming expectations. I don't know if that, I don't want to kind of downplay what they've done, but they're a side who are maybe expected to get to playoffs, and they've done it in the past, but getting far into playoffs is probably not the expectation of them. There's a lot of talent around there. There's a lot of decent teams, especially on their side of the bracket in particular, but at the same time, there's actually been a lot of upsets coming through, right? You know, Ents going out as early as they did. Partan look pretty rough, unfortunately, with Madden. So these sort of things, I think, have kind of helped Navi Junior along the way, but not to discredit their wins, right? I think this is a side that have put up very, very good victories along the line, right? You look at their previous game, I think Guns are not an easy team to dispatch, and obviously they did take down Ents, and unbelievably dominantly as well. So where they're capitalizing on teams maybe struggling a little bit. I think that is good to see. And for them, I feel like I like what I see. BC Gaming on the side, I feel like they're continuing this really good run of form since this team's come together with the Bleed core, and they look good, right? IM Dallas Qual, literally only a couple of weeks ago, taking down Astralis 2-0 there, booking their first Tier 1 LAN of the year, and the way they're scaling up, they're on the brink of getting invites to more.
Yeah, they're in a very good place at the moment, our BC Game. As we can just bring the bracket up here, we can show everybody exactly how the action has unfolded here in Series 18 in terms of the playoffs now. And as you guys have done a big chunk of these games, what have you made in terms of how this playoff bracket has unfolded so far?
It's been super interesting. I'm glad to see that Bait made their way all the way to the finals. I think they are a strong sort of up and coming team. I think they're starting to get recognized for that a little bit more, so that's exciting. BC Game, obviously. Yeah, they're doing a lot. I still feel like there's some real weakness in this lineup. For me, probably, again, I only caught the one Navi Junior game against Ents, and they played super well. I've been very, very impressed. I fully admit it's a single sort of data point in the grand scheme, so obviously you've got to be careful about getting too carried away when you just have one game to reference. But I am getting a bit carried away, and I just have to admit it. Like I'm going to run with it, even if it's it's possible that I'm going to be disappointed here today immediately, but I really like what I see. So I'm just happy. I just want to follow the story. If it breaks down today, fine. But I did think they showed a lot, so that was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, to get the win over Guns as well was impressive, and now they find themselves in a very winnable semi-final. It's not like they're playing, you know, one of the massive favorites here that came into the bracket, like maybe what Bait would have been, or Namigan, some of their older form. Maybe even like a Fnatic to a degree, I guess, if we could get them up to some higher highs. Either way, let's bring up some rosters here, guys, and we can just break these teams down a little bit further. We can start off with Navi Junior, I guess. What are you thinking, production? They're the ones who get to press the buttons. They're the ones who ultimately make the decisions. So let's bring up the Navi Junior roster first. Now, quite familiar with this team here, Mr. Neo. I mean, Krabeni, we've highlighted him already as a fragging IGL. Makaze is taking names. I think the thing I just love the most about Makaze is how he's so good at taking space. He's fearless, man. He's like one of the most fearless players that I've been watching this year so far. Yeah. And he's in the right role. You know, if you think about how roles have evolved, this guy's essentially an opening fragger. And entry fraggers 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago were the guys who were always, you know, behind stage, never really getting their moments in the spotlight. Now the ideal role as an up-and-coming player has to be an opening killer. Like, they're the ones who get all the resources, they get all the opportunities, and they get all the credit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've actually been really impressed with Navi Junior. Obviously, this is a side that undoubtedly and deservedly been getting a lot of attention. I think because Makaze gets a lot of the touts as a whole. You know, obviously you got 2 bold prediction nominations for 2024, but from Flames and from Brokey, number 7 and 8 respectively in the world. So, you know, it's pretty big kind of, you know, respects to live up to in a way, and the 18-year-old has actually been incredible. But I think you're spot on highlighting Krabeni too, right? I think for me, Krabeni is a guy who actually has been doing such a good job, not only in terms of the numbers department, but the calling too. Navi Junior look like a very well-drilled side, and I think he's allowing Makaze to have a lot of space and have a lot of freedom and do what he wants to do. The only issue that I have really with Navi Junior is that I feel like there's maybe a little bit of a lack of depth, and that's always going to happen when you're a young team, but I feel like we most definitely see a lot more out of, like, Demon, for example. He's been one of the longest kind of tenured members of this team, the same amount of time as Krabeni and Makaze, but he's been struggling individually. I think even Cemetery and Zugas, who've come in, same for them. They've had flashes of brilliance, but it's definitely a bit of a two-man show. And I think when you're going against BC Game with a lot of depth, that's not enough.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see if that's actually going to prove to be a problem here for Na'Vi Jr. Maybe in this sort of big, high-octane semi-final matchup, we could see those frailties becoming exposed with that lack of depth you kind of referenced there. Let's move things forward here. Have a look at BC Games. Certainly going to be some recognizable names on the server. Is it fair to call these guys journeymen? I mean, Jacob has been around the block. He doesn't just have the t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe. And he's still doing it, guys. He's literally still just popping off, having really big, plus 15, plus 20 series and, 1.2 ratings kind of thing. Almost feels like more often than not. Prime Taps is certainly the lesser known player in this team, but I'm actually really glad that they retained him. And it seems like BC Game, I mean, Kassad walked so BC Game could run, really, Anders.
Yeah, that's a good way to shout out to Kassad one time. What a legend. Yeah, I mean, like, it's almost a shame that he can't sort of, like, follow the roster in here. Like, I almost wish that he could get a chance to kind of keep it going. But yeah, nonetheless, it is an exciting lineup. There's a lot going on here. Nork, I think, still is proving that he can be a dangerous AWP player. And Jacob, like you said, with all the experience. Nexa, I think, has a lot to fight for. Cypher, obviously, we've seen how good he can be. We know from the Paris RMR going forward with Into the Breach and all the rest of it. Like, we know that there's so much that he could do. Which is also why I am going to be a little bit more critical into the future, because I feel like I don't really want to see this lineup lose some of the rounds that they've been losing so far in the last couple of games that I've caught them with. They have a lot of promise. They can go a lot further, but there's also some... There are rounds where there's some real weakness, where you can sort of sense that something has gone wrong. So, yeah, I guess my level of expectation just means I am just going to be more critical of them. Maybe that's unfair, but that's just how it works. So,
yeah.
So we'll see if they can live up to it here, if they can kind of, have a more flawless game today against Na'Vi Jr.
I think part of the crux with this BC Game roster is trying to balance Jacob and Cypher, both naturally opening killers, both guys who want to be on the front lines, want the resources, want to be able to make their own plays kind of thing, and have that ability, have that freedom to take initiative. And trying to find space for both of them to feel comfortable, I think, is an issue, even when they go back to the Bleed days and you have them both on the roster at that point. So, certainly something to keep an eye on. Another thing worth keeping an eye on is Mr. Nexa. I tweeted the other day that I feel like he's playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've actually ever seen from him as an individual. I'm not sure if that's down to him. He's always spoken about how he's been very sacrificial of himself and wanted to enable the team as much as we can, but we know he's a heavy hitter when he's on the right day. So I think that we have been seeing a bit of a return to formula for Nexa, maybe back to like his first stint with G2 or something like that. It's been a while. I mean, you've got 4 players with a 1.1 rating on BC Game at the moment, and Cypher just tailing behind with like a 1.01 or something along those lines. So you have got a group of heavy hitters, which they're going to need to be, especially going up against the likes of Makaze here. But let's have a look at the veto here. We can just talk about the map pool a little bit coming into this one. Now, don't know if we've actually got an update here. Yeah, HLTV hasn't even got the map pool yet. One thing I can guarantee is they shouldn't be trained. Now, I was wondering who was going to be the team to ban it, because neither team have played in the past 3 months. I was hoping they'd both float it and kind of just gamble in the veto a little bit now, but just talk me through what we're watching unfold here.
Yeah, Ancient coming through. I'm a big fan of Ancient. I think this map, the only issue, Na'Vi Jr. is their most played map by a country mile. They've got over the double the amount of maps played on Ancient that they do on any other map. So, for them, super cool to see. But I will say that at the same time, it's not a map that BC Game can shy away from. So they like that. Dusters respond. It actually feels like a fairly decent punish pick over towards Na'Vi Jr. They've looked a little worse for wear. And Mirage, the ultimate decider, the litmus test. They've both played it 9 times. They've both got a 56% win rate, may I say. So if we get there, it does feel like a little bit more of a coin flip. But honestly, for me, and this is something I touched on at the tail end of that previous series, we had a bit of time to break down this game, and I'll say I'll repeat the same points for those who missed it. For me, this feels like a mismatch, generally speaking. I know Na'Vi Jr. done well to get here, but BC Game, they've got 10 times the amount of kind of ability, 1,000 times the amount of experience, right? And I think that really does help them so much. And then you look at this veto, and I think they also win out the veto process as well. Ancient, that pick coming in, I feel like generally BC Game have shown me a lot to like on that map. They've been really ramping it up in towards their map pool as a really strong part of it. And there's been some ups and downs, but I look back at kind of the win against Partizan in particular. That was very, very solid. Even before that, when they battered Nexus, granted, we saw Nexus, put a bit of pressure on them, but they're 13-3, and that sort of kick-started their playoff run. I liked what I saw from BC Game on this map. So I think for Na'Vi Jr., there's no real inherent great pick they could have gone for, and this is probably their best as they play it all the time, but playing all the time means there's a lot of tape to go with. In BC game, we know when it comes to preparation, especially, even previously under Kassar's tenureship, and I doubt that's changed with this core. I reckon they're going to be so well repped and prepared for this.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, Ancients is generally the first pick for BC Game, and like you say, they've had that pick for them, so they have the luxury of them going for their second best map. So they probably have won the veto, but let's see if they can win the actual prize that matters the most and get themselves a spot in the grand final against Bait later on. That's what these two teams are playing for. First map is live. I'll see you fellas after Ancients.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Let's get into it. Now, I can hear you trying to talk me out of this Na'Vi Junior dream now, but I'm sticking with it, I feel like I feel if I'm wrong, if I'm disappointed, that's okay. I'll take the L as they say on that one. But I want to live in the dream for a moment of Na'Vi Junior kind of continuing the same form that they had. I think all your points are super valid. Obviously, in a sort of perfect world, it would probably play out that way, where BC Game just kind of show up and say, "Hey, listen, we like you said, we've got much more experience. We're well more well drilled, Yeah. And that's the end of the story, But yeah, if Na'Vi Junior can kind of show up the same way, I think it could be kind of fun. I'm hoping that is at least going to be the case. A little bit of a pause here at the start, and we'll see how this one plays out. Now, remind me again, is it Jugus? Is that the...
Yeah, Jugus.
Jugus, all right.
Yeah, it's a interesting spelt name.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to the lad. Like, it's just, obviously just the sort of the incredible Western bias of being available, pronouncing names. Sorry about that. So we can't get around it, best we can do is try to learn,
Yeah, I touched on McCarthy in terms of his bowl prediction, but Jugi's also got one as well from his fellow countryman out of JL. So,
okay.
Pretty cool to see. 16 years of age as well, Jugi. So, I'm sure got a long sort of tenured career ahead of him, and really seems super solid since he's coming towards this Na'Vi Junior lineup. Hasn't been here that long, but they're going quick.
Yeah, no slowing it down. Smoke's already up, basically from the T-spawn area. Glocks are running right through. Flashbangs are decent. I think actually the flashbangs might have mostly flashed each other, but whatever. It's not going to make a big difference here. Early Molotov, probably, in all honesty, too early. I don't think it's necessary, but that should never cost them the round here. Jacob and Prime tabs left, and to get back into this round, they need some big mistakes out of Na'Vi Junior. And this is one of the things I thought last time when I saw them, they were really good at. Just trying to play very, very disciplined in these kind of rounds. You see, not really peeking that much, even when there are a couple of shots coming out. Just staying far back. That to me is a good sign, right? They're small things, and they're the sort of things you hope to see out of all teams that are aspiring to be professionals in one way or another. But even at a professional level, sometimes you see big mistakes in rounds like these where suddenly people are like, "Ooh, we've won. It's a 2-on-5. Let's fight." And then suddenly you lose. Somebody like Jacob. You see the couple of shots that he hit there. He's perfectly capable of doing it. Third headshot for Jacob. That's why you don't want to peek into those 2v5s, even if you feel like you've won the round. But good job, Na'Vi Junior. It's straightforward. There's nothing tactically to talk about, but hitting that B bomb site is just a powerful idea.
It is. I'm a fan. Nice work. Simple. Effective. All you want to see. I think with Na'Vi Junior, that's something that they can lean into quite a lot throughout this series, is just saying, all right, you may be a side that are very well drilled and have these deep strat books to kind of fall back on, but we're kind of these young, mechanically crisp aimers who can, fight up against you. And I think that's, a big thing for them. So, a 1-0 start. We, unfortunately, go straight into the tech pause, though. So, for now, we wait. But, apparently Nexus spilled his Red Bull. That's unfortunate. But hopefully it didn't spill on his mouse mat. I think that's probably, anywhere else is probably okay, unless it's like the mouse mat or the keyboard. But he looks like he's cleaning it up on the camera there. So, should be okay, and we are live, so that's fine. That was a great round, though. I think you're spot on. Na'Vi Junior, simple and effective, just flying towards the fights and really back yourself in these sort of situations and just say, all right, we can play this puggy, and that's how they've got to this point as well. We saw this against Ents. Ents, we know they have deep strat books and arguably one of the best IGLs of all time, and they just played it like a pug, and they were able to decimate them.
Yeah, keeping it down to the basics of the game, but coming up with some big victories. Cypher playing with that view model as well, where it's like the
in
Doom,
the middle, the
Wolfenstein.
It's becoming popular. It's becoming popular. There it is.
My God.
Nico, I wasn't gonna say start a trend because there was a few other people who did it. TMB was the first person I noticed. He played literally, I think it was like the second or third ever official on CS2, I'm pretty sure, on HLTV, and he was using, I mean, he was using it back in Go as well, so something he's always wielded. I know Crystal as well, throwback to Crystal one time, but he also was using it in Go for a long time too. But
in Counter-Strike 1.6, we had a command called Hot Draw 0 that would remove the gun entirely. So you're playing with a full screen. It was actually shocking. There are some players who play with it and you know, claim that it was the best thing ever, but I'm gonna be honest, from my point of view, it's so hard to play. I can't explain why, but it's like your brain just doesn't feel right, you know. Even though you know you're shooting and you can obviously see the damage and everything, it's like there's something about it that's wrong. But yeah, can't do that anymore. So
one of the big complaints that I've actually seen people talk about with that view model in the middle is about how difficult it is to control spray. That's the big thing they talk about. They say, like, because it's in the middle, your natural spray control that you spend, you know, thousands of hours getting ready for, which you've always been used to, whether it's the right hand or left hand model, it's actually a little bit harder for some reason. They can't really explain it. I actually asked a few of kind of the semi-pro and pro players that I know, and that's the big thing that they said, like, why they tried it and they couldn't do it. They understand why it's better, obviously, because of seeing more of the map and not having the right side blocks, but yeah, for them, they just said the spray control is super difficult for some reason. Maybe, again, like something in your brain a little bit. Another quick round, though, from Na'Vi Jr. Look at this. Quick out towards A. Smokes down. Molly's behind it. Bomb planted. And a 5-on-5 retake before B's going to even seen anybody.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful move once again, because very often the CTs at the beginning of the rounds, they're going to be occupied trying to take mid control. Now, we'll see if they can hold on to the afterplant here. 5-on-5 going for the retake of a BC game. I understand it, but it's also super scary. Smoke is up on the bomb. That's fine, but obviously they're not just going to be allowed to sit down and try and defuse. There's the kills are what really makes the difference here. And now they're going to go for it. They do have a kit as well on Snork. He's already in there trying to get that defuse through. Oh, he goes down.
No.
What a kill from Demon, and the 5-on-5 is washed away. BC game not going to be able to do it. Na'Vi Jr., that must have been last second to shut down that defuse. How wild is that?
Oh, man, that's so well done. You could see as well, and you might even see it on the replay here, Nork is panicking to run over. He knows that it's the only place that this guy can be, and he does his job. Oh, it's that panic thinking, okay, we've cleared main, he's not there, he's not in temple, no one's peeking from CT. Oh my god, he's donut. And it's planted for donut. It's just an oversight, unfortunately, by BC game, and it's one that ultimately ends up being costly. He does give Na'Vi Jr. that 3-0 start, and it really hurts the econ for the CT side, because 2 died to the bomb at the end there. And it's a triple MP9, just a pistol for Nork as well, and Jacob's the only one with the rifle. It's pretty brutal, no two ways about it.
Yeah, I mean, the retake itself, obviously, the start of it's very, very well done. So it's cool to see that the PC game definitely had the protocols. They knew what they were doing to get the early kills. Just a shocking way to end up losing that round. Now, there is an investment here, PC game. The timing is pretty wild. The Demon wanted to just throw a grenade and fall back, and, you know, fair play to him. But the problem is, you've got to have your gun out pretty much at all times here. Gets caught instead. So mid-control, trying to get into this donut position. Prime taps in the corner. He's going to get taken down rather quickly. And now just Nork here. Backup is coming, though. But that backup presumably is going to get smoked off if it isn't already. Bomb being planted. Duke is trying to see if he can hold it. This one, Jacob, what an angle. Hardly even seeing anything there. Back into a 3 versus 4. And next they're making it a quick kill there. They take him down for the smoke. Kravani goes down next, and yeah, BC game. Good rotation, good kills, and importantly, upgrading into 4 AKs. Oh my god, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's big. That's big. A massive response as well off of what was, you know, an awkward round previously, but I think as a whole, one of those rounds that could have been prevented, and it's just a little bit tilting to respond in towards the following one and make sure it's dominant, just to reassure yourself and say, all right, that was just a hiccup, it's a mistake, it's early in towards this series, still plenty of time left. It's good to see. Not only doing that, but doing it with the buy that they had, 3 MP9s, a pistol, and just a 1 saved M4. It really will help out. So, like you mentioned, a lot of AK scooped up, which is always great. Na'Vi Jr., actually, because some of these rounds have been a little expensive, they are financially in a bit of a weird spot, and they have to win this round themselves. You lose this one here, money broken, BC game, the red carpet rolled out to tie this one up.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure early on, right? That 3-0 scoreline is... It can very, very quickly seem like it's nothing at all here. They've got the lane control, but the problem is Jacob is so close in the middle. There are some really nasty flashbangs you could throw. I think Nork was setting up to throw a flashbang for Jacob to go deeper, but he gets peeked right beforehand, so super unfortunate. Incendiary to try and slow them down. And, ooh, Prime Tab's coming into the middle, and they weren't expecting that, because, again, they think he's probably donutted the A bomb site, so they're not ready for him to be that far up. Spam coming through, and Nork, it couldn't have been any better here. Bomb plant denied, and running out to the fight is Cypher. That looks like a very one-sided round, but in truth, I think if not for Prime Taps sneaking into the middle there, that's probably a very hard bomb site to hold for BC Game, so great job.
Yeah, it's true. There was a moment that could have been very, very close, but it wasn't, thankfully. The good spam as well there from Nork. We spoke about this a little bit. You know, certain players seem to be very, very kind of aware in that sense, and obviously something that they probably prep or practice, or at least have a really good understanding of. Gizby was one that we touched on a few times from Monty, and that's good, right? You know, in that spot, it's something that, you know, takes only a few minutes to really practice or just know the lineups for, but it can help deny a bomb plant, which is massive. So, Nova Junior, low buy for them. Quite literally nothing being brought to the table. No armor, util, or even upgraded pistols. Full Glocks. And a little bit of an existence time out here as they just slow it down.
Yeah, why not? Take a bit of a conversation if you can. Cypher. Pretty easy lineup for him. He's going to get 4. Spamming him down. Hunting for the ace. Not quite going to get that. Probably a really bad time for Navi Jr. if Cypher gets warmed up. I feel like in some of the BC games I've been seeing so far, he hasn't really been... He's not been playing badly. He's just not been the most active or get the most kills. So we know what he could do, right? There's no question about that. So the issue always is what happens when he starts to get activated. That's got to be a bit of an issue, surely. Yeah,
it's very scary, I think, too, as well, just because we know how much firepower there already is on this side. This is a big round. Navi Jr. back into the investment. AK's back in play, and you let this one slip, and things do get a little funky. Flashbang to facilitate Prime Taps fighting, and he will win it out. Little scrappy. He needed Jacob's secondary flash to support him, but he gets the kill, and he gets out, and unscathed too to make it just that bit sweeter.
It's a very nice spray here, but Cypher's right around the corner. Yeah, he's going to get the kill. So will Prime Taps over by the donut position. So some critical fights being won. Now, weirdly, they have the bomb site, but the bomb is lost back here towards T-spawn, so... Cemetery, you could see, if he dies, then there's no coming back into this round. If they get Cypher, though, it's different. There is something to be won. I'm surprised that they're not... I feel like Demon could flash for the kill here, and it would actually work out. Instead, he's going to go try to surprise Nexa. Good job so far. Nexa was peeking for it, but... Cemetery trying to make his way out. Again, it's so awkward for him to get out alone right now. Deep smoke. Do they guess that Cypher is still here? They must know that. But the question is if they kind of lost track of him for the minute. Yeah, that position is so powerful. Maybe they did. Good kill for Cemetery, but still 2 more left, and they're going to peek him at the same time. Even if Cypher had somehow got, you know, flicked there, Prime Taps was also swinging the corner behind him, and they would have been able to get the kill no matter what. So, yeah, I think that's a round for Navi Junior. It's very, very hard to keep track of exactly where the CTs are, and they kind of forget about Cypher at one point in time, and that cost them everything.
Yeah. See some of these individuals in particular, I think, for BC Game, who've really looked Chris. Cypher out the gates. He's having a fantastic map of Counter-Strike so far in the CT. 11-2. Great to see. And that's not just my UK bias talking. It's sick to see Cypher playing to a level that we know he can play at. Honestly, I feel like he's got quite unlucky with the sort of post-ITB world for him.
Yeah, I would agree.
Teams have sort of just ended up falling apart, not his fault. Cypher again. 1. Make that a 2nd. Looking for the 3rd, but this time drop by the Tech 9. He's got Nexa in for support. The pistol round being put to rest. Oh, I say that. I was about to say there might be a bomb plant here, but Jacob's got the right ideas.
Yeah, you know, I think we can even allow for a bit of UK bias. You know, the UK Counter-Strike scene, they need some backup. You know, they need a little bit of help out there. So I'm okay with it. I think we should be glazing the few UK players that we have out there. And Cypher, you know, you're right. Like, a bit unlucky because he really came out of that Paris RMR and the project afterwards looking like an absolute superstar. So it is a shame, but obviously it's early on in his career. There's still plenty of time left to make up for it and go and do even bigger things. So far, it's a 5-3. Remember, there's a 3-0. So Na'Vi Jr. really cooled off here. We'll see if they can find something more interesting. A tactical timeout here. They've already shown a ton of different ideas. I think they've dedicated quite a few rounds now to really testing out that B defense. And the problem is that they're not getting the cave control that they kind of need to put enough pressure on BC game. So instead, they're trying to, mess around outside of the B bomb side. But every once in a while, there's a player that sneaks through. It's been Prime Tabs, or it's been Cypher or Jacob trying to sort of make something work. And that is a bit of an issue. We'll see if they try to, maybe instead of that, maybe split that with some mid control. So you could take lane and mid at the same time. It's a really popular way to crunch the middle, basically, and just try and get that job done. So far, feels like that is what they're doing. You can see they smoke off the Molotov that's thrown to the B bomb site. And yeah, they're running into the middle from that cheater cave. So yeah, this is the crunch that I was talking about. And this makes a lot of sense. Hard to execute at the best of times, but it's pretty cool. Now, Cypher is stuck up from behind them. I don't even know what? He gets checked anyway.
Okay. All right.
Jugas, how did he know? What's going on? It must have been a radar thing, right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You can see them instantly turn around. So something was heard or seen, right? Absolutely. They slightly flusteredly turn back around. This could be a real awkward one. McCarthy waiting out the smoke. Nobody into his red room. That's control now taken for him as Jacob's falling back. Important round for Na'Vi Jr. His gun rounds haven't looked too clean thus far. Jacob checking. Oh my god, McCarthy, you may be crisp, but that is so quick. Nexa, how's your reactions? Not good enough. Krebeni in the IGL versus IGL. Head-to-head wins that one out. So the second not quite there for Jacob. 2 versus 3. Do we actually even give this a go? They're spread out.
Yeah, I doubt it. They have a lot of money, but I don't think it's worth it, really. Smokes down. They'd have to wrap around. They have kits. This is the one thing, again, because the bomb explosion is so big on this map, there is a chance that if you stay near the cave here, all you have to do is get one person, and then the rest are so far away. It does still happen, so maybe that's kind of what they're angling for here, BC game, but with that kill, they're going to be on high alert, and they're not going to be running away from the bomb anytime soon. So, well done for Na'Vi Jr. I think that's it's a nice round. It's going to be an expensive one, too.
Wow, yeah.
No, taking that kill. Oh, dear. It's not ideal.
Oh, well. That is a silver lining, but I don't know if it's a silver lining. I don't think BC Game are too upset about that, if I'm being completely honest. Yes, we lose the round, but with how expensive we've made it, they just keep themselves at least a good couple of steps ahead in terms of how this game still feels. So, Ancients, in this early portion here, still feeling like not a questionable pick, but maybe a little bit of a doubt, and showing BC Game's level. Couple of nice shots on Nork as well. He hasn't had too many opportunities, but when he has, he's done very well. So, nice to see. Attack pause going to be called here. One apiece now, but this one called by BC Game. So much money left over there, though. I mean, Nork's got 9.3k, so they're loving life. They won't really need, an eco or a lower buy for any part of the rest of this half, honestly, if things continue at this rate.
No, they should be in a good spot, but I think Na'Vi Jr., I mean, all things considered, they've got 4 rounds. If they get even one more, it's pretty respectable. There's someone to work with still, so not necessarily too sound on their behalf. I do think if it's an 8-4, again, that is kind of uncomfortable, I think. But let's see how this one plays out. Going into round number 10, early smoke shows in the middle, and you can already see they're going back to test that B defense. Maybe they've studied, maybe they're going to run right for the Molotov. That's a really nice idea.
Oh,
Makasi,
no.
unfortunately, a bit of a team kill. But, yeah, the thing is, I've actually spent so much time in the last couple of days testing out this exact example, or rather looking through demos for this, because there are so many teams that do exactly what BC Game just did, which is they throw one incendiary, they throw one incendiary to the B ramp, and then if they have 2 people on B, one of those 2 people is essentially throwing grenades over the wall into the B lane. That means there's really only one defender on the site. So all you have to do is, put out the incendiary with the smoke, and run and flash your way through, and you're fighting something like 5 versus 1 against that guy, while his teammate is throwing grenades that are landing way behind the T team. So I think the logic and the rationale for this round is actually super good, but obviously everything hinges on getting that first kill.
Spot on. 6-4. BC game at a point where they've guaranteed bare minimum a tied game and honestly should be extended to the lead here. Nork. That's the reaction times. Excellent. Krabeni, Core, same for Makaze. The two big names, the lead to Cemetery. We'll find a Deagle shot and a second as well, but he's all that's left. Orb can be recovered if they want to, but at the same time, they don't need to because Nork's got 12.5k. PC game, 7. At the very least, I'm pretty happy with this 7-round CT side.
Absolutely.
They've got great T-side protocols as well. This Na'Vi Junior pick at the moment still looking a little feeble.
Yeah, I would agree. This is on the low side of what's acceptable. You know, we're going to have the conversation about if they win the pistol and all the rest of it, then there's something there. But the truth is, there's a 3-0 that's now a 7-4. So you want to see something more out of it a little bit earlier. If they get 5, I think it's still kind of interesting. Again, some mid-control, and with Makaze playing in this corner, it looks like he's not even going to check it, so a little bit of an oversight. That's unfortunate. And now, pressure being applied from the B-bomb side. I kind of actually do like the idea, because I think that kill on Makaze in the middle is probably going to take away a lot of attention from anyone who's playing outside of B. So there was a chance, maybe, that they would have been not quite ready. Demon is going to go down to the follow-up. Cypher, very aggressive. And the 2 or 3 here. Health is low, and also on prime tab, so I was about to say, the grenade is going to find him, and it's a nice shot on the Cemetery. Unfortunately, that is the bomb as well. Oh, no. Picks up an AK. How much could Nork do? 1 versus 2. I mean, one of them is practically dead already. Can he find the high health player in Jugas here? He wants to see if he pushes through. Oh, he gets found. Some random taps for the smoke, and he's dead. So 5th round for Na'Vi Junior. It's probably not that bad. At least they're still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those, you found a pistol, and we're back on, right? I think it's as simple as that. It's just the flip side of, I still think it's a great half put up by BC game. I still think they look like the better side. If you break it down to just the gun rounds, I think it's probably the way to put about it. Like, it is a pretty one-sided affair in that regard. So, all in all for me, I've liked what I've seen. I feel like we've seen as well how BC Game have had moments to really shine. Maybe for Nork it wasn't necessary at the end there. A little bit of panic of some sorts, but all the same, this pistol rounds everything. BC Game on the T side, are they going to go for a quick one of their own? It seems like the answer is yes. Cypher, Yuta on hand in the open there. That was really worrying, but it's him who starts things off well.
Makaze trying to get the reload in. Oh, they're coming in from behind as well. He has to hit these shots right now. That isn't quite working out. And it's a classic tale of what happens when you miss a couple of USP shots in a pistol round. Every time it feels like your chances drop, you know, just cumulatively. Like the first miss, like there's a 10% less chance you win. Next one is like 20% less. Like every time you're like, oh no, it just gets worse and worse. Ramps up. So yeah, you could see the issue unfolding here. Well done for BC Game. I mean, again, just like with the first half pistol, it's not complicated. It's just about keeping up the speed and keep applying the pressure. You don't have to reload as fast as the USPs. You can keep going and right into a force here for Na'Vi Junior, which that's something that could backfire a lot, I think.
It's true. I think this is a big call. You know I don't love him, so
yeah,
I don't need to bore you that one, but this is very risky. We lose this and we are in a hell of a lot of trouble. Got a 1 AK, double Mac 10, double Galil. But on the other side, you're really hoping, actually, more than anything, for a lot of work to come through from the scout here, Cemetery. He needs to soften them up to make these fights preferable for Na'Vi Junior. It's not that easy, though. See him in a spot where he can't really get too involved just yet, over in the direction of A. This is weird. Makaze and B9, a minute to work with. Going to go look for a bit of info. BC Game are really playing this tentatively, though. They don't want to walk in towards the stack, which I can respect.
Yeah. I mean, you should play this one more carefully.
Yes.
Not a lot to be won by rushing too quickly. Bit of info right there. And now they're putting Nexa with a Mac 10, or he's putting himself, rather, onto the site. Cypher trying to push into the cave. Actually, a lot of damage here for some reason, but it's a bit confusing because, again, Nexa already had the bomb site behind them. Krabani's going to be taking on Jacob. The bomb is at least not lost here in the cave. That's the one thing, but a little bit unacceptable, I would say. They might still make up for it here because, again, Nexa was already in such a great position from the outset. That's also why I feel like they could have just wrapped around and followed Nexa's footsteps. They didn't actually have to go for that cheetah cave. That wasn't quite clear. Deep grenade. Bit of a wide peek here for Nexa, and he's going to win the fight.
Lovely.
Prime Tabs will get the one on the other side. Hugis gets that one, but again, Prime Tabs just in position. It's a very, very scary round. And again, just one of those things for BCK where you say it's probably not necessary for it to be that close. That could have been an awful way to lose the round, but they will win it, so...
Yeah.
On we
I've
go.
got to say, Nexa has actually, in a way, single-handedly won on that round. I know Prime Taps is the one that walks away with 3 kills, but it's actually all off the back of Nexa. The position to start things off, the rotation at the times, the mid-round calling, the 2 versus 3, and then flashes Prime Taps in for that fighting towards ramp. He then swings long, gets his, softens up the last guy, and Prime Taps sees him up. Nexa is so important there. And, you know, it's going back to something that both me and Hazel have brought up on that pre-show about how good Nexa has been. At the tail end of, or at the post-show, I guess, on that previous best of 3, I spoke a lot about him, saying, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Nexa, and he just continues to be such a menace to deal with. Jacob and Nork, may I say. The combination of Nakum get the opening double, and these pistols pretty simply being eradicated here. This is BC Game on the road to double digits.
Yeah, they are. Doing a fine job. Demon, gonna get hunted down. Nork. Why not keep hunting? You got the Mac 10. What else are you really gonna do with it? Make a little bit of extra cash at the end of it. And you're right, BC Game gonna be at 10 now. Harvey Jr. They don't have a lot of... I mean, this is what happens when you go for those early force-ups. Now, I guess in fairness to them, that force-up was down to a 1 versus 1, so you're going to feel like, ooh, we were justified in doing it. But the downside is, what you're paying for to have that early attempt is that now you have very, very few chances left. If you lose this one, it's going to be, you know, 11 to 5, and then probably you're going to have to save again, so it's 12 to 5, and then you've got one more chance, really, to try and bring the game back. So tough position to be in. It can obviously be done, and we'll see if they can convert this one with the M4s. A lot of utility, a lot of mid-control being attempted here. You can see already setting up to try and do a little bit of something. But it looks like a faster A-execute coming out from BC Game. They're hearing all the grenades in the middle. They should know that there can't be anyone immediately on the A-bomb side, or it's very unlikely at least, so we'll see if they go for it here. Deep smoke, but surely you go through it. Yeah, no point in stopping. Running right in. Makase is here. Going to be getting the first one, but does get traded out. It's so much damage to the T side, but they're still in the round. Oh, I say that as some good shots land.
Look, bomb down. Planting in the molly, taking a bit more damage, but still really difficult post-spawn here for BC Game. Swing out, Nork dead, simply put, and it's all down to one man. Nexa, what have you got for us? Bomb is planted for him, but this should be next to impossible. Cannot see a world he makes this one stick. Nate will come around, he gets the elevated play. No, he doesn't. He had the right idea at least, but crosshair just a couple of centimeters off. Harvey Jr. A round that they can look back on and with high hopes, but big thing, and that buzzword we like to use, Anders, consistency really required.
Yeah, no question about it. Do need that. Very nicely done. 10 to 6. And I think that does open up the conversation. It becomes a bit more interesting again now, because if Navi Jr. win this next one, I think they're carving a way back into the game. I'm not going to rule them out yet. I feel like they had so much promise. I want to see them live up to it. They're pushing in front of that elbow Molotov that lands, and with flashes and everything else, it does feel like a winnable fight. You can see Jenkins all the way down to 10 health, but doesn't change the fact that he did not win it. Demon, oh, it's wide. It's way too aggressive, I think. Probably overcommitting to that fight. Krabani's here. Gets the first one almost for free, and Cemetery is back here, but the AWP is holding the corner. Nork stays on that boost for a long, long time, so super well done. BC Game again proving that those B attacks are down to that opening kill, and it is just the dominoes just fall into the B bomb side.
Simple and effective, and just save here. I think for Navi Jr., there's just no point giving this one a look in. You bought what you've got and go forth. I mean, It is BC Game inching closer and closer. And where, I'll keep coming back to that. This pick does feel very risky. BC Game do not mind this map, and they're showing why for now. So, tough predicament, that is for sure. One is just trying to tempt fate a little bit, but Nork wants this fight. And it might not even matter. Jacob's here as a just in case. Good luck getting out. Krebeni does get one, though, before he drops. That ain't bad. But it's 11. BC Game closer and closer. We can buy around this, thankfully, for Navi Jr., but you lose this, and it is last chance.
Yeah, it really is. It goes back to the same kind of problem over and over again with that particular B ramp. Now, I think in this case, it really was just Demon. If he jiggles that corner instead and just kind of catches the information, he has a chance to react differently. But he was very, very wide swung, and he just had to commit to the fight, unfortunately. Here we go again in the middle. Some chaos, some confusion. The flashbangs are everywhere, and this time, Stuga's coming up with a couple of good spray downs. I think one of the flashes of BC Game bumped into a teammate and it kind of landed behind them instead, and that might have been what set up Navi Jr. to get that early fight. Now, smartly, I think, they immediately fall back from the middle. Why stay and try and hold on to it? You don't need it any longer.
Back 10. Would be nice in this spot, but it's going to be an AK in the swing. It's Nectar's got to hit a crisp shot, and he's actually got a tough clearance to make here, too. You kind of want just something a little bit quick to open some space, but Nectar's got to hold and wait for these fights to come to him. 3 versus 5, loose term 5, because of how low Jugis is. Good angle though for Cemetery's not often it gets cleared effectively either, but prime taps. Nice work.
Oh yeah. 3 versus 4. 45 seconds. I mean, this forward position over by the B bomb site, again, it should allow for more control here. But you never really know. If Prime Tabs can get a jump on Makaze here. Next up, spotted out early on. He does have the bomb. If he dies, it's disastrous, but he's not going to die. We're down to 25 seconds now. Pushing through Makaze. He's got the right idea. Can he find the lineup? It's so close to Nexa dying because, again, Prime Tap's holding this one. Bomb is on the ground once again. And Makaze, very important flick there. If he dies, maybe the round could be back on now. There's absolutely no chance here. Nork doesn't have the time to run and pick up that bomb. So assuming they don't rush him down, he's going to lose the round here. Which means Navi Jr. at least get up to 7. And it's still an interesting game. There's something to fight for here. Navi Jr., they can still win this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's far from over. 4 rounds is a recoverable feat. And again, I've been liking what I'm seeing at times. Navi Jr. are able to scale up into these rounds quite effectively. 11-7 is buy around that AWP, which I think is the right call. You don't want to leave Nork isolated, but it means that Prime Tats can only bring a Deagle. Tough for sure. But Navi Jr. are starting to show they've got a bit of prowess themselves. Molotovs and Utah will slow them down. Krebeni might just go quick. This is a wild call. Oh my god, Krebeni. There's one. Gifted. A quick trade. And maybe an over fight. An over face by Navi Jr. One more on the site. Cemetery will do well.
Yeah, but this is still very, very scary. They do have the rotation coming in, and they pretty much boxed them in at this point. Cemetery moving forward. Had a chance to do some more damage, but now it's Jugas getting hunted down next with 2 big shots coming through. And I think Navi Jr. actually kind of not sure how to play this. The bomb does get planted. Makaze shows up. They're very low on health. I mean, he can win this, but not with the double face there. I think Cypher was on the one side. Nexa was also facing at the same time. So pretty good job. That's probably where some of the inexperience is coming through for Navi Jr. a little bit, because I think in that 3v5 or the 3v3, because they already have Makaze in on the flank, they could have set up a better defense inside of the B bomb site where they're not fighting one at a time, which they kind of were.
Yeah, exactly. One more. Now, it gets very close there, Cypher barely being alive, but a 5-round buffer zone to close out your opponent's map pick is not too bad. And it should be doable. It should be doable right here as well. Triple MP9. Double upgrade a pistol, but even that is pretty bold. Again, Krebeni going for this, and again it works out. They are just not used to the aggression. It's relentless from Navi Jr., and, they live and die by the sword a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to right now, so
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Cypher down and out of the round, but he does have 19 kills, so he's had a super big impact on this game.
I've got to say, Trebeni he's doing everything you want from your IGL. He's trying to get as much information as early as in every single round, both on the CT side and the T side, and it is working, you know, even there, you know, swings out, gets his kill, gets an upgrade, and then you can see the repositions happen immediately. He spotted there was only one towards ramp, hence why there's a bit more of an A lead.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's lots of positive signs. There's some really cool stuff that we're seeing once again out of them, but definitely also some mistakes that have ended up costing them, and
For sure.
that's kind of the nature, I guess, of being a less experienced roster. Gonna be BC Game trying to see if they can get up onto the B bomb site once more. They certainly have the utility for it. Even after all those grenades, they can actually do a lot. So Na'Vi Jr., no surprise, they don't have that much. They have one incendiary, no diffuse kits either. So these next couple of kills are going to be absolutely everything. It'll be prime taps to open up. It's a bit scary. But again, they're back. Look at the counter utility coming out of a BC Game. It's just so hard for Na'Vi Jr. to find a way through. Back into the 4v4. Makaze actually will find an early shot. Nex are very committed to the fight, and it might not even matter here. Karani alone versus 3. Jacob, huge off angle here. Oh, he does actually kind of maybe take an early shot. It doesn't matter. He's still going to get the kill, and it will be BC Game to pick up the opening map on Ancient, and in a great fashion. Really, really strong performances from the individuals and from the team as a whole.
Doing it in style, I like to say as well. 13-7, your opponent's map pick. You're now heading in towards Dust 2, which you've been very good on. BC Game are one map away from the final, and deservedly so. And at this rate as well, not only a map away, but they would have a pretty substantial break before getting there. So it gives them time to prep for a very difficult bait side, if that's to be the case. Now, RVG need a complete overhaul heading in towards Dust 2. We'll see if they can, but before we get there, I'm going to throw it over towards Hayes.
Thank you very much, fellas. What a display coming through from BC Game there. That is a performance to be proud of. I mean, that's their opponent's map pick, and they completely cleaned Na'Vi Jr. up. I think I need to get some elevation here. Maybe just move my cat. Oh, there we go. Okay, once you lose the graphic at the bottom, it looks a bit better. Either way, focusing back up on the game here. Na'Vi Jr. started strong winning the pistol and converting that, but once we got into the thick of the gun rounds, I mean, remember there was that fumbled retake for BC Game in the second round, where they try and get back onto that A bomb site, and then the kill comes through from Demon and Donut, but that didn't disparage BC Game at all. That didn't get to them. They still stuck to their guns. And played a brilliant CT side out there after. I mean, it was followed up by immediately after another strong retake on that A bomb site with the half investment. I think that's what really kick-started the map for BC Game. And if it wasn't that round, then it was Cypher. I mean, he was just brilliant. I loved how dynamic the CT side was from BC Game. Constantly pressuring middle, constantly fighting for control through cave as well. I mean, Anders mentioned that it seemed like one of the big frailties or struggles, challenges for Na'Vi Jr. in that first half was that they weren't really able to get onto the B bomb site successfully because they weren't getting cave control and giving them themselves that extra avenue of entry to actually get onto the bomb site itself. And I feel like that was a massive problem, but it's not like it's because it wasn't something they were considering. It's just they were never really able to get in that position on the map. Cypher was constantly fighting them. Jacob was doing really well in middle as well. And the defenses came together beautifully for BC Game. And then we move things across over to the other side of the map. BC Game go to the T side, and they just pick up where they left off from that first half. They move so well as a unit. You can definitely tell there's a lot of history in and amongst these players. Even though the team came together at the start of the season, it's not like they've taken any time to get going. They really have hit the ground running, and they've managed to build on what they've developed in the past, and they've brought that to the table here under the new banner. And it looks so good. They're all reacting immediately to anything that's going on. Everyone's on the same page, on the same wavelength. It's not like once something happens in the round that they weren't necessarily expecting, they just completely fall apart, or they have to take 5 or 10 seconds to figure out what the appropriate response is going to be. Everybody knows that the protocols are completely ironed out within this roster. And that's why Na'Vi Jr. kind of crumble, because sure, they have the firepower, but when you combine firepower with structure, then you get BC Game, and that's what we saw from them on Ancients, and it was a very impressive display indeed, looking like a team who are on course to get themselves into the grand final. They're one map away. It's their map pick as well. It's Dust 2 up next, but before that, we're going to have a break. All right, we're going to be getting into the second map of the second semi-final soon enough here. It's Dust 2, the pick of BC Game, and they're currently leading the series 1-0 after a handsome victory on Ancient. Now, Anders, it didn't even really feel like there was much of a contest at one point on that first map.
Yeah, I think there might have been. I actually think Navi Junior did a pretty decent job. But BC Game just showing up. This is the version of the BC Game team that we want to see, right? That I'm gonna be honest. On some of the other days, we just haven't seen to this level. But you can see how dangerous they are when they're playing as well. So I mean, I think it's super cool. I think I even said at the start. For me, the scary thing was that if we had the BC Game that was playing earlier in the tournament and the Navi that was playing, when they were playing ends. That could be like a really fun thing, and I think Navi Junior might have actually been trying to do that. It's just that this time BC Game was so much stronger. So just really cool. It's good to see that. We want them to be good.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, because you've got the structure and the firepower here from BC Game compared to Ents, where it felt more like it was just trying to skate by on the structure alone. Just talking a bit about Navi Junior and their shortcomings on that previous map. Now, like where do you think they kind of fell short and tended to struggle the most? Oh, muted.
Oh, apologies, boys. I really felt like for me,
there, mate. Come on.
Honestly, the individuals were there. It honestly really just felt like the game plan just got broken down a little easy. You can see that they're relentlessly aggressive, which I think is actually kind of a cool thing to watch. But at the same time, there'd be times where things would get a little funky and you can see them overextending or over-fighting. I actually think BC Game reacted to that quite well. You can see Nexa kind of calling the troops back and playing a little bit more of a, I guess like a passive or slower approach, saying, right, these guys want to fight us. Let's give them the fight, but let's do it on our terms. And that's a really good way to react. Hence where I kind of go back to what I was talking about 1,000 times the experience. I don't even think that's too much of an understatement, honestly.
Well, it means we're going to Dust 2 next. And, I mean, you speak about the firepower at length for Navi Junior as one of their fundamental strengths that they have as a team. That certainly should play into the strengths of Dust 2. They played the map a couple times this year. They did lose it recently to Fireflux, but I guess that's just a result in isolation. Whereas this BC Game team have played the map like 8 times this month alone, guys. So it certainly is a map that they've been looking to bring to the table fairly frequently. And they've had some pretty dominant victories as well. I mean, generally, lower level teams compared to Navi Junior, I guess the best win for them would be the one over OG. That was a 13-5 win. They did beat big as well. But do you think that the change of map here could prove to be a bit of a defining factor in changing the way that this game is going, Anders? Or do you think that we'll see more of the same from BC Game into the second map?
Honestly, the way that they were sort of fired up there, I do kind of imagine now it could easily be more of the same. The scary thing is that somebody like Cypher or Jacob, and like they were all playing well, to be honest, but just like the individual output from some of these guys is so high that you let them lose on a map like Dust 2, I think they're going to be absolutely fine. So sadly, it could easily be that it's going to be a 2-0 here with Dust 2 going much the same way, which even for Bait waiting in the grand final is even be a bit scary,
Yeah, I mean, I highlighted how I thought one of the struggles that BC Game had to kind of navigate with this roster is the overlap between Cypher and Jacob. But I think Dust 2 is one of the maps where you can kind of have the space for them to both take their initiative and make their plays right now throughout the default, kind of put them on opposite sides of the map, just feel out long, maybe feel out tunnels, maybe one of them's in middle while the other's poking short, and you're probably just mid-rounding a lot and playing off of what those two players can find for you in the round.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think Dust 2 is going to allow at least Navi Junior to play the T sides that they like to play, which are, very aggressive, rely on the individuals. Krebeni is so relentless, and he uses that a lot in terms of his calling style. But at the same time, like I said, I just feel like for BC Game, they're understanding their game plan right now is just a lot more formulated. And a lot of that comes with years in the game, right? And I think that's where things are playing out quite well for them. And it also helps that you're getting a lot of the individuals online. Nork, so many impactful shots for the AWP. Cypher, especially the start of that game, was unstoppable as well. I mean, at one point, it was like 11 or 12-3, right? He was loving life in the server. So having somebody like him online alongside Nectar's finding form and alongside the rifling core Jacob, his impact was fantastic. It's so difficult, and that's where a slight point that I brought up in the pre-show about depth is actually an issue for Navi Junior. Yes, they have great players and individuals, but it's at times can be a little bit of a two-man show with Krebeni and Makaze, and then trying to find that third or fourth string that can also find the form is not something that BC Game don't struggle with, and the same thing for Bait as well. And what you see at the top end of these tier 2 sides is that it doesn't matter if your main man goes missing. And we've seen this so many times. If MPL goes missing, Kentazor or take up the slack. If Kentazor goes missing as well, Headtrick will then also pick up a lot of the slack. Alex too has his moments. And this is something that we see a lot of these top tier 2 teams do. BC Game are no exception. And where for Na'Vi Jr., I think a lot of that comes with time and maybe even changes down the line. But at the moment, it is definitely a two-pronged attack. And BC Game have obviously understood that. They formulated a plan around that, and it's a plan that's working perfectly to execution right now.
Yeah, I think when you've got the balance of a team like what BC Game have, where you have these riflers who want to take a lot of initiative, want to make plays, take space, it's important to have a little bit more of a reserved AWPer, and you get that in Nork, who's just like a rock. He's very reliable. You know he's going to hit his shots. You know what you're going to get out of him. Maybe not like the flashiest guy who's trying to open up the rounds and, you know, call his own shots, but that's what balances this team out. And you know, against Symmetry in the head-to-head on that previous map, Nork was 5-1 against his opposite number. Now we go to Dust 2, which is generally quite a heavy AWP-leaning map, and that could continue to be exploited here, Anders. I mean, I feel like Nork has actually just been such a good player over the past few years, and I was actually a little bit surprised that Fnatic didn't decide to retain him and went with Bermulov instead. But yeah, I think Nork is one of the prime factors for success here, just not only in terms of what he contributes, but the balance for this BC Game roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like he's looking pretty comfortable. There aren't a lot of times where I'm seeing Nork make like grand mistakes that really cost him like a lot of things. I think it's a really good situation for him to be in right now. And when it comes to Fnatic, I don't even know what they're doing over there. So I'm confused all across the board for whatever on earth that project is right now. Whether I'm not even going to point at Bermulov or anybody else. I'm just saying in general, like that team is playing so far from what they could be. Just, you know, like you've got blame if they say whatever else you want, but like he is obviously a monstrous Counter-Strike player, and somehow none of that is kind of coming out. So yeah, that's confusing all on its own, but yeah, I do think it obviously if Nork continues to do what he's doing here on Dust 2, that is going to be another good problem, another good reason for Na'Vi Jr. to be concerned.
Yeah, I just love how easily this BC Game team have come together. You know, you got to kind of feel for maybe some of the players who got cut, like Lekro, Satsunito as well, because they were playing okay. But it was obviously that they wanted the call for the VRS ranking, because that then boosted them up, got them invites into deeper competitions, and that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But this team has really just come together so quickly now. Like, it doesn't feel like they had to take a couple of weeks to try and figure each other out. And obviously, like I said in my post-map segment after Ancient, they were building on the fact that they've got history amongst each other as well. But I am a little bit surprised in terms of how quickly this project has taken off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really impressed by it as well. It's felt very seamless, and I think something that you touched on, Hayes, a little bit earlier. This is kind of, you know, Cassard walks. These guys could run a little bit. He did all the groundwork, laid it out. The foundations are there, and then they tried to perform, and they have, right? And I think, you know, he even tweeted about it himself, saying like, this shouldn't be a surprise. You know, there's a reason why I picked up these guys. There's a reason why I put this team together, because I know they can perform. And yes, I may no longer be there, but you know, it's still a team that I believe in. So credit to them. They're obviously doing well. They've already got IM Dallas under their belt, and they're, you know, a map and one series away from a grand final win here.
That's it, one map away. It's their map pick as well. We're going to be getting into that map, guys, so it's going to be time for Dust 2. Let's see if BC Game can solidify themselves a spot in that grand final, or whether we will need a decider.
Yeah, let's get right into it. No more delays. We are going to go in. It's Na'Vi Jr. now on the CT side. BC Game on that T side. So once again, welcome to the semi-finals here. Bait already in the grand finals. They're going to be ready and waiting. They're going to be playing later today as well. And look at this aggressiveness coming out. I do like it. This is a different flavor, right? Trying to take some control now. It could backfire on them in a massive way if BC Game just pull the trigger and go for the B bomb side, which it looks like they will. So it's going to be up to Jugas to try and see if he can pretty much hold it on his own. Cemetery, he's got a kit as well. Ooh, timing is good. Makazi comes in, trying to be the hero for the rescue here. But again, one more kill and it could all go wrong. It's Demon instead to find some headshots, and it's up to Nexa. Grenade bounces off the corner and lands right behind him as the headshot in front will take him down. And Na'Vi Jr., nice round. Again, that could have probably gone wrong 10 different ways, but they end up winning it.
I got to give them credit. I think Na'Vi Jr.'s pistols are really fun to watch. They're very clean. They obviously back themselves a lot in terms of these fights, and they're so crisp that it makes these, what feel like quite even pistol rounds, work out very, very effectively for them. We saw it happen on Ancient. Same thing happens here. No bothers. It's still that point that I brought up a little earlier. For me, it's not about these pistols or anything of the sort. It's about the gun rounds. That's actually where things were a little different, and where obviously BC Game really started to come into their own and flex their muscles a little bit. So that's what I'm looking at. This early portion, good to see. Get this simple pistol round to bed, and then It's that next gun round. When BC Game come in with the investment, Navi Junior have to start well. It's something that has obviously eluded them. Oh, it's unfortunate. Nexa had an opportunity there, but just messes it up.
Yeah, it happens. We'll see if Navi Junior can just negotiate the rest of the round in their favor without losing too much here. But yeah, I think this slightly aggressive style is really cool to see. CT side of Dust 2. We saw it earlier in the day where it was bait, kind of showing that you actually can get away with a lot. Like, you can take some extra risks and just make sure the T's aren't as comfortable. Which, again, at a high level of Counter-Strike, a lot of teams are struggling with right now. It's an interesting dynamic, but maybe the tier 2 scene can sort of help out a little bit and show people how it's done.
Oh, let's see. 2-0. Well, like I mentioned, this first gun round very important. Not a lot of utility for BC Game to work, because a lot of it's going to come down to fights, and the first fight doesn't go well. Cypher going to get caught in long. It's a messy one, and Nexa just about comes out on top.
Still some real damage on the Nexa here. He's going to be anchoring that long position, just trying to make sure no one's sneaking through. Nork will take down Grabeni, and from us on the other side, it's not going to win out. It is close, and the grenade will catch Nork, so you know what? At the end of the day, maybe not the worst thing in the world. Smoke on top and prime taps. You could see him in 2 or 3 minds thinking about, should I be going through? I think he almost wanted to. It could have been risky if he had. This is a really interesting round. There are definitely ways to lose this for BC Game. They have a lot of time, which I think right now they're smartly just waiting to see if Navi Junior, again, being the less experienced team, it's so likely that they would make a big mistake here and you know, go for more fights, like move around the map an enormous amount. You can see Cemetery is actually going to find some information here in the middle. Does leave the A-bomb site completely undefended. I don't know if I would even say this is necessarily a big mistake for Navi Junior. It's just that they also have to take a couple of risks, so they might end up having to go for the retake, which they probably should try, honestly. Even if it's a bit risky, they have the kit, the smoke, they've picked up another flashbang there, and they are going into the middle. Man, if they grenade next, that'd be the funniest outcome in the world here, but seems like they're just going to be walking into it, and that should be the end of the round, even with a grenade in hand. Yeah, good job on Nexa.
Great work. Upgrade to the M4 as well off the Galil. You'll take it, mate. That an AK. Brilliant round from him. He gets so fortunate in that first one, but he does very well for the next 2. Make them stick, make them easy. No complaints. Big round for BC Game, and sort of reaffirming my point a little bit, just about how the gun rounds have very much felt one-sided, and everything else around it has been with Navi Junior. Sure, we've had moments of it, but they haven't been able to find that consistency that we always look towards. And they're going to need it on CT side as well. I mentioned the C, something that we've been touching on a lot, the way in which Navi Junior approached this, because you could tell a side's good on Dust 2 with how aggressive they're playing on the CT side, and for Navi Junior so far, it's a bit more of a passive approach, at least at the moment.
Yeah, definitely is. Just the 2A to B, 1 long. Presumably someone eventually will have to go and take a look at middle, so see some pressure being put on here by BC Game early on, and that probably is to try and force the defense. You heard the flash, now you heard the Molotov. Eventually you have to try and move in there. Nice grenade. Puts a bit of pressure on. But again, the problem with this is that one good kill towards this B bomb site, and this round is going to crumble very swiftly. They smoke off the one side. Makaze's up here. Good kill. And actually the smoke there gets blown open, I suppose. That's really nicely done. And that will probably cement the defense right here, but these kind of rounds are always much closer than they seem. It always feels a bit silly to say that, because obviously there's no kills really happening on the T side yet, but if they get Makaze up there, and again, he's got a FAMAS against the AK swinging, he could definitely die, and if he does, then, I mean, it's on. They could run to that bomb site and probably overpower the last player defending it.
FAMAS swing and a find. Last man of Nork as well. Tried to tap away onto a cemetery, but not to be. Wonderful work. Navi Junior answer back, and they do it effectively as well. A lot of pressure now on towards BC Game, I wouldn't be surprised if we buy back into this. The pretty standard thing, force buys back and forth until somebody gets hard reset. It looks like that will be the case. Cypher, maybe a Galil for him, or Mac 10 if he wants an extra bit of utility, but rifle in his hands feels more likely, and of course that'll be the case. It's just Prime Taps, may I say, who takes a bit of a step back, just a deagle. And a similar thing, BC Game, they haven't always had a lot of util to work with, but they haven't required it just yet. These rounds haven't gone too deep, or there haven't been that much of a post plant which has needed it. This is one where, with a little bit of a lesser buy comparatively, just that extra couple of smokes or flashes could have mammoth importance.
Yeah, no question. I like the fact that they have 3 smokes like this going out long, or I guess one of them is on Cypher, but 2 even. Hugis gets 1, does follow it up, and actually so much output. Bit of a shame. A good pop flash there could have made a world of difference, but doesn't really work out. I was going to say, the fact that they have multiple smokes means they can commit 1 smoke to the cross and then kind of bait out some utility, and then they can go for a second crossing smoke, but none of that really matters when they don't get there, so what an unlikely fight for him to be winning. I'm surprised he even got a second kill.
Yeah, it's true. And the third behind it is just insult to injury, in all honesty. Great work. Seen off at the end there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Cannot complain at all about that one. And still, it's Na'Vi Jr. who are proving to us that there's still something left in the tank, in the locker. Map number 1 wasn't terrible, but there was definitely more to be kind of desired, I think, from the youngsters who obviously have offered up a lot in terms of the individual ability. And now we are starting to see the game plan come into play. Of course, coached by Coolio, a player who is very aware and used to the tier 2 grind. He's done it for many, many a year of a variety of teams. And he seems to obviously be doing a good job of kind of keeping this side level-headed and all the rest. 4-1. Hard reset for BC Games with just a few pistols. And this one should be Na'Vi Junior final 5-1. 5-1 score is not a bad start at all. No complaints.
Yeah, this is the kind of beginning that they need, right? Losing that first map and going into this one picked by BC Game, you've got to say, for Na'Vi Junior, if they want a chance to fight for a third one, a Mirage, then it has to start something like this. And I must say, as well, them being on the CT side, and the fact that they're up 4-1, I think it's pretty encouraging. It can be hard to win some of these CT rounds, so I'm happy for them at the moment. They are being challenged by some pistols here, which shouldn't be a big deal, but, you know, it's again, one good deagle shot. You never know how far they could tumble. Wide swing, Cypher. I like the attempt there. He's going to get the headshot on Krabani and takes down Cemetery. Never mind one deagle headshot. How about 2? Duke is down here. Could get peeked as well. This is so scary. Nice patience for him. Some teammates are coming in. Yeah. Oh, no! He gets the knife out. All right, he will get shot in the back, but there was a crazy chance there that he could have picked up the rifle as well. 2 versus 3. Dugas taking a bit of damage, but headshots are ringing in return. Nexa up at the site. They do have kits, obviously. They don't really know that he's here. They think he's up on short, so how surprised are they going to be to find out? Not enough there. I think Nexa actually might have been a little bit delayed in taking that shot because he's hoping for them both to show up, so he can quickly spam them down. Doesn't work out that way. What an absolutely mental round. The headshot and obviously the knife coming out as well. I can't believe it.
I want to see you'll take that, I think, of a BC game. Something out of nothing, right? It's a bomb plant, a few kills on a knife as well. That's good money in the back pocket. I think for the most part, you're taking some silver linings away from that and being relatively happy. But still, don't want to let things get too awkward or too weird. Don't want to allow things as well to spiral away. This has been a very good map from Na'Vi Junior, but we know how quickly BC Game can get into things. All it takes is, you know, a couple rounds in quick succession, break that econ, and things can start to really fall apart quite rapidly. So don't get too comfortable is essentially the narrative I'm trying to build here. Something that has happened a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look at the kills here for BC Game. It's not many. Nork and Nexa on 4 each. Cemetery really far back here, so he wouldn't have been affected by the Molotov, but obviously the flashbang is there to try and make sure that Cypher could stay alive around the corner. Really good protocols, worth copying if you're going to be taking control of Catwalk, which you absolutely should be doing. This is a stupid default round coming up from BC Game. And I'm guessing it's going to be testing for... So again, it's impossible to know whether it's a catwalk or a mid-take, but wouldn't be surprised if they want to test that mid-take again. Because honestly, the only reason they lost it last time is because there was a double CT spawn setup where they had the smoke to blow, or the grenade to blow up in the smoke. Otherwise, I think BC Game probably had that round. So, yeah, test it one more time. Why not?
Yeah, I don't hate it. Demon in towards bricks. He's got to go huge here, and he doesn't. Oh my God, Cypher. I mean, he's been relentless. I know it was a slow start, but the Deagle double in towards the previous, and that swing, my God, he's crisp.
Yeah, and I would say that at the moment where they smoke off CT spawn, and you can even see that Na'Vi Jr. are really far away on the A bomb side. Imagine the level of defense that B side has to put up for that to make sense.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to do. So, yeah, you're not wrong. Demon would have probably had to have got a really quick double kill for them to even get close. Nicely done. Super cool. You need more of it, and yeah, they're going to be quite satisfied with this. So, 5-2. Maybe not the best start for BC Game, but I'm not necessarily worried yet. It's a lot of time to recover this first half. Even if they get up to 5 or 6 rounds here themselves, BC Game, they're still in contention for the map, no question.
And I'm expecting big things from them on the CT side. This are a side who have been really kind of pushing the envelope in terms of the way in which they approach certain maps and sort of their own, I guess, identity, their play style around it. So yeah, you get 5 rounds. I'm pretty happy. I think it's a workable affair. Well, we've got to get there first. It's still a bit of a road. There's only a couple of rounds that have been picked up thus far. I'm liking what I see. At least that one, it feels like it is replicable, which is always the word I like to use. Shoulder spotted, I'm pretty sure, there by Demon. Might just go through this. First fight is decent, but he gets caught. The lurk from Nectar is excellent. And he might get another behind it. There's another player in towards Cat. And he might just, buy some time of it. He actually gets out. They give him that luxury. But he doesn't realize there's one already pushed forward. Prime Tops needs to be careful now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for Makazi, right, the way for them to win the round would have actually been if Makazi could have gone completely unnoticed, because then maybe there's a chance he could have walked into the bomb side and get a double kill. So even if Nexus stumbles into him and doesn't know, it's still pretty good. It means that, again, like they have a very, very good shot to winning this round here. Oh, Nork, he's ducked right down. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. They're both inside of the, or near the smoke at any rate. Nork is just, I don't know how he's gone unnoticed. Finally, they find him, and they are going to be trying to run down Jacob here. Nice headshot straight onto that defuse. And yeah, they do have the kit. They have time. Makaze, I thought he stopped defusing for a second. I don't want to see that. That's a good retake. A 3v3. Absolutely not easy, but Na'Vi Jr. picking an early time in the first half here to try and go for it, and it's actually it's a brave call, and it works out.
Yeah, a lot of credit for them in that one. Really, really well done. So, again, these rounds that give us, a lot of hope about what they can actually sort of bring forth, and they make life kind of exciting in this series. Na'Vi Jr. up to 6 already. And this early in the game is exciting times. It's showing that they've got, really nice ideas and understandings about how to make certain things work for them. It's fun, right? At least it's going to, maybe open something up in towards this series, which is, ultimately what we wanted. We wanted to see a little bit extra. Just make even it's the competition out of this, and that's something they're absolutely doing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking really quite good. I must be honest. Pushed out because of this upper dark position on the Na'Vi Junior side. They don't know for sure, but they're pretty confident that this is going to be some sort of a long setup. They go back and check middle, even as we speak, so just affirming that position. Let's see if they have any good protocols here to stop BC Game from just throwing the smoke and crossing. In fact, Cypher wanted the challenge. Good counter flash coming out as well, so far so good. Now they finally throw the crossing smoke, but it feels like it's too little too late here. BC Game, I'm guessing, wanted to actually try and surprise them by maybe just facing before the smoke is up. And it's not a bad way to try and mix up the protocol, but obviously it just backfires this time.
Yeah, it doesn't work out. It is nice though, isn't it? Fun to watch that we're getting. Again, something out of this. It's still not completely done, but Prime Time should go down, and he will. Akaze, crisp as ever. The last man on the Orc. Dead man walking. Cemetery with the swing and the find. And his third kill of the round looks pretty good on the AWP. We said we needed, you know, just somebody else to step up and to help out in a lot of these situations and make sure it's not just a bit of a 1 or 2 man army. And we are now getting that. He's having his moment. Same with Julius, of course, that big clip earlier from him. Demon is also stepped up. Everybody's coming alive for Na'Vi Jr., which is what we need. And BC Game going to call their, unsurprisingly, the first time out here, 7-2 down. They're struggling on their own map pick. And in the same vein that we saw a struggle come through from Na'Vi Jr., it's flipped over. And this is, you know, early doors, but it's feeling like a third map could be looming.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing a very nice job at the moment here. We'll see if it has the longevity to last through all of it. 7-2. Again, it's not out of the question that this could be a 7-5. They don't have that much money on the Na'Vi Junior side. There is a way to sort of stumble and fall right at the end here. And if that happens, I think BC Game are going to be bouncing back pretty quickly. But yeah, let's see. Once the timeout here is run out, we're going to be back into the game. And we'll see some typing happening, so, you know, maybe just a little bit of a hiccup to sort out. Trying to think about what would be fun for BC Game to try. I feel like they are basically doing the catwalk default control that I always end up talking about, and some of the time they try and go for the B-splits. I feel like it'd be fun to try and see them, again, signal another B-split, but then actually go catwalk, and just, you know, just exploit the fact that it's so hard for Na'Vi juniors to know. It's not even complicated. I hate to make it sound like it's some sort of, you know, sick strategy that they're unfolding. It isn't. It's just it's down to the fact that you don't normally know on the CT side. So it's always going to be a bit of a magic trick. You know, it's like, oh, are they coming mid or are they coming catwalk? We don't know. Oh shit, we're in the wrong position. You know. Yeah,
exactly. Toy around with them a little bit. This goes back to the experience. We know they've got a lot of it, but so far so good. We got Scout out, but AK's alongside it. If, you know, Nord can soften them up, that'll be good. Cypher does take early damage, though. We're not seeing the individual step up that we want for BC Game, which is natural in a losing position, but they are looking a little quiet. Obviously, Cypher 3 and 8. Jacob for 3 as well. Same for Prime Taps. It feels like you really need somebody to try and take over in whatever way they can. Find your moments and maybe at times just single-handedly put the team on your back a little bit. Cypher did a little earlier with that double deagle and a bomb on this site. Got to see it happen on these rifles. They're constantly in a bit of a bad rot where it's full buy-in, no success. Eco, rinse and repeat, and it might just continue. Kraveni, nice shot.
Taking down Cypher to begin with. Grenades going into the sky, trying to buy as much time as he can here. I appreciate the idea. It doesn't really work out. Nork will find another headshot. That's crazy. Kazi goes down. Demon trying to get the jump up here. The timing, it couldn't have been better, but unfortunately, he might have panicked just a little bit. I feel like he had the chance to maybe just get one and dip out, or possibly even get 2. Cemetery, and then the AK. Julius out here on long. Did he do anything more? It's Nork back again. It's so deadly. And BC Game, they find a way to steal this round with, you know, limited weapons, but very nice execute onto that catwalk.
Yeah, watching a player who's sort of that crisp on a scout is always a really, really fun sign. Nice shot, though, from Cemetery. A bit panicked there, flustered, but he gets that kill. All the same. And they're still pretty expensive, I think, Na'Vi Jr. That in itself is not too bad. Yes, it's a round 1 by BC Game and an opportunity for them to close out these, you know, final few rounds of this half. They would love to get up to 5 before we end, right? 7-5 is absolutely workable, but making it expensive is going to make that a little harder, especially if they can continue to put kills on the board despite losing rounds. But, yeah, great shots from Nork, though, isn't it? He's just so crisp. This is a good reaction, it has to be said as well. Nexa, he really bails them out there. There was a moment Demon could have got and should have got 2, as you touched on. And I think he'll be a little annoyed at himself that he didn't at least get 1 in that spot. The wait. 7-3, Makaze. This is bold from the youngster here. 1 flash and these guys are dead here. And it just goes from bad to worse. They go aggressive. Ooh. And that's the round. We're just saving. There's no point going for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, sometimes it's worth giving a shot there, but you always feel a bit silly when it backfires. So 7-4. And BC Game probably should be hunting some of these. It's not like they have a lot of money, but we're going into the 12th round, so you know, even if you give away a couple of AKs, if you get all the remaining rifles away from Na'Vi Jr., it's still it's a good position to be in. They can guess the economy is not going to be good on that CT side, so it's tempting to try and do something. I would say even if you lose almost everything here on the BC Game side, on balance, you're probably going to go into the next round feeling a lot better than Na'Vi Jr. are. They are trying up on the A ramp as well. Molotov here. Not quite going to do any damage, but ooh, they actually. Yeah, they assumed that was all the way in the corner, but it kind of wasn't. So they will lose quite a bit, and the last two do just barely stay alive. So again, they have some money to rebuy here on the BC Game side, but it's a shame they couldn't get the last two kills.
Yeah, the hunt is actually a nice idea, you know, that you kind of spoke about. It's just the execution, unfortunately, isn't quite there for them. But even still, BC Game, who had a really slow start to their own map pick, have, I think, done a fairly all-right job of recovering. Giving themselves a chance to make this 7-5 half, and in doing so, all the pressure on that pistol. One pistol is all it would take. Again, though, Na'Vi Jr. being very good on the pistols, and they've looked very aggressive, which I think is sometimes how you want to go about it. Their T-Type pistol on Ancient, in particular, was excellent. Super quick, hit towards B. It might be more the same. Oh, Jacob, he should have got that kill.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know what happened. He just fell asleep.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nice grenade on Cypher. Smoke up as well. He's playing in front of it, which is not actually a bad idea, but the problem is he was already a bit low on health. Duke is going to be taking down Prime Taps, and now Nork alone versus the world. Tech9 here on the other side. He's got the AWP as well, but obviously bad position to be in. Smoke goes up, and that's a long time to be waiting around here. Not that he's got many other better options, so maybe he just will decide to hang out and see what's coming. 45 seconds about to be. Kerbani walking back. He's got more teammates coming up behind him, and Nork is for sure going to be dead here. So Na'Vi Jr. is not at all a bad recovery here. I thought they were going to lose this third round and make it a 7-5. If that would have happened, I think BC Game are still in it. 8-4. It's a lot more difficult, so chances for a third map still looking somewhat decent.
It's true. It is very true. Pistol round is very much required over BC Game. You lose that, I think we're probably already starting to inherently discuss that third map. But either way, it's impressive by Na'Vi Jr. to not linger on from map number 1 and sort of forget that for now and say, we still got a real chance at in this, not only map, but in this series too. So tech balls before we get there. But a pretty good predicament, ultimately, for the Na'Vi Jr. side. I've been enjoying their pistol rounds. Makase has dropped out, so hopefully we get him in as soon as. But yeah, I've been enjoying what I've seen from Na'Vi Jr. on the T side. They obviously just play with a lot of freedom, loose in a sense, but in an effective way. And obviously BT Game have definitely had their struggles in sort of dealing with it. So I'm excited. I feel like there's a real world, some more could develop into this where if that third is required, who knows? I feel like that's where BC Game, similar to what we saw against Nexus, right, as well, where things start well and then they fall asleep and have to really lock in.
Yeah, there's no question in my mind that if BC Game are able to win this pistol and sort of get off to a slightly better start here in the second half, it could still be really, really tough for Na'Vi Jr. But curious if they're gonna keep it going. I do feel like they showed a lot of excellent understanding of how to play that CT side, and individually some good kills coming out. It's a whole team effort, right? The top fragger is 11, the bottom is 9 on the Na'Vi Jr. side. So everyone is contributing here. Prime Taps, it's dangerous, but he's got so much backup here. This is going to work out, surely. Jugas just barely gets away, but really only for a second here. That's an awesome push coming out from BC Game. 2 coming in from the lower dark position, 1 from upper, and just completely overwhelms Na'Vi Jr.
And just as I was harping on about really liking that Na'Vi Jr. T-side pistol, Scribeni left all alone. Sadly, nothing he can really do here. And he'll be spotted out by Nexa. Good work. Just as the smoke was pluming. Nice and unbelievably necessary round Exactly what we want to see. This is a side who have been up and down. They've had their struggles, that's for sure, but that's a big one to be taken. That is massively going to help out in the mental state, and especially if you can build up a little bit of an early repertoire here. You're going to love life. You need to get this first gun round most importantly. I'm not expecting RVG to buy, and they haven't really. A couple of upgraded pistols, that's it, but
yeah.
Spot, all in all.
You know, dreaming of finishing this in a 2-0 fashion for BC Game. Absolutely critical that they pick up the pistol there. So far, so good. And it should be a straightforward one to win, as you said. Not much to be challenged here. So 6-8. MP9 on Nork, and he's got some backup in there too. Good triple for the Swedish player, and BC Game continue to run it back a little bit. But yeah, this round is obviously one of the bigger tests for both sides. If Navi Jr., I have to assume again, just on experience, we talked about it already, but the deeper this game goes, probably the harder it will be for Navi Jr. to maintain the focus and believe in the comeback. So the best path, unsurprisingly, is just to try to go for a straight victory here and try and get to 13 rounds, but without BC Game having too much chance to kind of get back into it. Pretty self-evidently, but see if they actually will find a way. Smoke in the middle, Molotov towards the catwalk. They really want to make sure that there's no early aggression. Again, I like this from Navi Jr. It shows that they are very, very careful at the start of these rounds. Early in the halves, they really want to respect the fact that BC Game could be trying to bully them somewhere. So they use all the utility, and I kind of want to see that.
Agreed. Good to be smoked there by Makaze. Not committed to any fights just yet, but starting to set up at least 4-1 in via mid. We've got just one towards B. Prime Taps is left so alone here. Next has got a deep long spawn. Inherently, the setup looks like it could be one and done here off the back of Prime Taps. I mean, he's just got an MP9. If he dies, even if he goes like 1 for 2, I don't even know if you give this retake a go. They've so committed here, and it might not work out for the betterment. 1. Up and down, looking for a second as well. It feels unlikely, and it is. And you can see there's just no movement from BC Game. They're just going to call for a save. They made a gamble stack and a call, and it just doesn't work out. It's a coin flip and one that doesn't work in their favor. It is what it is. You can play aggro exits here, though, because this is a bonus round for you. I feel like at least trying to not give the retake a go, but fight in some way and try and make it expensive is the best you can sort of do.
Yeah, I would probably agree.
Like that, for example. Get an upgrade. Make sure, Nork doesn't have to wield an MP9, gets an AK. If you can find Jacob an upgrade too, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, and that is what they're setting up for. Just make it tricky. 2 of those players can kind of just stick at the back of the sights. Cemetery, yeah, he was low on health, so he kind of had to try and run out. The rest can obviously sit by the car and just kind of hang out. And we'll see. Jacob, picks up the AK. He wants to keep pushing. Flashbang over. Trying to punish them here. And I actually love it. They get both of them. So for losing a round, that's pretty sick for BC Game. That's really expensive. Look at the buy for Navi Jr. going into this next one. It's miserable.
Yeah, they're actually really, really happy with that. Wow. That is what you want to see from BC Game. At least if you're losing the round, do something at the tail end to set yourself up for future success. And of course, it's put yourself in a good spot now because, yes, Navi Jr. with that bomb plan and the round win, we can buy back in. But you lose this one here, it will leave you reeling. Swing and a miss. Nexa trying to get out. He might struggle to do so. They might have to just fight for his life. How is he still alive? He's actually got out and escaped. He's very fortunate. I like this from Cypher too. Right idea, right execution. Does take a tag, but he survives.
So, a bit of long control. Jacob, potentially, I would say, risky position to be in here. We'll see if he's got some backup. Oh, they spotted out. He's actually somehow still alive there. I feel like that should have been a quicker kill coming through. Easy shot from Nork. It leaves Makaze alone, and he's going to get fought 5 different ways. So that was always going to end badly for them. Surprisingly, I feel like Jacob's position there. Fair play that he gets the 1, but I would have thought Navi Jr. would have been much quicker to try and take him down. Anyway, it's an important round here for BC Game, and because they got all those kills in the previous round that they lost, Navi Jr. just are crushed in this one. They're going to have a lot of trouble in the economy.
It's true. That's where the round prior of the hunt is so invaluable going forward. It's a 2-round game, but should be made down to 1. And it puts a lot more pressure on the next gun round for Na'Vi Jr. You lose that, and you give the lead to BC Game, and it's where this match is still very, very much up in the air. BC Game, as much as they were slow to get into this, and they obviously, struggled at times too in that first half, they look, considerably better what we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, no question. There's a 2-round game at the moment. I don't know. Weird fight out long. Nexa. I don't know how many Glocks did he run into. All 5 almost. At least 4 of them. That's, in spite of the Glock not doing that much damage. If there's enough of them all at the same time, because they'll be pretty dangerous. Death by 1,000 Glocks, and Jacob just having a field day though. Clicking away, just doesn't even have to worry about anything. So in spite of that kill, doesn't look like it's going to make a big difference in this round. So just Nexa being humbled a little bit as they are wheeling in the AWP. Ooh, Glock's doing a bit more.
Oh.
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Yeah, I gotta say, get the AWP in there. That's his domain. Nade bank over. Should be done, and it will by Cypher. There was a moment. Looked a little weird, a little funky, but thankfully cleaned up under the 1 casualty. You're not too annoyed. 1-round game though, Anders. This gun round is everything. And it is very much up in the air of saying you lose this, and who knows, right? This is where BC Game could actually just run away with the momentum towards the end, and that's not where you want to be.
Definitely not. Fought very, very hard and had some strong momentum going as well in favor of Na'Vi Jr., but it could be wiped out pretty quick standing in the incendiary. Funnily enough, doesn't really do that much either. Demon looked like he stood there for a while, but he's only down to 75. Na'Vi Jr. take long control once again. It's fine, but what is the plan from here on out?
It seems to be the issue, right? Like, they get step 1, and then the mid-rounding is actually a little flat.
Yeah, but I mean, even now, I would say they're rotating back to T-spawn because it looks like they're worried about, ooh, what if somebody's there? Like, who cares if somebody's there? I'd say most teams just don't worry about it. You can see as well, BC Game are throwing out these smokes to the middle of long, trying to slow them down. That's great and all, but I mean, again, you don't mind spending another 20 or 30 seconds here in this position. Now, there's an attempt to retake middle, which Cypher is going to know they're not that deep into it. So even if they threw a Molotov into lower dark, this is the problem with going back from long, is that there are a million corners to check. You're not really going to know if any CTs are there, and in this case, Cypher was. Oh. Makazi goes down. It's a nice sneak through from Demon. Does he realize Jacob is here as well? Not quite in time. Jacob, with 11 bullets here, going to get the spray down on Cemetery. That should be enough here. 1 versus 3. 30 seconds as well. Cypher sneaking up close. Very nearly gets caught, but he is so accurate. Good round from BC Game. And I think for Na'Vi Jr., there's not that much accomplished by going back. I would say just stick to long.
His crosshair placement, Cypher, is absolutely excellent. But a great round. Honestly, really, really well done. That short control is so impressive. And you know, that double setup when the AWP goes down, it's stepped up massively by Jacob. 2 huge kills for him, right? The second one in particular denies any chance of a bomb plant. And it also gives time for BC Game to scale up through CT and the CT side. Because it gives them space, I think, is the main thing. 9 all. Unfortunately, again, with that lack of bomb plant as just touched on, it does give them so little to work with buy-wise. We got Vortec 9s. We're going to go quick here. First shot by Norg. This rifle's here to meet them. They knew this was coming. They were expecting this. In the molly, Cypher doing everything he can, and Prime Tap supporting. What a shutdown. But honestly, what a read by BC Game. They knew money's broken, low buy. They're going to hit B here. And they had 3 players ready for that contingency. What a plan and what an execution.
10-9. Slowly slipping out of the hands of Na'Vi Jr. here, unfortunately. They do have the AWP back. They've got some AKs, but you can start to tell Nork really waking up. 18 kills. He said Cypher is looking very fresh at the moment. A pretty default setup, but I do like this. Boost this up. Ooh, Dan just straight checking it. Nobody ready for that one, and that is a bit of a shame. There are definitely ways to stop that from happening. It's Krabani with the second one. And a 5 versus 3, never mind. He's found a third kill, absolutely devastating them here. He finally goes down, but none of it matters. Jacob is the only one left against the rest, so that's a bit of an odd round. Krabani just decides to get 3 in the middle.
Unfortunately for Jacob, he's just going to fall back over towards Goose, and he might not even stay alive. There is a long player. He's ready for this, and fight he'll win. Being tagged up, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets hunted on the way out. Swing and a bind from Akaze. Beautiful. Great round from Na'Vi Jr. Great response as well, especially when things were starting to get a little funky and a little awkward. They respond 10-all, and what a game we're getting. These two sides are inseparable right now in terms of the back and forth, and where one side starts to take a little bit of momentum, the response is right round the corner. They're just not giving them the leeway, and it's exciting. We didn't get this on Ancient. Ancient was pretty easy to predict where it was going to go. This one, it's still so up in the air. One good thing going for BC Game that...
Yeah, it goes a really long way when you're in a close race like this. No real tricks at the start of this round to BC Game back to playing a more default round. They did get punished. I like the idea of the boost there, but I think there should have been a way to try and make it a little bit harder for anyone to peek that direction. 3 long now. Nobody in the middle for BC Game. Which does open them up to some potential risks, but we'll see if Na'Vi Jr. figure out how much space there is towards the catwalk. It's also possible that if they throw this catwalk control, Molotov, it's possible that's when BC Game will decide to rotate somebody down CT spawn. Because that kind of tells you, okay, now they know that nobody is actually on catwalk, so we got to be worried. There's the smoke going up towards CT spawn just to try and test it. Counter utility coming out really and simultaneously for BC Game. Down to 45 seconds. They are going to be going out long, and this 3-man setup for BC Game could be absolutely sick. We'll see if Nexa is going to be ready. The downside, if he dies, this A ramp position is so bad all of a sudden for Nork, and he is going to have to move lightning fast. So it's on Nexa to make this one work. He's going to go straight down, and Nork, you could see, in a little bit of trouble here. Flash is going over. He's being pushed from the catwalk as well. He goes down, and Jacob will follow quickly. So it all collapses in a couple of seconds.
It does. You just save what you got here. Now Virginia take back the lead. Getting close now. 2 rounds away from that decider. For a long time, it didn't feel like it was a real possibility, but they have started again to showcase just what they've got up their sleeve. And we liked an RV Juniors T-side at times, especially in towards map number 1, and we're proving to ourselves now why. 2 rounds away. It's such an important round to take, but not only just taking the round itself, it's how they go about it. Super effective. Not even a point of damage as well. The definition of flawless, and no ability for BC Game to hunt at the end. Simple and effective. Save comes through. Oh, Cypher goes down at the end there. So it's just the one. M4. Like I said, money's not really that much of an issue for BC Game, but that's a tough round to lose because it's just you can't look back at that and say, oh, if I did this thing better, we could have had a chance. They just got annihilated there. Now Virginia going to call for their second time out. They understand how close they are to pushing this towards a third.
Yeah, they're putting on a really, really good show here. And it's, again, the kind of commit to some of these fights, their timing between long and short in this particular position, or in the last round, was very, very cool. And we want to see more stuff like that. I think it's what caught my eye the first time they were playing Ents, and they are finding a way to replicate some of those positions a little bit here. Money's running dry on the BC Game side. We're 1 round apart. Na'Vi Jr. How cool would it be if they could actually find a third map in this series? I think that in itself would be kind of a victory for them. We'll see if they can find a way to make it even more interesting. But that's really cool so far. I mean, 2 rounds away from making this happen. Out long with the spawn, smoke and flash across, and even an incendiary just to make sure. But no chance for the AWP to find an early kill.
Even waiting for another extension here. I don't think he'll be giving it a smoke down to slow them down. Mid control will be taken. Haven't got too much to work with towards long. They don't realize it yet that they could actually start to move out there. It's being completely given up by BC Game. A double smoke, and they've fallen off the angle completely. It looks like, at least for Jukas, he's going to re-aggress. This Cypher fight here is so important. The flashbang comes through. It shouldn't affect Cypher too badly, but it will get the AWP off the angle.
Some damage on the Nexa. They are trying to do for a bit of a mid-round retake here coming out from BC Game. It's one of those really cool maneuvers. Again, it can backfire, but sometimes waiting around is even more dangerous. So I do actually approve. I think this is a sick way to try and do it. Look at the find here. Jacob, he's going to get caught mid-air, pushing in through lower dark. Cypher through the smoke, and I think he couldn't really see anything. They're going to get prime taps to the back of the side. It's Cemetery. He must have seen something. I don't think that was a straight smoke shot there. Kerbani does go down, and the question is, could Nork win the round on his own? 30 seconds. They are returning back. This is actually still a dangerous round. They've got to be careful. The smoke is huge, and yeah, he's left just guessing. If they didn't have that smoke, though, you could see how they could get picked apart. But now instead, they're going to be ready. They're going to get the bomb planted, and what can Nork do about it?
Unfortunately, it feels like nothing, and I think he even realizes that himself. He's trying to save here. And it's a luxury he might not even get. Map point, Na'Vi Jr. on their opponent's map pick. This is the same vein that we saw against Nexus, where you dominantly take map number 1, but map number 2 on your own map pick, you just fall a little flat. It's unfortunate. It seems to be something that plagues BC Game a little bit. They're going to require to seriously lock in towards that third and final. Or can they push it towards overtime? That's not going to help. Down he goes. And Demon sees him off. Oh, there if you want it. But you've already got one for Cemetery. You're not really going to double up on that T side. Beautiful stuff for Na'Vi Jr. Map point. And 2 rounds to close it out. And BC Game look a little deflated.
Yeah, I would say so. This is kind of interesting. Na'Vi Jr., great work in making the recovery so far. 2 chances for BC Game to upset the situation. And I still think I'm going to commit to the point that going for that mid-round retake of mid and catwalk is a really, really sick idea. Not a lot had to go right for that to be the what changes everything for them. Close enough that it's worth it, but it does backfire a little bit. 4 AKs, 1 AWP on the T side, and for the CT side, unfortunately, it's just it's a rough buy to look at. But it's also the kind of buy, to be honest, again, that does... It's tricky, because you want to be aggressive with this kind of buy. It feels bad to try and play long or the backup B bomb side with an MP9. But the other side is, if Na'Vi Jr. can guess the economy, and they surely can, they might just play a very slow default here and say, just don't let them run you down, you know, just not worth it.
Yeah. Great news for Na'Vi Jr. I think this map has proved to them that all 5 can step up, and they don't require the big name of Makaze to constantly put up 20 plus for them to have a chance to win maps, right? He's actually been a little quiet. By his standards, the quietest in the server for his team. And even still, they're making this one look good. Cypher waiting for a swing here. BC Game, they were able to overcome exactly the same sort of thing from Na'Vi Jr. when they tried it, so interesting that they think they could do something a little different. There's an AWP. An AWP, I said. There's a rifle of prime taps at range. Help out for Cypher here. Smoke down. He might want to play out in front of this, but he's just a dead man walking. I don't like that setup. The smoke down on top of Cypher, that made his life so difficult.
Yeah, it really did. Kerbani here. Oh my god.
Wow.
How does he hit that shot? He's running behind the wall. I just don't even know how that works. Sickening reactions from Kerbani. 40 seconds now, and this is kind of... It almost seems like a lost cause here. Nexa, sure, you can sneak in, but again, it's the MP9 at range. He does get a crazy double kill. That is so much more than I was expecting. Still leaves his team in a very, very hard round to win here, with Kerbani getting the headshot and Demon on the other side. And Na'Vi Jr., they steal away that second map. So absolutely well played. Does mean we'll have a third here in our semi-final to decide who goes to face off Bait in the grand final. I'll be on Mirage coming up, so I must say I'm really impressed. Na'Vi Jr. answering back and maybe exposing PC Game for some of their flaws, but we'll see if it's enough to actually take the whole thing in the third map. But we'll get a bit of analysis before we get there, so stay with us and let's see what happens.
Oh man, BC Game, they dropped the ball there. It was looking so good for them at one point in the second half. They started off their defensive half wonderfully, making up for their struggles in the first half, but they just couldn't keep it together right up to the end there. Like I said, I think they just get a little bit ahead of themselves, but let's draw this one back to the beginning of the map. So, Na'Vi Junior, I think the core reason they were so successful on the CT side here is that all of the individuals across the board were pitching up in a pretty big way. You know, they're very spread out on the defense. CT side does too. Often left to your own devices, you have to hold your ground, and I feel like the individuals are just ripe and ready, man. They were locked in, hitting some very good shots. Just like I said, mechanics on point across the board there, not just one or two players popping off, and that's why the defense across the map was cast so nicely for Na'Vi Junior. You know, whether BC Game tried to go in towards that B bomb site, they really struggled there. Middle A, I mean, in general, I think BC Game had some good openings in their rounds. I think that's some okay mid round. I think where they fell apart was the actual execute. They couldn't really capitalize on the good positions that they got themselves into on the T side and then convert those into rounds that they would go on to win. That was one of the main issues for BC Game. Openings were fine, but like I said, it was actually those conversions from those good positions to try and get into the bomb sites themselves where they kind of tended to fall short. I think Cemetery had a far improved performance on the AWP as well, especially on the CT side of the map. He really did pitch up in a big way for his team and certainly did make a difference compared to what we saw on Ancient. And then we flip things across to the second half. Starts off, things are going swimmingly for BC Game at this point. They're winning most of the rounds. They were even able to get themselves a lead, and that's where the kind of conversation for me about them maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves comes into consideration, because they start actually just overplaying their hand a little. I think where, you know, they're maybe pushing a little bit more. They're taking fairly aggressive postures in the round where they're trying to force opening kills, and I think Na'Vi Junior adjusted their approach really well in the later stages of that second half, where they were just playing up passive defaults, man. They were just waiting for BC Game to make their moves, make their plays, knowing that they do enjoy playing a dynamic CT side. Na'Vi Junior just posted up and punished those plays, get those early advantages, and then go on to convert those advantages. I think if we're going to highlight an individual in particular in that second half, for me, it would have to be Krabeni. I think he was so good at taking space and just reading the round and kind of getting a good idea as to how BC Game were set up in the moment, and then being able to then take advantage of that by finding the gaps and exploiting them. You know, often the man that was separated from the pack, maybe making a play short, maybe trying to find a kill in middle. He was the guy who was actually doing a lot of damage to make sure that they could then convert those opening kills into round wins. So very good work coming through from Na'Vi Junior there on the T side. There was a very measured approach from them in general. I think it's a good word to use in terms of how they went about their business. Really, not much risk at all. They always had their numbers to trade when necessary, just covered all their bases, and then really didn't have to do huge amounts in the rounds to win them themselves. Like I said, just punished the opening players there from the CT side, and then had the numbers advantage to get the job done from there. So that's the second map of the second semi done and dusted. Both teams winning each other's map pick means we're going to require a third map here. We're going to go the distance. That third map is going to be Mirage, and we know that Mirage has been delivering the goods lately. So we're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we'll see which of these two teams will join Bates in the grand final. A third map required between these two teams to see who will book themselves a date with Bait a little bit later on this evening in the grand final of CCT Series 18 here in Europe. I'm joined by Neokai and Anders. You guys have quite the shift going on today, covering both semis and the grand final. Neo, what are the energy levels like now that we've got a 3-mapper going on here in the semi?
They're about to be fantastic, mate. Don't you worry. They're about to be absolutely...
Just don't pull a Nexa, please,
yeah,
whatever
yeah,
you
they're about to be flawless, I'm telling you. I'm going to be losing it in map 3. But no, yeah, quite the shift there, in all fairness. But we're excited because I think it gives us a good understanding of like how the whole playoffs has progressed, and in towards the final, we've spoken a lot about it, how important these games are for VRS ranking and moving in towards tier 1. And this is exactly what I say. Both of these sides, not really Na'Vi Junior, but I guess it's more like preparing themselves for not an inevitable move, but maybe a probable move at some point towards like a top team. Yeah. But for BC Game and for Bait, they are trying to go back in towards tier 1. I think for Bait, more or less already there. I think they're like 22nd in the world currently, so they are basically already there. BC Game are ramping up quite rapidly as well, so I like what I see. These games are so important. Quite the long shift, but a very, very good map of Counter-Strike from Na'Vi Junior, in all fairness. And I think they responded so well after basically being a bit of a no-show in towards map number 1. Fantastic, right? You know, when you're a young player, it's quite easy to just dwell on the past. And they've just moved past it very, very quickly, and now set themselves up for potentially an upset here.
And it's just going back to the point about how much you guys have been casting this playoff bracket and doing all 3 games today. Something I really enjoy as a commentator is getting to follow a playoff bracket through, so when you do get to the grand final, it's not like you're just being inserted straight into that stage of the competition. I mean, you guys have a very good idea of how a lot of the action is unfolded, which is nice just for context and storylines, right?
Yeah, I agree. Also, I feel like a little bit less of an outsider. I feel like I've been covering some of these CCT stuff now. You know, like it takes a little bit of getting used to. You know, like who are the players? What are the teams like? How do they play? How do you know? There's a bit of a learning curve for it. So yeah, I think it's great. I'm super thankful, and it's also fun because it's not the same teams it's not like we're just running, you know, the same bracket every single series, right? Like it's new teams all the time, making it deeper. You know, we have one of these times where it was Perryvision with James, you know, suddenly coming out of nowhere and doing super well. So I think it's really cool just to get to follow these storylines. And for Na'Vi Junior, again, I mean, I think even if they lose the 3rd map here, it's a cool story that they're able to take this fight to BC Game. So it's already a bit of a victory. We'll see if they can follow it through, but I remain somewhat hopeful. I feel like I'm still seeing a lot of good signs, and you know, it's a tough opponent they're up against, so they should be proud already.
I mean, you did back them coming into the series, and I feel like you're already somewhat vindicated regardless of what happens in this 3rd map, just because of the fact that they have pitched up and played some good Counter-Strike, particularly on Dust 2. Now we go to Mirage, fellas. Now, with the way we've seen this game unfold so far, we've had, I mean, pretty puggy maps across the board. You know, it's quite a blanket statement to use, but it's just one of the vetoes, one of the series of maps here where it's not like it is too much crazy tactical or methodical depth here on display. A lot of it is just brute force and individuals having some big rounds. What do you expect going into Mirage based on what we've seen in the series so far, Neo?
That's the ultimate question, right? Because on paper, this is the even map, right? Both of them played it 9 times, 56% win rate. So it's a bit of a coin flip in terms of who to expect. And when you consider that, you know, for BC Game coming off the back of 2 losses on this, right, to Nexus and Eyeballers, which I'm going to be frank, I don't really see them as kind of the better sides, really, in the world. And on the flip side, you've got Na'Vi Junior, who've got 3 wins under their belt back-to-back. Chimera, don't know too much about, of course, played in the early part of the CCT, but then Ents, 13-3, and then Guns, literally just, yesterday, right? So they're on a 3-map win streak. Maybe arguably you're leaning in favor of Na'Vi Junior here.
Well, we're going to wait and see, and we're not going to have to wait much longer either, because that 3rd and final map is live. Is it going to be BC Game? Is it going to be Na'Vi Junior? Well, there's 1 map left to tell the tale.
Oh yeah, let's get into it. I think, Hayes, we're going to see how this one plays out. I'm certainly excited, and Na'Vi Junior, again, do they have what it takes? They've already got 2 smokes and a couple of flashbangs. Doesn't tell the story. I feel like a lot of the times, I was about to say, a lot of the times what we're seeing are actually just those smokes being deployed for a B take, so you smoke off market and short, but already they are trying to do it for mid control, so quite interesting. A flash surely going to be coming over, backs off the wall, trying to get in close. They found 1 target already, and actually the CTs probably should have backed away from this fight. It felt like they weren't coordinated for a swing. Obviously, one of them was smoked off in the window, so they couldn't even get into the fight, but the other 2 weren't really fighting at the same time. Another fantastic flashbang to take care of prime taps. I mean, this is like a little dance, like it's choreographed this way.
Yeah.
How sick for Na'Vi Junior.
My God, these guys look great. Na'Vi Jr., they've kept that confidence up from map 2, and oh my, another really solid pistol from them. 2 for 3 on pistols on the T side, and both of the pistols that they've won have been incredibly quick. Krabeni going to fight towards the end, and next are going to get caught as well. Last man of Cypher. He's sort of trying to hide in plain sight here in mid, but easier said than done. I feel like, you know, he hears steps in towards window. It's probably connected. He needs to be more careful. Oh my God. Jumps past him. Down he goes in the end. Just a consolation kill. Great one, though, for Na'Vi Jr. That's the start we want to see. And if they can get this T-side rocking and rolling again, I'm actually quite concerned, Anders.
Yeah, I think there is definitely reason to be. But well played at the end. There was just so much coordination coming up on the side. You could see that they had a plan that they wanted to execute, and you know, the fact that they had the 2 flashbangs, especially the second one for the connector to push on through their own smoke, is such an insane sign that you've really done your homework and that you know what you're doing. And it's not just that, it's the follow through. It's sticking to the plan even when you run into a bit of opposition, a bit of chaos, whatever it is. It's just such a good sign for a team that they don't look like suddenly half the team has forgotten what it's about, or you know, some of them are a little bit slowed down and somebody doesn't want to go through a smoke like that. It's just really nice to see. So it makes me happy. More of that, please. And yeah, good position to be in for Na'Vi Jr. But on the other side for BC Game, we'll see if they can do some damage and get back into the game early on. That can happen and it can change a lot. But if they go on to lose the next couple of rounds here, then yeah, maybe there is a reason to at least be a bit worried.
Okay. It's a quick match medic, and then we're back underway. EC game. No buy-in towards this one as expected. CT force buys very really working out, especially in this series. But Na'Vi Jr., a 2-0 start. They win that next gun round as well. BC games start to really dwindle behind in terms of chances of meeting Bait in the final. And probably off the back of map number 1, I wouldn't have been too surprised if, you know, Bait had started their prep a little bit for BC game, thinking, all right, cool, I guess it's going to be them that we meet later on in, well, about a couple of hours, right, at this rate. But it seems like now they've got to take a step back and say, actually, it genuinely might not. Let's have a moment here, and we could actually be genuinely seeing the youngsters of Na'Vi Jr. get into the final, which would be huge.
Yeah, it really would be. Krabeni, good couple of kills here. Ooh. I still like the idea of the mid push coming up for BC game. A lot of damage. Could have been a 3rd kill. Cypher. Is there going to be some help? Oh, he's back for more. That's 4 kills in the round for Krabeni. Again, I must say, showing that he's got a lot to offer as an individual. Really cool. But like I said, a couple of kills. What do you expect? It's just USB, so I'd say still kind of a W for BC game. The question is if they can convert this next round. That's obviously going to be the real big test for them.
Exactly. This is the important one. This gun round has to get going. If it doesn't, I then will get really, really worried. Things could very quickly start to dwindle away. So, let's see. I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. But it's been a really interesting game from Na'Vi Jr. where it feels like they're continually finding form. Juga's going to try to set the tone out from Palace. He is smoked. He might want to go through this to support his team. And now they're out, one spotted. And a nice little 1-for-1. Krabeni, relentless as always.
Yeah. Bomb plant going through. They're so far away. Ooh, Nork pushing on through. Half the team has kind of already given up on this round. But Nork's position is kind of interesting. He is going to get found out. I kind of almost wonder if there would have been a way to try and hide out on the bomb side and do some tricky stuff. And Na'Vi Jr. must have been confused about that, because they were finding people still on the A-bomb side, while Nork is over on the other side pushing his way through. Jacob here without a kit, so I'm not really worried about the round going the way. Thinks it's just going to be some attempted exits perhaps here. It's looking pretty good for that as well. Cemetery goes down, so ooh, okay. That's a really exotic attempt at a wallbang. It's going to be another round here coming through for Na'Vi Jr. And yeah, it's not a great sign for BC game, is it?
No. Definitely one that worries you again. If Na'Vi Jr. are able to make the bonus buys work as effectively as they just did, just start to reinstill these ideas that there's only, at the moment, one team really in this. Early attack ball is going to be called, and very understandably so by BC Game. They really need to slow this down. They also need to decide what they're going to do themselves in towards this next. Do we force buy in around what we've got, that double AK, or do we sort of take a bit of a step back in terms of the investments and full buy in towards the next? And I've started seeing a lot more teams go for that, you know, force buy here of some regards and try and utilize as much as they can. It looks like with MP9 coming through, not a force, it's a half investment. Few greater pistols, MP9, double AK. A workable buy by BC Game, but so far Na'Vi Jr. really not pulling any punches or feeling that uncomfortable. Krebeni 8-1 for the IGL. He's loving life in the server. And the real hope is that just continues. He's been so good.
Yeah, keep it up. Don't slow down now. 3-0 in their favor. There is, and again, I think another attempt to try and put some pressure on the middle. They might be boosting up towards the catwalk position. I'm assuming that is going to get smoked up if they go for this execute. So I think that double position on the catwalk might not be that important. It probably will be down to Nexa with the MP9, unfortunately. Deep Molotovs trying to rein in here, putting all the pressure they can, but they're not committed. And I like this from Na'Vi Jr. Whatever it was that made them feel slightly unsure about this, they're pretty quick to say, okay, just call it off. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds. We don't actually have to do anything.
Yeah.
Just back on out. See if you can, unlike on Dust 2 on Long, you can go back from this B lane if you want to. You can kind of walk away from it. So if you don't feel 100%, just go back, check it out, see if anything's popping up behind you, if you're getting flanked, and then you could even recommit if you want to.
Yeah, we do not need to commit here. Under a minute. A slow roll as they're, again, internally sort of deciding where we want to go. Progression now, bomb in the back. 4 players here ready to move, and in they come. Pinan up close next. He's got to go huge here. Doesn't actually confirm the first, but thankfully we'll get a second. A Deagle rotates over in time. It's scrappy. 2 versus 2.
Around 24 seconds here. Bomb is down. Cypher is on the other side of the smoke. Krabani, this is all well and good if he could get the shot, but he can't. And it leaves Makaze in a very tough, if almost unwinnable round. Have to try and find that bomb. It's actually very nearly a shot through. He's picked up the bomb, but it's only 8 seconds left. They should push him no matter what. Yeah, this is an automatic push every single time. He gets the bomb plant. If he comes off it, he's going to lose the round. If he stays, well, you see what happens. So, wow, BC Game kind of stealing around. That's very well done.
It's true. You'll take that. That is for sure. BC Game, it really felt like they had no right to win that, if we're being completely honest. They do a good job of settling the nerves there. I really thought when Nex doesn't get that first kills, they're jumping out of apartments on Balg. I was a little worried. If Krebeni had got that kill too on Prime Taps, the round actually definitely could have been on as well. But small things go wrong for Na'Vi Jr. and it will. Yeah, first round for BC Game, finally. But it can't just be the first. It's got to be the first of many. They have to make this CT side stick, and it has to be actually, you know, incredibly strong, I think, as well. The T side of Mirage can oftentimes take a long time to get going.
Yeah, no question. There's Nork.
Nice shot.
Taking on Jugis. They're going to be pushing straight into it. I do like the attempt here with the speed behind this one. Cypher's going to be going down. Grenade training down. And Nork, he could be in a little bit of trouble. The Tech-9's getting close to him. He's going to get one more kill, but he does get shot straight down. So an attempted change pace here for Na'Vi Jr. And so far, so good. Now, there is a quick flank. Might be quicker than they realize. Although I think Jacob actually revealed himself. So now they should know that someone is slipping up behind them. Prime Taps on the other side. That's going to be not that much of a surprise. So unless Jacob can work some absolute magic here, I'm sure that this is going to be problematic. You can see he's really trying to negotiate that with the grenade in hand. He's going to go down. And that leaves Prime Taps no chance to win the round any longer here. Na'Vi Jr., this is huge. They lose a round, but it is down to 2 people alive for BC Game. And then this next one, they bounce right back into it. Great shots, but with no kit. It's just never going to happen here. So yeah, nice triple. It's pretty expensive, but it's not a good position here for BC Game to be in.
No, not at all. Na'Vi Jr. Super fun to watch them like this. Again, continuing to prove to us just how good they actually can be and what the depth looks like for this side. They're proving a hell of a lot in terms of maybe it isn't all about experience.
Yeah, I think with leadership you can go really far, right? If you all have the same vision, if you all really believe in the project and you think it can work, that does go a long way. I feel like that's what they're running on at the moment. It's very nice to see. But again, I mean, we've already seen even in this best of 3 what some of the individuals on PC game can do. And like I said, I've seen some weakness in this lineup. This is where I really want for somebody like a Jacob or a Cypher to be called into action and say, hey, listen, guys, we can just get the rifles out, beat up these kids. It's going to be fine. We can do it. You want to see that kind of confidence because they should have the strength to do it. And I don't want to see them disappear too much. But a 4-1 scoreline is kind of an issue. And if they lose this round, they're going to be completely broke once again. Nice scope coming in. Is he realizing? Oh, my God. It's shocking that he lives. He comes back for the kill. Nok playing a sick level here with the AWP. That is probably a bit fortunate that he gets away with that. But whatever. He gets the job done.
Swing. And a fine from Jugas. It's still not impossible. I just want to say, look at the HP. That's the thing that really worries me. He just catches a lip there. Second one goes a little deep, but thankfully, Cypher was ready to fight. BC game, big ground, needed, necessary, all the words we want to use, but for them, they just have to find a start and a strong one. It's a tough old predicament that we're in, I think, for BC game in terms of with a slow start, you can start to get in your own head a little bit. But I think you're right. You've got to call on not even just the youngsters, right? Because, Cypher and Prime Taps are really trying to fight as much as they can. But even like the experience of Jacob, just your rifling core and say to them, right, you guys need to prove your worth here in a way, right? And say, you guys, you're better, right? If you're next to, you're saying to these guys, you're individually better than them. I'm going to try and do everything I can to facilitate that you guys find favorable fights and that you can get in towards this game. And that's a better round. Na'Vi Jr. Double eco spot, so force bite for them. And yeah, a tough one. This is a good opportunity for BC Game to get very close, if not tie up the game with how kind of money is so short.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Obviously, you don't want to have to win around like that for this to work out. Can't see Nork necessarily. If you replay that attempt there's going to be a couple of times where he just gets crushed on the second kill. But like I said, sometimes you just need a way to get back into the round, and that was it for Nork at the very least. Pistols here, Tech 9s. One good flash, you could set something up, but Nork at such a deep distance here that he's far outside of the reach of flashbangs. Cypher in the middle, just running in there. Realizes there's someone throwing through the smoke. He's not wrong about that. And with the bomb lost and everything else, maybe there could be a little bit more damage, but there's not going to be any chance of winning this round here. So BC Game getting a third, which again is, it's definitely not too late to make a comeback for them, right? Even if it's impressive for Na'Vi Jr., you got to remember there's still a lot of the half left.
Exactly. Tech 9. Spot anything out? It might not matter anyway. Jugas. It's a matter of time for him. It's a very good setup for BC Game. It's unlosable in every single way, and Prime Tap's going to make sure of that. So the force buy put to bed easily. Only the one casualty, and even that one casualty did so well, Jacob, with his double. 1 round game, no money for the T side, so it will, and it should be that tied position, and hence why Na'Vi Jr. called for a pause of their own. They were definitely feeling, a little concerned, and rightfully so. Game is opening up. Mirage seems to continuously deliver at that top level, at the pro level, and this is another indicator of it. Very back and forth and very hard to call at the moment.
Yeah, nobody can really necessarily say how this is going to be playing out. But with the lack of money here, best we can hope for Na'Vi Jr. is to get, 2 or 3 kills. 3 is probably pushing it. Turns out so even was 2, or 1 for that matter. They're going to be a clean round coming in here, BC Game, just shutting it down, putting an end to the nonsense, which means we are now tied up at a 4-4 scoreline. Yeah, this is just a good little comeback here. It's good to see, probably building a bit of confidence on the BC Game side, even if they know that some of these rounds were a bit easier. They're getting the job done.
Alrighty. tied, this gun round. Very important for Navi Jr. You lose this, and actually BC Game could guarantee that 6th at the bare minimum at the tail end of the half, and it'll be a pretty important spot for them. A really solid recovery, all things considered. Jacob's playing in around Con here. I think he's realizing as mid-control's lost, it's maybe not worthwhile completely committing to sticking around. That's why they sort of retracted. We got a double setup around bottom stairs and one in towards window. Jacob, oh my god, we're fading the smoke. I don't love that play from Demon. It always feels like it just never works out.
Yeah, it's risky. Oh, spinning around, Cypher ready at all times to take that battle. Kerbani, even if he wins that battle, he gets dinked, and he is just the walking dead here. Peeks into the AWP, so it's a really nice pre-fire. It's a good job, I suppose. Doesn't really make a difference here. Not doing quite enough damage early on, and not really the utility either to try and make that round work, I think. So that's unfortunate, but not so much with BC Game. Again, like we said, it's too early to really call it. There's still a lot that could be decided. 5-4 now. We're back with a couple of Tech-9s here to see if they can make anything work, and yeah, I mean, there is always a way. They're still going after the A ramp, which is a bit interesting with Tech-9s. I feel like the B site is maybe the more obvious choice here. Nice HE to slow them down. Prime taps. Now he's going to know he's hearing the footsteps, and they're running right into that M4. Clean work from him. 20 bullets and 3 kills. Pulls out the pistol. Nearly gets the ace there, but yeah, just a good cleanup. No real threat here, and that's suddenly, look at the amount of rounds in a row here. BC Game just running it back.
Yeah, beautiful. No complaints. BC Game looking great. There's that guarantee of the sort of tied game now and the risk that we currently find ourselves in. Navi Jr.'s second attack pause, and I think Anders very understandably so. This is a map in which, yes, it is CT-sided, but honestly, I do have a lot of worry for Navi Jr. They've lost control. They're not building up any stability now. Things are starting slowly but surely to dwindle, and it worries me. BC Game are not a side that you want to give space to. You give them an inch, they'll take it a yard, the average saying, but it genuinely feels like the case here.
Yeah,
it's tough, man.
And again, this is also where the experience factor comes into it, because the truth is, this is exactly how you can end up, losing a match. Is suddenly, you lose too many rounds on the this first half, and some of the momentum goes away. You don't feel quite as confident as maybe you did right at the outset. They were on a real roll. We'll see how they adjust. I feel like, again, the leadership factor here for Navi Jr. It really has been impressive. I feel like they've been doing a great job. I don't want to see them slip up on it now. And the truth is, if they can get even one more round here, it's still pretty good. I think 5 rounds, and we're going to say it's probably a bit of a victory for Navi Jr. Fight early on, and it's Kerbani just taking down Nexa. He individually has been massively stepping it up. And maybe that's even worth highlighting to some extent, is to say, with him having 12 and the next in line having 6, do Navi Jr. even have any of these rounds if he doesn't go nuclear in some of this? I kind of doubt it. Don't want to see that, though. I feel like the other version of Navi Jr. has been all about the teamwork and not just one person. So get back to that. Try and see if you can land some of these executes. Peeking right into connector. Jacob is here and nobody knows about it. Gonna be swift on that one. Gets the kill. McCarthy is there for the trade, but Cypher is just jumping out of the smoke in the window. He's just going for it. No fear whatsoever. 3 versus 3. There's still 45 seconds left, and they're trying to see if they can get anything more done before the bomb is planted. It will be Demon to go down. And Cemetery needs some backup back here. His teammates kind of left him for CT spawn. Not that that's... I understand why, but you could just tell he was fighting everyone all at the same time. 1 versus 3. And they have so much utility. BC Game, they should never lose this round. Nice headshot. Okay, that's kind of close, but good retake.
Yeah. Well, all that BC Game care about is that retake as well, right? Because it now guarantees them a lead heading into that second here. T-Side as well has some nice things to look back on, and for Navi Jr., it continues to cement this idea at the moment about them that they're similar to map number 1. It's about the gun rounds, right? If we completely take out map 2 and we look at what we see from maps 1 and maps 3, it's a thing of where for Navi Jr., without a pistol round and the preceding rounds that follow it because your economy is in a better spot, it actually would be on something like 2 rounds tops. gun rounds are just not adequate, right? And this is something that plagued them on Ancient. It's plaguing them again here. But a good start, as Jacob's going to get caught. The only issue is that hasn't really cost them that much, right? We've seen BC Game convert a few of these rounds already from a man disadvantaged spot.
Yeah, it's definitely not quite enough here. 7 rounds for BC Game now. Would love to see Na'Vi Jr. just try to get this one last round. If they can, say it's a pretty good cut down the middle, more or less. Certainly be happy with it if I'm Na'Vi Jr. Again, they're trying to get up this A ramp. They've been doing that quite a bit, and BC Game are actually taking a bit of a risk in pushing into the B hallways right now, is that they're going to know. That's why they're rotating a third player over to that A bomb site. Top mid position is potentially at risk. Smokes are being executed, but this is not a surprise. They already know, BC Game, that this is going to be happening. They should just play behind the smokes. I don't think there's any reason to push too much in front. Cypher, he's inside of the site, and he is at least the first point of contact. Wow, okay. Demon actually spins around, and they're going to be running back. 37 seconds, they can run back. What a call here for Na'Vi Jr. Never mind the AK. Wait, they're coming back into... This actually could be the devastating call. They might lose the round because of this. Cypher is saying already, hey, they're actually coming. Just wait. They're coming back for it. 20 seconds. Nobody's checking it. Cypher setting up. Quick spray down on one. 17 seconds as he gets the other. And it's just barely the kill on Nexa. But, my God, Na'Vi Jr. very nearly overcooking that round and giving it up. They will get 5 at the end. It's not bad, but that was a wild round.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort. Na'Vi Jr. actually get so fortunate there. He was so panicked, so flustered, and Cypher that he does so well. Man alive, that was so close. But, again, for Na'Vi Jr., I think maybe prove to themselves that they can make sort of these harder rounds work out, but now you've got to go in towards the second half and try and replicate what few successes you've had. And I'll keep saying it comes down to these gun rounds for me, but a pistol round to start off is an absolute necessity. Something that they have been pretty good on. They've had some nice protocols to work with. Let's see. This is so important. Now, Virginia, you lose this, and it might actually even ultimately cost you the map, and the series, and the final spot.
Yeah, it's already pretty impressive that they've made their way into the semi-final here, but obviously going all the way to the final, that'd be really sick. Like, could you imagine a story from their point of view? Just, not a bad position to be in, but it's not there yet. It might be locked, like you said, behind winning a pistol round. If they can, how sick would it be? Double dualies set up. They've got one flashbang on Krabani as well. Not seeing any kits in play, so yeah, just pointing it out. You could do what you like, but if you don't have the diffuse kits, there are some rounds that suddenly become very tricky, so we're going to wait and see.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, back alive. This pistol is super important. 2 sets of util. Alpha BC Game as well, and Nork and Nexa. So I'm expecting pretty interesting execute here. What we get, of course, we'll have to wait and see. On the flip side is Demon, who picks up no armor, but stopped over a pair of Julies. So there's Raid Boss for Makaze and Jugas, and there's also a flash in play for Krabeni as well. Julie's going to go up close. Both of them going in towards ramp. This is a bold call.
Yeah, firepower's not going to be lacking. Okay, they do engage, but now coming back out, the T's are jumping up the palace already. It's Makazi. This is where you need the extra bullets, but he's actually taken such a long time. They still managed to get the job done. This is the power of the dualies. If they had a USP instead here, it's guaranteed they lose the early engagement, and probably the round, to be honest. But the fact they can keep the fight going for such a long time without having to reload is one of the big strengths of it. They don't lose a single player, and I have no idea how. I really feel like, from BC Game, that probably should have had way more of an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe, sort of in hindsight for them, the choice to go for sort of lesser ramp control, but a dive out of Palace is, you know, it's risky, right? Because you're hoping things go right for you. You're hoping somebody's caught off guard. They even throw a flashbang out that doesn't do enough. It's big. I mean, it's one of those where for Na'Vi Jr., we were really worried about them. But at the same time, it's still that narrative that has to be disproved here about the gun rounds more than anything. And that's what I'm looking at. It's all well and good that you find yet another pistol. That's fantastic. But If you fall flat into the investments once again, especially when BC Game get them out, doesn't instill a lot of hope. Like, if we come in towards round number 15, guns come out for BC Game, and they make it look super simple, I go back to thinking, yeah, it's all well and good. You've got the pistol round of the force bar behind it, but it's making no difference to how momentum's feeling.
Absolutely not. Deep breath here. BC Game. Is there a chance for a bomb plant? They don't actually have the bomb in the palace. I feel like that's the normal way to try and run around like this. You know, dive out, hope that the Glocks pave the way, and that you can plant the bomb into confusion. Prime Tabs is certainly thinking about that, and committed to the idea. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference at all, because they just get mowed down. 3 for Cemetery with the FAMAS. Good for him to start to wake up a little bit. Demon is, again, at 4 kills. They're going to need to change that. Like, he has to get into the second half a bit more. But the score is tied up, 7-7.
Okay, here is a game starting and trying to develop. 7-all. This gun round, super important. I'm going to keep harping on about it because it has been such a big indicator. And this is looking very similar to what we saw, of course, in Ancient. See game. Put yourself back in towards a really solid spot right now. Smoke down, and Nade looked like he's prepping to go behind it. But Demon going to keep hold of it, at least for the time being.
Yeah, setting up to flash the middle, which you can do from the B-bomb site, but he's got other things on his mind all of a sudden. His hands are full with this potential B rush that's coming in. Nice Molotov to set it up. I love the idea, but he did get out for the kill on Prime Tab, so shutting down the start of it. There's plenty of time left, but the rest of the push here is in the middle, and Nork is in a really weird spot right now. If he dies, who knows what's going to happen to that bomb. It's Makazi getting a kill, Stugas as well, and suddenly Nork is alone. 1 versus 3. He's got a lot of time. This is technically a winnable round, right? If there was only 30 seconds now, I probably would say, no, that's never going to happen, but he can kind of walk for a long ways here and maybe find a kill on the A-bomb side and just go for it. Although this palace position for Na'Vi Jr. is really sick as well. I think his Julius up there. He can just camp out here, and he should probably win the round from this position. That's really nice.
Rear steps, at the very least. He should have heard that. Just waiting to see. You can really get the confirmation if he has heard it by the rotations coming through. And it feels like for now, Cemetery still staying put. There surely should be no way to safely plant here for Nork. There's a smoke and a flash. 10 seconds left. Smoke goes down. Oh, there we go. Well played, Bajugas. Patience is a virtue for them. And a super, super important round for Na'Vi Jr. Lead once again taken back in their favor. It's been a while too.
Yeah, I think it's really well done. A lot of threat in that B-bomb site, but BC Game, unfortunately, whenever you try to get the jump out of the B hallway there, so much is decided on whether or not you can actually find an opening kill, and they weren't really allowed to at the beginning. It was hard to get anyone to fight, so nicely done. 1 round lead. Nork charging through, Tech 9 in hand, trying to get close to anyone here as they swing out top mid. They're not going to find any targets. And again, that's the kind of discipline I was noticing when Na'Vi Jr. were playing against Ents. Why would you want to get close and take this fight? Like, you probably will win it anyway with the rifles, but the rounds that you lose those fights in, that's how you end up, getting knocked out. That's how you end up losing the whole series, because suddenly you've given something over instead. You're in the middle. Krabani, he's been very sharp, but this is definitely a weird fight that he somehow completely fumbles. And now, again, there's some threat here. Orb towards CT spawn. They actually push this thing in middle right now. Jacob going back to check, but I was going to say, all it takes is either for the Orb or the sandwich player in Jugas to go down, and you never know what's going to happen here. The bomb is being brought back towards the B-bomb site. Na'Vi could be in a pretty good position to deal with this, to be honest. This might fall flat just on the hallways push alone.
All right. Down. 16 points of HP for Jacob, but Nork hits another shot. This is still a little weird. Cemetery, he delivers. Cypher's got a rifle, double Tech 9, and we've jumped out here as well. Jacob, the clear bench, he spots it out at the very least, but down goes the bomb, and Jacob's all alone here. Gotta wait for that Cypher rotate. Comes in time. 1v1. Cypher takes a tag, but this round is still doable. Bomb collected, bomb planted. And now he's got to figure out where the last guy's coming from.
Smoke up on the one side here. Oh, he's got the right idea. AK versus AK, so health might not make the biggest difference in the world. It's really good pathing right now for Juki. He's certainly got the right idea. If he keeps going like this, I think he's going to have the advantage against Cypher, who's just not going to be pre-aiming this angle here. Does he check it? Oh, they both see each other right at the same time. That's wild. Wide swing here and low on health. It doesn't matter. The headshot is in. Cypher, I think, very, very lucky to be alive on that one. I've got to say, it's a sick clutch for him, but I think it's a very good chance that they normally would lose that round BC game, so that's cutting it close.
Yeah, it was definitely calmed over. Cypher was tunnel visioned in when he's playing in towards this sort of back corner, and somebody spots the pixel. You can see him sort of instantly react to it, but a little delayed. Really, really great work. He was already low, gets tagged even lower, but makes that 1v2 stick, 3 kills to his name, and so important for BC game. Needed a hero, and they get one. All tied square. Again, this is a brilliant Mirage, as we always expect.
Yeah, very nicely done. Cemetery spots somebody right over. Could have been an opening kill, but it's not. Gonna have to move that AWP somewhere else now, presumably. 1 minute and 20 seconds here. No real mid control for BC game. Now they're gonna go for some classic smokes. One of them landing towards the bottom of connector. There's a smoke in the window that's fading. How are they going to deal with that? They're not. They're just going to flash their way in. Oh, this could be very awkward indeed. Catwalk fight is about to commence, and Cemetery does get Cypher. They're going to win that against Nexa too. If Krabani would have gone down, and he does get traded, but that still puts a lot of pressure on the bomb side. I'm so shocked to see BC Game not pull the trigger on the site. I feel like there was an opportunity to just kind of go for it here.
Yeah, agreed. 40 seconds. We've got to go somewhere. Time starting to tick. It looks like they might be rotating back over towards A. Jacob's been holding those extremities of rotations, but there hasn't really been anything given over. Jacob's probably got to go first there. It's a disastrous crossfire in the sense that it could really cripple BC game if not cleared effectively. But what a shot and a reaction from Nork. Swing for a second and he'll get it. Oh, hang on. 2v2. Another clutch is brewing here. Oh.
He even knew that it was coming. Makazi, you could see he was pre-firing that. He was super ready for it, but doesn't quite land that headshot. So, gonna have to walk away from this one, unfortunately. BC game picking up a 9th round. These are just so unbelievably close, but unfortunately for Navi Junior as well, it's gonna end up becoming a big economic issue too, right? Because the longer this goes on, the less money they're going to have, and it'll just be very, very hard to win out at the end. So, had a close game here for the semi-final. It's really impressive.
Might be an exit here, potentially. No, Protoss will get away. He'll get out. He was definitely heard, but makes no difference. BC game. Inching closer and closer. Just a little bit ahead, right? And that's all that matters. And, of course, with that AWP save, it's a nice thing to have the AWP save, but there's nothing around it. I don't even think it's in a worthwhile spot to force around it. So if we could maybe have got like 1 or 2 rifles, even just the one, it could have been, pushed for a bit of a play around this. But they just got to hope that Cemetery can do everything. Maybe soften somebody up, but even still, this is a real big ask. They're all going to play out towards B, a 5-7 towards Balk. Prime Taps needs to be a little careful here. Thankfully, this has support, so it should get shut down. It will, just the first. Already gets one before falling, but honestly, 2 for 1, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, we take those all day. Out onto the site. Cypher. Mikazi up inside of the smoke with the USB. He's actually jumping on his head. Somehow wins the fight against Jacob, but again, it's not going to make a big difference here. AWP going to have to make a run for it. Going to be round number 10 picked up here from BC Game. This one obviously was going to be a little bit easier to start with. But yeah, credit to BC Game as well. Like they are turning it around. They were at a bit of a deficit at one point, and it kind of was looking a little bit weird for them. So it's good to see that they are able to to find a bit of a way back here.
This game's opening up. And it's getting very, very dicey for Na'Vi Jr. It feels like, at least at the moment, they're slowly but surely running out of chances. Got to that round, we're not expecting a lot. And the fact that they keep the AWP alive is actually all that matters. And Cemetery were given that luxury. So AWP kept in play. That is sort of the priority of that round. If you can make it a little bit expensive, which they do, couple of kills, you take the silver linings. Still, 10-8, 3 rounds away BC game from that grand final. It is close. This game is still up in the air, but, you know, for Na'Vi Jr., they can respond towards this next round and kickstart a little bit of their own momentum. Who knows? Not going to completely count them out just yet. Only a 2-round deficit, and money's still not super fleshed out for that BC game. So a couple of rounds on Na'Vi Jr. and T-Side economy is up in the air, and that's where they can start to showcase a bit of their own fortitude.
Yeah, no question. It's not over yet.
I've got to say though, Anders, this round feels like it is everything, right? You lose this and it's probably... You're basically playing for overtime at that point.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I think we're nearing the limit of what they can really handle on the Na'Vi Junior side. Mid control, heavily in favor of BC game, which opens up for this wicked split that's going to be coming in from 3 different directions. And, I mean, one good grenade, one good smoke here. Oh, it's actually going to be the HE to start it with. It's going to say if BC game can smoke off either jungle or CT spawn, then it's definitely on right away. Demon thinking about his timing on the other side. When is it time to go? Probably will try it now. Jacob with a very quick kill to come through. Still 50 seconds on the clock. It's McCarthy to go down next. And as you said, that smoke towards the CT spawn there, that blocks off one of the 3 players that was at the site. Oh, Duke is trying to get through to stop the bomb from being planted here. Unfortunately, it is not enough. And again, Cemetery, I feel like he's been alone in the last couple of rounds with the AWP trying to rotate in. Happens a lot when you're playing that B bomb site. He's trying to escape once again. But yeah, the problem is with so much mid control for BC game, the fundamentals for claiming that bomb site are just so good for them. All they really need is, you know, a bit of a smoke. I mean, they probably had more than one, but just smoking off one of the positions makes it such a hard defense.
It does. It really does. Tough predicament. Running out of time. Running out of chances. Getting to the point now where the potential is dwindling away from Na'Vi Jr., unfortunately. You're very much in that now or never spot, though. I mean, losing that is obviously always going to hurt.
Yeah, I think
they're playing for the win. They're not playing for OT. I kind of respect that.
Yeah, I would trust them to make this kind of a call too. I feel like they've been pretty good at you know, keeping the morale high, keeping the tempo high for some of these games. So let's go. Let's see if they can find a way to get back. Maybe a bit of a miracle. Or if not, then yeah, you're probably right. It's probably going to be too late, and it could be that they get knocked out, which would put BC game in the grand final against Bait, which will be coming up a little bit later today. Jacob back here. Again, not the most mid-control really for Na'Vi Jr. And yeah, if so, what they're doing is putting into Palace now. If you are going to give up the mid-control on the CT side, at least get something else for it, which in this case they are. They're trying to get some more information over on that side, and that should help them to rotate some of these people further to the B-bomb side, which actually, even as we speak, they are doing. You see, they're leaving the middle. This is all, from a theoretical point of view, it's all absolutely fine. Na'Vi Jr. doing a decent job. We'll see if it's enough to actually win the round, because the fight that's going to come out in Palace is going to be a big indicator of where this is going, and there's only one player here. If he wins against Prime Taps, he's got an AK. Yeah, Prime Taps should fall away from this. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it, but at the same time, the fact that they meet a player there, that should tell BC Game something too. They're still going to go through with the execute. This could be really dangerous.
Yeah, it could be. Prime Taps, big fine for him. Duke as he goes down for Benny and backside. There's a sandwich player who gets clear. Jacob, good work. A swing and a miss from Kabeni for the second knock. Quick flick, quick find. Okay, this could be it. We're saving Anders. That's it.
Yeah, really, really well done. Some great openings, great pathing coming in here from BC Game. They're not worried at all about running into the 5-7 earlier. They just power on through, and yeah, really, really well done. They're going to be at 12. They're 1 away from the grand final. And summoning some real strength here. This is one of those things that you like to see, which I feel like in some of the other PC games, games, wow, that I've been seeing, I feel like this is something that's been missing a little bit. I feel like once they go disappearing from the game, they have a really hard time getting back into it. So, more power to them. This is looking pretty good. And Na'Vi Jr., now, whether they want it or not, they are going to be fighting for overtime.
Yeah. They wanted to try and do it there and then to give them a chance back in, but not to be the third and final attack pause by Na'Vi Jr. Well, BC game, they don't often make life difficult for themselves. They love to push it towards the decider. We saw it against Nexus. We see it again here after taking map 1. But for them, I think the big thing, all that they'll care about a win, right? And they've got 4 opportunities to close it out and they're 1 round away. And you've got to say deservedly, this Mirage has looked really nice. We knew it was the litmus test. We knew it was the ultimate decider in this because of how both sides have the exact same track record. And actually, you know, we were talking about how Na'Vi Jr. 3-map win streak on this, whereas BC Game had lost 2 out of the last 3. It was an internal thing where you could maybe lean a little bit, but BC Game have done so well. It comes back to what I'll continue to say, those gun rounds, they've actually, for the most part, been quite lopsided. Molly in towards top boxes. Jump up and towards short. Cemetery will nade open the smoke. Oh my god, he gets close there. An instinctual shot that whisks past.
So we're coming down to this right now. Na'Vi Jr. Whatever the stats say, they need 4 in a row to secure this overtime. Tall order right now. They are a bit more present in the middle, Na'Vi Jr. I think that might be something that they're going to go back and look at for the demos. Is the same. There were a lot of rounds here where BC Game were allowed to take a lot of mid control for not that much, and maybe that's something you wanna go back and research a little bit more and see if that's actually going to be worth it. But at least they are towards connector here, and on the other side too, they got Krabani, who's kind of looking in. They're not seeing or feeling really anything. This must be a weird feeling for them. Is Nexa going to throw mid-smoke from T-spawn? Yeah, he is. So, trying to smoke it off here as they push out into Cypher. Just murders 2 of them. That's really brutal. But the smoke's going up as well. There's 1 landing at top connector. Oh. This is going to feel like another A-push, right? They've just done a couple of these. So, Na'Vi Jr. are going to be saying, man, it must be another A-push. But it's not. It's going to be a B attack instead. So, they've done a remarkable, really, really strong call coming out from Nexa towards the end. Absolutely selling the idea of that kind of an A-crunch when, in fact, it was all B all along. Well done. And it's BC Game to hit the grand final up against Bait. Super cool match here towards the end for them.
Yeah, Na'Vi, you know, for them, I think that, you know, there's a lot they can take away from that game. I think they can actually be quite proud of themselves. First of all, not only in this matchup specifically, you know, pushing aside of BC Game's quality of distance, but actually this tournament. You know, for them, a semi-finals run, making it to Super Sunday, that is really impressive. This is a side that have a lot of talent. And most, if not all of these players, have a really, really bright future in Counter-Strike. And, you know, they're setting themselves up for potential offers down the line. But really, really cool game, I think, is the main thing. And I think for BC Game, granted, they did make life a little hard for themselves going towards that third. But they get it over the line. And they now set themselves up with a really interesting game against Bait a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup for them in the grand final for sure. But they managed to get across the line against Na'Vi Jr. It was a hard-fought game. You know, we had a 13-7 scoreline on Ancients, and it felt like that was probably... I feel like that scoreline almost flatters Na'Vi Jr. a little bit with how dominant BC Game were in the first map. Yeah, we have 13-8, so almost the exact same scoreline, but this game was way closer. Many of these rounds going down to the wire. I mean, both pistol rounds won by Na'Vi Jr. here on Mirage as well certainly did boost their campaign. But I think Nexa, despite the fact he didn't actually get that many kills, I feel like he calls a really good T-side there in the second half of BC Game. Some really good reads, some good decisions, some good changes of pace in the mix there as well. Very difficult for Na'Vi Jr. to try and counter, and man, did Cypher pop off. What a great game coming through from him, even just putting the finishing touches on the job there as well with his triple kill. So that is a performance to be proud of for BC Game. Prime Taps also just deserves a highlight, especially in the first half. I feel like he was one of the big reasons as to why BC Game were able to get back in the game. I mean, they started slow on both halves. Down 4-1 in the first half, down 3-0 at the start of the second. And those were 7 of the 8 rounds they ultimately lost throughout the map. So, yeah, very good work in the gun rounds where it mattered the most there for BC Game, as they will seed themselves into the grand final against Bait a little bit later. Now, I don't think we're going to be taking like a 10 or a 15-minute break and then jumping into the grand final. I think BC Game probably deserve a bit more of a breather than that. But let's just get a quick look at the bracket as we have now reached the final. We've reached the final match here. We have made our entire way through into the grand final. And as I remember, you actually picked Bait as your team to make it through from the left side of the bracket. They prevail. Can't remember who you actually chose from the right side. Was it BC Game?
Actually, did I?
You remember?
I might have said Navi Junior all
think it
along.
was
I
a
might have
Navi.
been so I might have been so impressed by them. I just said, yeah, let's go. You know, I was
Fair
ready.
enough. I mean, they get incredibly close. I mean, a really good showing from them. One to be proud of, like you were saying there. But I feel like we've actually got the two teams who are probably in the best form coming into the playoffs that have reached the grand final now.
Yeah, exactly. Two sides who are, I think, on the cusp and the precipice of making it to Tier 1 and are really proving why they're just that slight bit ahead of the rest of the pack. And, you know, honestly, real credit to them, right? I think regardless of the result, they've both proven to themselves the level that they're at and actually how good their individual kind of performances at Counter-Strike are. And I think it is only a matter of time before we see them playing, even if it is like the play-ins for top tournaments, but being at those Tier 1 lands.
So I've got a question for you, Anders. It's generally a question that, or a topic that gets spoken about a lot when you have the semi-finals on the same day as the grand final. You know, Bait obviously played earlier today. They had a pretty breezy series against 9 Pandas. They wouldn't have exerted too much energy, but then again, you could make a point that maybe they weren't as warm and not really flowing as much as a unit, not having the same reps. And whereas BC Game have come off the back of a marathon series, but still certainly a lengthy one where they had to work quite hard to get across the line. So which camp would you rather be in going into this grand final, keeping those thoughts in mind?
Man, I think if it was a quicker or more like easy victory for BC Game, I'd probably say I'd rather be the team that's kind of just been playing. But because it was a bit of a struggle and a bit of a tug of war at one point there, I think Bait are going to be quite happy to just sit down and relax. And again, like, you know, we saw them at the first game of the day, right? They didn't come in slow, so I don't see why they would do that now. I think they're going to be absolutely fine. So probably for this particular scenario, probably would be rather be on Bait's side here.
Okay. All right, well, we know that we will have a slightly extended break here, so BC Game can just have a little bit of a breather and regather themselves, and you guys deserve one as well, right? So enjoy the break, fellas. I won't be participating in the grand final like I initially expected. Unfortunately, some tech issues on my side, thanks load shedding, but it's from one caster, one co-caster to the other. We're going to have Trav, and I can rest assured that he will be covering the sea quite well. He's enjoy his company. Treat him well, look after him. But guys, thank you for joining me here for the second semi-final. Don't go too far. Production, what was the word on how long we're going to have to wait for that grand final, just so I can update everybody?
An hour, I think.
About an hour? Okay, so we have about an hour, guys.
Okay.
It's actually an extended break, a nice lengthy break here before we delve into the depths of that grand final. Bait, BC Game. Do Bait get another title here in CCT Season 2? Do BC Game find their first and just keep up the great work we've seen from them? Well, those questions will be answered in the grand final. It's going to take place in about an hour.
And we're back for finals time for CCT once again. We've already had a long day of matches all around the grounds, it's fair to say. And now we've found our finalists. It's Bait versus BC Game. And I think it's fair to say both of them deserve to be here. I've had a chance to catch both of them recently. Very impressive stuff, especially from that BC Game outfit, which we will get into. But of course, you two, you covered the first two semi-finals of the day. Anders, want to start us off? Like, what's your sort of view of those opening two games and how they sort of got to the final?
I think for Bait, it was finally like the kind of what the roster could be. Like, it looked very promising. It was really sick to see. So that was just an all around success for BC Game and Navi Junior. I've got to say, still, I feel like there are some holes in what they're bringing BC Game, and it's weird to say because obviously they made a grand final, so that's really cool. But I still feel like Navi Junior are proving kind of a lethal team, and they made a lot of great decisions, but obviously it's early on. I don't expect them to necessarily win that game, even if it would have been cool. So I just on total balance, it does feel like BC Game are they're gonna have to fight really hard to make this work. If they bring the same kind of battle that they did at the end of this last best of 3, where obviously Cypher was running wild with it, like that could be a different scenario, and maybe they are gonna play to the level of their opponents, but yeah, every once in a while there's something missing from them. But I still expect this to be a really close affair. I think it could be fun.
Yeah, Neo, of course. All of these guys that are involved in the playoff system around are ones we've been keeping very much a close eye on. I think Partisan, team that we were all kind of impressed with. But, of course, BC Game, now in the position they're in, right? When they had Lecro and Guardian, it was, I would say, messy, for sure. Guardian couldn't decide whether he wanted to play or coach for a while. And now, like, we're in a situation where BC Game very smartly realised, okay, we're 70th or whatever in the VRS. If we take the old X-Bleed unpaid core, we can prop ourselves back up to 40-odd and suddenly get invites to these tournaments and actually look good in them. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, they're looking great. I think it's just a great, smart sort of financial business decision coming through from BC Game. If the system's there like that, you may as well use it to your advantage. Getting a call like this, I think, is really smart. People have spoken at length about the positives and the negatives about this system, and if there's things that can be utilized in your favor by getting a call like this, I think it's the right call for me, absolutely. And obviously it's working out in spades. I am Dallas already qualified in our grand final here too for them. Fantastic for BC Game. You touched on part-time. It's really unfortunate for them. Obviously Emmy has stepped down for the foreseeable future due to health reasons, and that meant it's pretty last minute that they had to get Madden in. And Madden's obviously quite a cool pickup as a whole, right? But it is one of those where you could tell there was teething issues, and they weren't. I don't think they probably played that much together. I think it was relatively last minute. It feels just by how they were in the game. They weren't really on form, so we'll see. But this game, super good. Bait taking on BC Game, actually really interesting because if you touch on VRS, winning this matchup is. I mean, this matchup has really interesting sort of narratives around it. If Bait win it, they remain in the same spot, 22nd. If they lose it, however, they go down to 24th. On the flip side, if BC Game win it, they take Bait's spot at 22nd. So if BC Game are able to win, they can just trade spots, essentially, in that VRS. And, both of them are now inside of that top 24. Which and this is what I've been going off, if we go off Kato play-in invites, it was top 24 teams that got invited to that. That would include both of them, which is actually super sick. If we're thinking about the second half of the year with tournaments like I Am Cologne that have got play-ins. And of course, both of them hunting for major spots. And I think the position they're in, it should be comfortable too. I mean, it's top 32, if I'm right in saying, and they're well in a comfortable spot to get there. So I'm loving what I'm seeing for them. For both of these sides, it's about prepping themselves in the online space and then guaranteeing those invites in the future to lands. And I think primarily if they can keep this form up in towards the second half of the year, they actually should get a lot of invites. We're talking things like Blast Bounty, your IEM clones, trying to think your PGLs and stuff like that. They're going to be in a really cool spot.
Yeah, and this current Bait roster is one of the teams that I really enjoy watching every single time they put themselves in the mix in CCT. I think they won like maybe 3 or 4 series last year. They're always one of these teams that are very dangerous at this level. I've watched the likes of Hedrick and MPL, of course, on different teams in the past, and now they're revitalized here. MPL maybe not doing as much hard carrying as he once was, but at some points during last year, he was like the star player and the in-game leader for Bait. Now I think Alex is doing a pretty good job as well. He's the pretty underrated piece for me on Bait. And Essential started really badly when he was first added to this team, but has significantly improved, which is why I often joke he was like the the Mzinho of the team, because Mzinho started really badly in tough positions and also improved significantly. So, yeah, I think it's good to see from Essential. And, of course, their new addition, Kenzizor. I think that was probably one of the best calls they could have made with the options they probably could have had at this sort of level, considering Captain Kirk, while he was a bait legend after being on the team for so long, kind of had his time, and they needed a bit more firepower. But yeah, let's have a look at BC Game now as well, of course, as we bring them up on the screen. And I think, for me, right now, this team is really interesting, mainly because, of course, it's the X-Bleed core. We've got all these well-known names here. Nork is trying to recover from what was a very poor Fnatic little mini stint. But, you know, it's funny right now, Prime Taps is kind of on the team. And it's like, oh, okay, I've got some sick players around me suddenly, and I've got an opportunity to really make a name for myself alongside some really well-known figures in the scene, Anders.
Yeah, I think he's fitting in quite well at the moment. He's not a liability. He seems to have his moments where he really shines. I can't really hate on it too much, to be honest. And again, like, this lineup it's got a lot of promise. There are so many different things that seem to be working together. Again, there are just a couple of moments where I get nervous, but it's early on. It's really early days, right? And we've seen some of what they could do in terms of the calling on the T side. Like, I trust Nexa to be a smart captain in that sense. I do think this lineup could go quite far. But there are a couple of things to be ironed out, and that is to be expected. You know, it's kind of rare that you just put the lineup together and then it's just boom. Even if you have a core that's played together, that's fine. But like, it is still a new project, so we'll see how this one plays out. I could see them winning this grand final, and I could also see them getting crushed by Bait. I feel very, very unsure about how this is going to be playing out.
Yeah, true. I think, you know, Headtrick and Nork is also a very entertaining AWP head-to-head too. I think that's a pretty sick matchup. And yeah, as well, you mentioned that there are moments that the BC Game team makes you nervous. It's actually funny. Like, the Bleed team was almost exactly the same, right? They had moments where, like, oh, it's all amazingly clean Counter-Strike. It's like they're doing all the right moves in the right moments in particular maps. And then you'll see rounds where it's like an absolute cluster of, oh god, who's holding this? Or who's holding that? Are they on the same page? Are they on the same wavelength? It's very, very messy. So, yeah, it's why their Counter-Strike is pretty entertaining, without a shadow of a doubt. But, yeah, lots of interesting factors for this team. I think Cypher doesn't necessarily have to be, like, the main man entry fragger that he used to be. He can just perform at a decent sort of middle ground level, and he's got the sort of the consistency of Jacob, who, by the way, still consistent even now, which is crazy, right? I mean, he's been around for God knows how long, and he's still one of the probably most underrated players in almost Counter-Strike history, I feel like, at this level. Like, people don't really talk about him, but he's always been there at a good level, and I respect that highly. So, you know, Neo, we love Cypher, we love our boy. He's you know, flying the flag for UK Counter-Strike, and will be flying the flag for UK Counter-Strike at IEM Dallas, which was an incredible achievement for them. If you were to pick a winner here, if we have a chance to look at the veto, maybe it'll give you a bit more of an idea. But I think for me, this might be the CCT that BC Game find a victory in for me.
Okay, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going Bait 2-0.
Okay.
I'm so confident in Bait. I love what they see. I do fly the flag quite high for Cypher. I really think, you know, he was the MVP of that last series, and he really did take over. He looked so good for BC Game. But, you know, touching on Anders' point, it feels that there's a little bit of a gap still somewhere for BC Game. I don't think it's even a players thing. I think it's maybe just like getting more time to play with Prime Taps and together and whatnot. But Bait are so clinical. They make so few mistakes. They very, very rarely struggle at this level, and I actually think they're just going to continue doing more of the same here. The veto's rolling through, as we can see Mirage and Anubis and Ancient as our decider. And when I look at this veto, I see three actually inherently puggy maps, right? You know, Mirage is just a great litmus test. Everybody knows how to play it, but it's been so strong for Bait. They have been, I would actually put my hands, I'd say probably the best team in tier 2 without a doubt, and actually they're playing one of the best in terms of consistency in maybe the world at the moment on Mirage. They just don't seem to lose that map, and when they do, it's pretty close, right? Then you look towards that second, the Anubis. I think that's a great punish pick in quotation marks, but it's not as well repped for BC Game, and I think Bait are going to have time to prep and understand that how to play that map. And they've had a pretty huge gap most of today, and it gives them enough time to understand. Ancient as a decider, a really even map, right? Both of these sides play a decent amount and very good win rate. So I think if it goes towards a 3, it could be spicy, but for me, I'm actually going Bait 2-0.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's one of these games that's hard to call, but the smart man's answer is probably bait. They have won a series like this in the past last year very, very often. And yeah, I think the veto is cool because we get the Mirage for bait, which they've obviously put into practice against some of the really good teams as well when they've got the opportunities at lands. It's not looked terrible, just maybe not there yet when they had Captain Kurtka. So now, of course, going up against BC Game, you would probably favour them. Map 2 is going to be interesting, but as you say, reps is an issue. I've always liked the bleed core on Anubis, though, from the times I've watched them. I think they actually did understand the right way to play the map on both sides pretty often. And yeah, if we get to an Ancient Decider, which I hope we get a good game, and I hope we get there, that's a very good middle ground map. So I guess my next question for you, Anders, would be, where would you rather be right now? Would you rather be the team that flies straight into the next BO3, you still feel maybe a little bit warm, or would you be the team that has watched and prepped?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time it's going to depend like how that last best of 3 went, and obviously winning it is good, but I'm not sure it was as clean as I would have wanted for BC Game. So I think probably Bait are going to be pretty happy to have had some time here to really think and sort of prep things through. And so in this particular case, I think Bait might have a bit of an upper hand here. But it is very hard to predict how teams come into it. Having too long of a break can be an issue. You have this like whole adrenaline dump thing, and you never really know. So the questions probably get answered in the last like 5 or 6 or the first 5 or 6 rounds coming into this game, I imagine. But right now, yeah, I think I'd probably rather be Bait in this situation. You've got some time to look at the game. You can kind of get ready for it. I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that makes this final super interesting as well. Just the amazing form for both of them, I feel like, coming into this, right? It's not just, as we said, this particular series for BC Game. They had a wonderful streak run in the IM Dallas qualifier, and I think one of the things that's actually cool to mention in the IM Dallas qualifiers, I obviously keep in touch with all the open qualifiers, dig deeper into these things, right? And they're at one point, I think we're like 12-4 behind to Monty in the open qualifier stage. Came back, won 16-14, then went all the way through to beat Astralis in that qualifying match in the close. So, yeah, incredibly impressive performance, and we'll see if they can replicate some of that, because we're about to jump into Mirage. Lads, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Trav. Let's get into it here. This is going to be interesting. We're at the grand final, and as we do keep saying, it does make a big difference here. We're looking for ERS points. We're trying to see if we can improve our standing in the world. You never know when it's going to make a difference. So here we go. BC Game versus Bait in the grand finals here at CCT. And, yeah, this is, again, Series 18. So, it keeps on rolling. There's always a bit more to be played, but this, in terms of the prize pool and everything else, is going to make a big difference here. Purchasing-wise, I'm seeing one flashbang, some dualies as well for the BC Game side, and no kit in play. On the other side of it, it's a single smoke and a couple of flashes, so I'm curious to see how they're going to end up playing this one. One smoke, again, it could be for the market on that B side. You just kind of go for it. Or it could be, smoking window and just kind of, flashing them in the middle, trying to see if you can win a fight there early on. We're going to find out.
Alrighty.
Let's see. Let's get it going.
Once the tech pause is over to kickstart things, well, I'm really looking forward to this. I think this is a game that has a lot to offer up. For me, I feel like Bait have just offered up a little bit more of that consistency, the clean level of Counter-Strike, which is sort of where I lean here. But at the same time, BC Game have these individuals. It's a big map, or match, may I say, to be able to win. I think especially if you are at BC Game, you take that ranking spot, you've just swapped spots, right? You go top 22. That's a really, really great rank to have. But I've been impressed with both of these two sides. I think making a deep run here is just super deserved. They've both looked great.
Well, here we go. Getting into it. Going to be headed towards that B-bomb site, so waiting for the smoke to go down. It's already been thrown into the air. It's going to be the short position instead towards Catwalk, and Cypher goes down. The first set of dualies hit the floor. Essential taking a fight to Nexa, and with that kind of an opening, it is looking fantastic to begin with. BC Game, in fact, they're saying, you know what, we might as well save the armor. We're so far away. Jacob's showing up, but again, you could see that they're never going to be able to punch through. You could look for exits if you want to, but to be honest, there's no chance you're going to be reclaiming this bomb site. You didn't have the kit to begin with, so this was one of the consequences. Nicely done. Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Good round. Great round to be taking. And I think for Bait, it just maybe settles the argument a little bit for us about, you know, taking that series off. And they've had a pretty extensive break, you know what I mean? So for them, you know, taking that break off and then heading in towards this one and making it look good, I mean, it just settles and they're not cold. They're still pretty crisp. Not had a little looking at the end there, but no difference to be made. Bait, great start. What you want to see. This side, showcase your level, how good you can play at, and if they're able to take down BC Game, I think that probably cements them as one of, if not the best side, kind of in Tier 2 currently. They have just been so clinical. Very, very few mistakes get made by them, and it's super impressive to watch, and I mean, this series could be another indicator of it.
So, pretty minimal stuff here for BC Game. They obviously got to save a couple of armors, but they're not really doing anything crazy in this round. So, trying to be relaxed about it. And that's the other kind of reset. Again, the break wasn't necessarily that long, but obviously you've got to forget about the game you were just playing, move into this one as a brand new game, and reset all of your expectations and whatever mistakes there were in the last one. Just throw that away. Some of these teams, they do play a lot of games, so it's obviously not like this is the first time they're in this kind of situation where they're playing back-to-back best-of-3s. Sure, it happens an enormous amount throughout the weeks.
Exactly.
So it's not like it's a brand new experience, but still, it can be kind of hard. Now, there's a flank through T spawn. It should make no difference here to what's happening, but you know, we'll see. The bomb is in middle with a lot of people around it. Flank is getting a bit closer. Stack in the corner here. That's really funny, but they're both going to get chewed up. Still, I mean, you got to try something, right? Knock back here. Good headshots. Flank is still coming in, but it's a little bit too far away, unfortunately.
Yeah. I like the idea. Why not just do, you know, something, I guess, right, in that sort of spot? Something a little bit unorthodox, a little bit out there, but still. Nice work, where we've got a good chance to build up a strong T side and really start to prove our worth. We know how good BC Game can be as well, but I think they still need to be able to overcome sides like Bait and do it comfortably as a more proof to themselves that their sort of levels are. We've been seeing them slowly ramp up in towards tournaments and in towards actually CCT as a whole and start to showcase their level, but it feels like Bait are the real gatekeeper right now, and obviously a 2-0 start for them is good, but guns coming back out. This is where, if we actually go off that previous series, Anders, pistols weren't great, in all honesty, for BC Game. It was the gun rounds is where they really got going. Their pistols were pretty average, to be perfectly honest. They lost more than they won. So I'm not too worried just yet, I think is my main point.
Yeah, I would agree. And while pistol rounds can be important, I mean, it's probably if I had to pick one, right? Like you'd prefer to have really good gun rounds and say, okay, maybe we have to claw our way back, but maybe we can. Kansas always gone down at the start towards top mid position. And MPL just staring into the blankness at the moment, waiting. Going to be left waiting for a while longer here. Nork, bit of a crossfire potential setup with Cypher on the other side. The bomb is not really committed to anything yet. They're down there in the underpass, just kind of looking to see if they can make their way in the middle, perhaps. Smoke goes up, but, yeah, Bait, very, very slow approach to this round. That isn't an issue yet, but it certainly could be when you haven't really done much other than, right, you're now trying to take a bit of mid control. Cypher, gonna see the first contact here, ready for more. Yeah, this is the Cypher that we'd want to see. He was really good in the last series, so going to be a big output for him if he could keep that going. 35 seconds here, and Bait in a lot of trouble if they want to try and win this round. It's going to have to be an absolutely insane blast onto the bomb site. 30 seconds here. We're getting to Prime taps. He is in the corner waiting for it. 20 seconds. Oh, the timing is sickening, and that's going to be the round here. Nicely done.
Great shutdown, isn't it, right? It's all about patience right at the end there. Super impressive work. Wait for your chance. Don't overplay your cards, and I think they just isolate fights brilliantly. You know, when Kansas all falls early, you get the numbers in your favor, and they just keep them. They play positive trades. They don't allow things to get, you know, too out of hand. There's a lot to like there. I think, again, proof to themselves that we've got tricks up our sleeves, right? Putting bait right back under pressure. This is how a grand final should start. These two sides throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, and so far so good. Now it's up to the response, right? What can bait do to throw back? Unfortunately for them, with money lesser, it's, all we're really looking to is hopefully just a bomb plant. Getting around of this feels incredibly unlikely.
It does. Huge chance right now for BC Game. Almost a shame that they don't have an MP9 or a Mac 10 or something just to try and make a little bit more money, but should be fine here. Nexa making a jump. Oh, the timing is sickening. The incendiary grenade normally not that good, but you add it with a Molotov or an HE and it's absolutely monstrous. Slightly shutting it down here. Cypher gonna get the last couple of kills. Quad kill in total for him. Again, getting him warmed up like this is terrible news for Bait. No question about it. We know just how good he can be. So, tied up game 2-2. No bomb plant being allowed for, but Bait have picked up the AWP on Hetrick. That's something that I'm looking forward to. That could easily be a way to get into some of these rounds.
I think it's specifically because we know his ceiling, how high it is. We have to really try as best we can to shut down a lot of this early pressure. And I think having maybe any bit of mid presence, even if it isn't as T-side with the AWP. Now, T-side AWPing Mirage is really difficult, I will say first of all. But we still feel like there's ideas, right? Bait have shown how good their Mirage can be.
Yeah.
I mean, mid control's good here so far. It's great space that they're getting.
This has worked out pretty well so far. Spam at the mid window at the edge of the smoke there will be enough to get the kill. And they're checking out the A ramp. Look at how they're pushing up. So BC Game, in spite of actually being a man up, they're still being really proactive. And I think that increases their chances quite a bit. What I like about those forward A ramp pushes as well is that if you lose the connector and the CT or the T's try to push through into the A bomb side, it's gonna be so hard for them to know that you're there. Very easy to overlook as they're pushing in, and suddenly you're shooting them in the back. The bomb, by the way, is pretty far back, so with 50 seconds again, it's not disastrous, but you got to be careful here that you don't end up with 10 seconds to try and run onto the site and do something.
Yeah. Dance with the devil a little bit, it feels. 35 seconds, we got to go. Kenzazor leading the charge. This ramp play is probably one of the more awkward ones to clear, and Firebox doesn't help either. It's a pretty deep setup. BC Game just not taking fights until they need to. This could work out really well, and it does. Nork finds one. That's an important start. A second behind is two. That's such a good setup by BC Game. It's so deep in towards that A site, and it works so damn well.
Yeah, I think it almost looks to me a little bit like what's happening here is that when Baits are in the middle here, they're expecting for more fights to come their way.
Sure.
And when that doesn't happen, they end up just waiting for a really long time. And eventually, when they decide to go, it sort of feels like you're going into an attack where you didn't even get the thing that you were looking for. And that can feel a bit flat, I think, at times. So I don't mind waiting around in the middle, but at some point you're going to have to change this up a bit and say, okay, listen, if they're not going to be re-peeking middle to try and take any fights with us, then we have to be a lot more assertive to try and get back into these rounds. We can't just be waiting around for this long. And by the time they go for it, just like you said, a good setup, good crossfire. Way too many angles to clear all at once. Timeout was called there for Bait. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a new way into this, but it is looking pretty tough at the moment. Not going to have that much money to play around with either, and a 3-2 lead for BC Game, who on the other side of things are really starting to build up the cash. Look at how much they've got.
Yeah, it's a really positive start for BC Game. This is a great position they're in. Even the rounds that they're winning, they aren't actually even making them too expensive at the moment, which is, touch on your point, why they've got so much money built up in the reserves. Position so far, swing and a find. Jacob, Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable, steps up again. He had a great previous series. He just did his job, and Cypher goes aggro, catches MPL off guard. Not the start that Bait wanted for them. They're immediately down to 3.
And that is a bit of a problem, right? In a round like this one, even if you probably don't expect to win it, but if you can walk away saying, hey, you know what, we got like 3 or 4 kills, it was close, we did some damage to their economy, that still all counts at the end. Kansas Stolen that AWP, going to be able to take down Jacob. It's a start. Prime Tabs relocating. He must know they're not going to have a Molotov in a round like this, so going into the shadow position is pretty powerful. No chance that they're going to be coming through with any real grenades here. Super ready for it. Yeah, so smart. Alex goes down. 2 kills. It's something. I don't know if I would say, again, to really be happy about this for the bait side. I'm not sure 2 kills is quite cutting it.
I agree. I think you probably want a little bit more, or at least getting that AWP a little bit more involved, but it was just neither, right? So, PC game, they're quite easily, which is first and foremost a worrying thing, they're quite easily dispatching of basically everything so far that's being thrown at them. It's a really, really positive sign. So, I'm concerned. I'm worried, that's for sure. Towards mid, I like this from Jacob. He's got the support of Cypher too. They're trying to flash their way in the T side, but actually just going to run straight in towards this setup. It's so nasty. Jacob was actually boosted on top of Cypher. I don't think it was actually on purpose, but it worked out well because they get short control.
Yeah, they're doing absolutely fine here. Hetrick comes swinging out. Still, very, very good defense being put up so far. Alex gets 1 in return, but they can lose the Senthiel, and they know exactly where Alex is. He should be dead every time. Grenade bounces over. It nearly kills him outright. 19 health left here. Wow. No, it's not much he could have done, I think. Prime Taps will find another double kill, and BC game are just like powering through the start of this one. And Bait coming in, perhaps, you know, looking a bit more muted than I was expecting. Not quite ready to fight when, you know, when they need to be here.
Yeah, there's just no contest right now. BC game looks so clean in their protocols. I was going to touch on something, you know, Hayes asked you, but I didn't get to chime in too much in it. But when he said, you know, what do you think's better, having that time off or getting the, I guess, the warm-up, I guess you could call it, or playing the most recent series. When we've asked this, and when we've been casting quite a few of these finals, I've asked this. The last 3 we have done, the team who played the later semi-final is warmed up coming into the game, has won. No matter what the favorites are, no matter what the kind of expectations are, it's always that team that have just played a game that come in that have won. It's 3 for 3 so far, and it's looking like more of the same here.
Yeah, so far so good, at least. MPL. He needs a miracle. 20 health left. There's an HE on Nork. It might just be the grenade that kills him. See? Okay, goes a little bit too far into the corner. So he survives. Probably the most scary way to die there. Does relocate to play around the smoke. I like the idea, but oh, it's already been peaked. They just absolutely were sure that was going to happen. So well done. Defuse coming in. That's a close round, and if there were more close rounds like this, I think if you're Bait, you're thinking, hey, you know what? We might be down a couple of rounds, but they have no economy. Unfortunately, that is not the case. They have so much money in BC games, so having a couple of these rounds now is not going to make the difference. We really need them to win outright, or this is not going to be working out. Very one-sided game at the moment.
6-2. I actually wouldn't have minded another Bait pause heading in towards this one. But a 4-round buffer it's already beautiful, and the fact that you win this one, it can get in the region of BC game finishing bare minimum 8 rounds. Oh my. A pretty delectable display so far, and a real worrying one. On the flip side, they're going to go Molly now. They're going to go to the top boxes, and that'll make Kenzie just a little uncomfortable. They are still really fighting for mid control, and it's a fight that very often, at least, not, you know, they're not winning it first and foremost, but even if they do get a bit of space, it's so costly with the amount of bodies that it takes to get there.
Right now, there's I think a potential opening here. Curious to see what Prime Tabs is going to try and do. Jacob, he can't even do much to rotate back. He's got 1 flashbang, Jacob, so yeah, this is a potential weakness. I'm not going to lie, there is a chance this A-bomb site's going to get run down. You see the smoke showing up on the one side, blocking off Jacob. He is going to try and push his way through, so I can respect that. He really wants to make sure that Prime Tabs is not going to be playing this position alone, and that's nice. Good teammate here in Jacob. Unfortunately, he still goes down, and Prime Taps, they're just pre-fire. I don't think they actually knew for sure. I think that's just Hetrick saying, you know what, if I spam you a little bit, you're probably going to give up on it. Oh dear, though. Nork showing up, and the smoke was fading. Nobody was ready for that. Bait, you've built this round so nicely. It's pretty much locked in already, but now there's a chance you're going to lose it anyway. Nexa, he barely goes down. Could have had a bit of a double kill. Nork back here. The bomb is picked up on Kenzisor, so going to be a bomb plant happening on the other side. Shot doesn't ring through, but it's so unbelievably close, and he's got the 5-7 out, trying to hunt it down. Kenzisor and spam on the other side here. MPL to take him down. That is such a close round. They could have very, very easily lost this one, Bait, and they shouldn't have been that close because they got both the opening kills on Jacob and on Prime Tabs. They were absolutely locked in for that round, but the fact that it gets so that close, again, it's kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. It got very, very worrying indeed. There's a real world. I mean, Nork, that shot that he takes on towards Firebox, missed by, what, a couple of centimeters at the very most. If that had hit, round could have been on. Even the second here that Nexa was kind of fighting up for, he does some damage. If there was a world in which he could have got that second, that would have been the round done. Bomb dropped in a worse place, and yeah, I don't know, Bait on filling us with confidence. Just, yeah, BC game looking and feeling pretty crisp. 6-3 though, and you know, for Bait on the flip side, yes, it's been a poor start and it's been slow, but at the same time, it's still recoverable in the top. I think if they even get 5 rounds on C-side, I actually think it's very workable. 5 rounds, you get a pistol, and
yeah,
who knows, right?
I'd agree. We've seen that happen before. 5 rounds also just it is at that point where you have some runway to screw up in the second half, and it's not just all over. So right now, though, at 3, that's definitely way on the low side. So let's see if Bait can find a way to build themselves. Again, the scary part is there's so much money, you know. 6,500 on Nork, nearly 7,500 on Prime Taps. So it's a lot of money to chew through right now. It can be done, though. Prime Taps, wide swing, and that actually works unbelievably well. The crouch in to nearly get the double spray down, but they somehow survive. And in fact, they somehow turn it into a 4 versus 2. That's going to be, if you go back and view the demo on this one for BC game, you're going to think, come on, like that's supposed to be our round, but it's not. It will be a 4th for Bait. Well done.
Yeah, it's actually probably a bit of a tilter. Let that one slip away, because you will look back at it and be like, damn. And, you know, we've seen a few times with BC game, I've had rounds where we can say, if you just do one thing slightly different, you get another round on the board, you extend the lead, but in the end, it's M4 and an AWP going to be saved, and that is it. Bait, an important one for them to take, but you know, a round now being converted, which means that they chip away this deficit. They're slowly but surely getting in towards this and making it a bit of a competition. A slow start, sure, but who cares if the start's slow, but the end is, you know, what we want, a top level from Bait, and they're ramping up. 2 rounds of difference. I think BC game, I wouldn't even mind a pause out from them, right? Just say, okay, you know, we can see what they're doing now, and they're very much looking like a difficult side to play against. Let's just try and see if we can ice them out a little bit, converse before the tail end, but it looks like it's going to let it play out. If Bait can find a 5th here, I'm already pretty happy, but it puts so much pressure onto his BC game.
Yeah, it really does. Again, back towards that A-bomb side. It does feel like Bait are sort of saying, hey, you know what? We can defeat Prime Tabs. We can find a way through.
Yeah.
Smoke's going up again. It's the same dilemma. Prime Tabs, he has to respect it. I don't think he can play in front of this. Yeah, if they have retake protocols right now, BC game, you've got to try and find a way to do it right. 5-on-5 for a retake. It can absolutely be done. Oh, there's a great start. Blowing open the smoke with an HE and stopping the bomb from even going down. Great work to begin with. Now, unfortunately, he's going to get a grenade right to the forehead, so brutal beginning, but, you know, at least they did something here. 4 versus 4 in the upper plant here. There's plenty of smokes and grenades on the BC game side, so I don't know how much they practice this. It looks like they are. We're just going to be relocating. I still think this is very winnable. This is the A-bomb side. You can absolutely retake this.
Yeah, why not? Flash around that corner. Doesn't affect one of them. A second flash that comes through. 2-for-1 trades in favor of BC game. They're ramping up. It's 2 left alive. But Hedrick is zoned in on that bomb. Smoke down. Hits his shot. Looks for a second. Knows where it is. He's got a spam. This is getting awkward. Knife out. Oh, he's got it as well. How did the knife miss? And how did MPL miss? What has happened?
Classic A-bomb side problems. I think for a long time, you should say that the part of the problem with getting these A executes is that it's relatively easy to actually get the bomb planted on the A-bomb side. It's just so hard to hold on to it. I mean, obviously this was a bit of a crazy adventure, but the issue is these smokes and the defusers coming in for it afterwards, especially when one of the two players alive for bait is the AWP player. It's a great shot here for Headtrick, but after that, what can he actually do to help out, right? He's sort of locked out of the moment. Yeah, I don't know how the stabs don't connect, but they don't. And it's a 7-4. Devastating news for Bait, who must have thought that round was in the bag.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit gut-wrenching for them as well, right? Thought they had a really good chance. Cypher gets posted there by MPL on the trade. I love how aggressive both of these sides are. They're not scared to fight in the slightest.
Yeah, that's what we want to see as well. And I think that was sort of the promise of this grand final, is that both teams are pretty happy to take some of these battles. Flash in towards the middle. That's for Jacob to just take a peek and see that really nobody is there. They're also pushing up deep in the palace. Unfortunately, I think that the timing is going to be wildly off here. So this might end up with a situation where Prime Taps is just the furthest you can be away from the B-bomb site. Incendiary goes down. Right, that is crazy timing. If Jacob doesn't throw that, I think they just run right in there, and it could have been a big problem. But at least now he's kind of closer, setting up for potential crossfire. Here we go. The execute's coming in. It is round number 12, and Essential, strong opening shot to take down one player. It's going to be Nexa trying to line up the multi-kill, but unfortunately, look at how far away they are. Nork is thinking there's got to be some mid-component to this fight, but there isn't. They're all coming through the B hallways, bomb planted, and surely Bait are going to be able to get up the 5th round here. I can't see them losing this one.
No, agreed. It should be locked in place and done so with ease too. Still though, swing and a find. All right.
I mean, it's the first one, but
yeah, it's just so much more that needs to be done.
It's so far away. The time is already so low. He's going to try and go for the... Okay, he just actually taps it. That's kind of sick. Comes back. Goes for it once again. The knife is out this time. Surely it's going to connect. He gets the headshot. He must have been out of time, right? There's no way. Yeah, he comes close. It would have been sick if he had a couple of more seconds. Nice attempt, honestly. But at the end of it, it is going to be a 5th round coming in. So, Bates is not bad. They're still in contention. BC game, they had I think a pretty good first half, but not that one-sided after all.
Yeah, honestly, the recovery is actually quite respectable. Good work, but still, there's a little bit more that we want to see. I think it's still in a position, at least for me, where I'm feeling a little nervy. But BC game, we've had these woes with the pistol round. Let's fix these as early as, and let's give ourselves a bit of an in route to start off, you know, rebuilding upon this lead, extending it a bit further. Give ourselves as best of a chance as we can get. But ultimately, I'm very impressed. I think there was, you know, a really, really nice first half of Counter-Strike where both sides got to flex their muscles a little bit. AU in this pistol game is right back on. But we can't rely on just the pistols. The gun rounds have still, for the most part, look better towards BC game. Hence the lead. Oh! A shot by Alex.
Yeah, let's go. Get this one started right away. Cypher is up for the hunt. Essential hoping to hit somebody through the smoke. Nobody connecting. Bomb planted. And BC game. First kill of the after plant goes the way of Jacob, and I do love this. They're pushing away from the bomb. Normally you see this sort of CT spawn, but pushing into jungle and that connected position. There is a smoke and a kit, so you gotta be careful you don't get too far away. There we go. Straight on it. Alex fighting up top. Do they know the defuse is happening? And it's gonna be the round 1 at the end here for Bates. Once you see that smoke going down, they must know what the next step in that is, and it didn't really seem like BC game were quick enough to react.
Yeah, that's a big, big round to take. Chipping deficit down to 1, right? You know, this is right back on. It's similar stuff, though, for BC game, where pistols have obviously always been a bit of an illusion for them. They're not very strong. We get a gun round out early from both sides. Double famous triple MP9, though. Oh, I might get a tech pause here. Yeah, everyone's pulling back into spawn.
Fair enough. It happens. Everyone's on ups. MPL. Getting wrecked. sure we can get them back online. But yeah, you're right. They have been having some trouble with the pistol rounds here, BC Game. I think this one was well executed. The idea is really good. You plant the bomb, you take over jungle and connector. I just think as soon as you realize that smoke is coming in, you've got to invest every single Glock bullet you have to try and stop that defuse. Like, it doesn't really matter what else is happening at that point in time, and they were a little bit late.
Yeah. Of course, we lost MPL. It's unfortunate. He did drop out, but usually a quick enough fix, you'd hope.
Yeah, I feel like so far everyone's been pretty good at getting everything back online.
Just a little reset. We got word from Prod. He's back in, so that's good to see.
Yeah.
Normally, it's just a little dropout, a little crash, something of the sorts. But run through some of these highlights in the first half. Very back and forth in terms of momentum. Neither side really got hold of it and kept hold of it, but at the same time, it's a super awkward game to kind of predict at the moment. I don't know where this one's leaning, but BC Game, it comes back to that sort of similar thing of where in that first semi-final that we saw from them, or the second semi-final, but the previous game earlier, they were bad on pistols, they won a lot of the gun rounds, and that narrative seems to have continued here, and I think that's hopefully something that BC Game are just sort of internally accepting and maybe leaning on ever so slightly.
Here we go. We're back into the mix again. MPL back from the disconnect, straight into the MP9 kill. Does get taken down from Jacob. Is it worth it? Well, it kind of depends, I guess. I was going to say if they had more defense at B, maybe it is, but because he does get some good information from, even if he dies, he realizes how many people are on that side, or at least that there's more than one. But it does feel like they are not really reacting to it, so it's going to be a very clean bomb plant here. Nothing stopping BC Game, and as a result, oh, wow. Nice shot from Jacob. I was going to say, as a result, you should probably save this round. Even in the 4-on-4, I think they're just so far away.
That's it, right? You can already see them. They've retracted away, and the rest are getting out. BC Game are going to extend that lead. Nice force bite. Puts yourself in a really good spot. 2 rounds ahead, and I don't think you're going to be force buying around it again if you're bait. If we maybe had like another M4 to work with, you potentially could tempt fate, but I feel like with a FAMAS and MP9, it might be one of those where a couple of upgraded pistols and just keep hold of the money for a full buy-in towards next. You actually want the AWP part as early as Hedrick's really been unable to make his presence known so far in towards this map. You want to do everything you can to sort of facilitate him, and by that I mean get the AWP out, right? So I would personally be keeping the money on deck, especially someone like, MPL, for example, 3.1k. If somebody could drop him over 5.7, I mean, it seems like I'm eating my words a bit. They are going to be forced buying in. An MP9 dropped over, another picked up. So it's a risky one, honestly, for bait. You lose this round, and you're basically also giving up a 10th to BC Game 2 because your money's shot. Normally, I would just be going for a couple of 5.7s around that level of a buy, and then open towards the next round and having that better econ as quickly as you can.
Oh, we're going to see if this is going to pay off or not. It is definitely risky. Cypher. Very, very nice. You could see him pre-aiming that. He's ready to swing so fast, and in transition just picks up the M4, ready to keep going here. This should be a shutdown for Kansas. Oh my god, nobody was ready. He comes bursting out of the smoke and just mauls them in the corner. It's got to be one of the sickest multi-sprays we've seen in a minute there with an MP9, and now Prime taps in the corner. If they had a grenade, he'd be dead already. Goes a bit wide, trying to land the kill. He's already done a little bit of damage, but remember, he is so close to death here. Not quite ready. If he'd shot that bullet, I think he would have had it, but it's MPL to get the last one, but it's really Kansas all to save the day. This was nuts to see. Some of them were jumping, some of them were quick switching or ready to throw grenades. There's so much chaos. Oh no.
It's just a complete oversight, isn't it? A real sloppy mistake there from BC Game, which we haven't seen that many of today. They've honestly looked quite clean. Even in the map they lost, it was close, right? But that was a real oversight from them. They thought they had that site locked under, at least the early part of it, but phasing through that smoke like that, the MP9 at that sort of range, that is prime material. And Kentazor does so well. He's stepped up in a big way. You know, he's been fantastic so far on this map. He's the only one over towards bait. He is positive right now. And I mean, that in itself is a bit of a worrying sign, but it's good to see at least somebody online who's consistently keeping the pressure on BC Game. And it's only a one-round game too.
Nice nade. Jacob has to eat that one. You gotta wonder if that round for Kansas, or I mean, one thing's winning it, but it's gotta fire the team up surely as well. That could be the turnaround moment here where Bait come back into it and actually take over the game. How crazy would that be? Look at him now. Cleaning it up. Bomb in the middle. Smoke, sure. They did throw it, but NPL decides, you know, there's a second here where I can take a bit of a peek. They're going to be shooting. Prime taps to the back of the head, and it's another round for Bait. They steal a couple of AKs. Huge round. They're going to be making a lot more money, and even worse, for BC Game, there isn't enough money to buy here, so they're actually in a lot of trouble right now.
They are. He can start ramping up into this. It's a really, really effective CT round. One where Bait make very few mistakes. Only the one casualty, but you can understand why BC Game have called for a pause. They can't match Force Buy with Force Buy of their own. They're sticking up with this lower investment, and it will be, or it should be at the very least, Bait taking a lead without having to break a sweat. 2 rounds in a row from them, they can make it 3. Themselves in a good spot, and it puts, again, so much pressure on this next investment for BC Game. You lose that gun round, and that's Bait getting sort of 90% of the way there towards taking this map, and, you know, seeing your map pick in your favor, which would be huge. Because I'm a little worried about Anubis still. For Bait, that might dispel all the nerves, and also, in the same way, warms them up. And they have been warming up as this map is progressing. I'm sure that's something BC Game are realizing themselves. It was a slow start, but as we've got going into this, they are ramping up, and they are finding the form as they did in towards that opening semi-final of the day. That's got to be a worrying sign for BC Game. They've got to understand that they have to shut down this roll. They're snowballing in quite a big way now.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty grim at the moment.
Yeah.
Smoke going up towards the palace. For BC Game, sure, get this headshot. Deagle kill could easily open it up. At least allow for a bomb plant, right? That would be a bit of a start. Alex, pretty wide on that swing, but you know what? At the end of the day, can't criticize. He does get a double, and that should be enough. Even if he dies now, he's kind of done his duty. Backup is here. Head trick. Yeah, not the most smooth spray, but at the end of the day, they won't even lose a single player. So fantastic work. Bait continuing on, and just having so few casualties in the last couple of rounds means they're gonna be super rich all of a sudden. They even take a timeout into this one. It's kind of interesting, right? They're winning, but maybe just hoping to slow things down, really cement the leadership here and say, this is where it really matters. If we win this next round, then the map surely will be ours.
Yeah. My oh my. Hey, a second attack pause, but for them it's in a, you know, an advantageous position. And I think it's the realization for Bait that this could actually be the make or break. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back over towards BC Game. You win this, and you're getting so close to the finish line. Obviously, the 10th is there, but you basically get gifted the 11th too. The BC Game at this current trajectory, we've got 2 investments to work with, 2 gun rounds to try and reclaim this map, which at one point looked like it was going to be theirs. Now or never, fellas. Now or never. Smoking towards on the MPL. Molly towards top boxes. Gonna fall off of that window control. That's been a big fight throughout this game so far, as being mid control, and BC Game just not even going to test it this time. They don't need to. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Don't like that. Don't like that from Brian Taps.
I mean, it's a super fun thing to try and do, but obviously when it backfires like this, it's also scary. Is anyone going to be helping out that shadow position at all? It feels like Alex needs a bit of help at the moment, and nobody's coming. Next is just holding it. He's saying, okay, just stick around. Eventually, you're going to have to move. Really patient from both sides. Head trick on the other side of it. He's going to continue the spray. Could have very nearly been a double. And Nexus rewarded for that patience. He waited for like 20 seconds for Alex to do something. And at the end of it, it's a good triple for Nexa in this round, and it comes in favor of BC Game.
He knew exactly where that last guy was, Nexa. Obviously because of this early fight where he tags him up on the shoulder. And you're spot on. He just waits for his opportunity. MPL, he tried to bail them out. It's a bit of an oversight there from Kentasor to jumping down as he breaks open the barriers. Hedrick could have got two. But unfortunately his position was a little exposed, so he got double swung. It's a good round. Really good round from BC Game. 9-all. It continues to be back and forth. That's just so important for the T side, who were starting to feel like they're losing a little bit of control. Is Nork going to get cleared here? Not effectively, that's for sure. And actually, Hedrick misses a shot. Molly goes down, but I won't make a difference. Cypher just goes through Nork.
Yeah, I love it. Get out of his way. He's here to murder people. Next, going to be taking out Kentasor. What a quick turnaround. The BC Game just re-summoning some form that looked lost for a minute. It really did not look like they were going to be able to turn this around in such a fashion, but all of a sudden, they've got a couple of players coming alive, and now they are actually cruising their way through. This is kind of devastating. Very cool. This is exactly what you want to see out of this lineup. You want to, and they did. In fairness, they showed a similar thing at the end of the semifinals, right, that we just saw. Yeah. Where they were kind of falling behind. It was looking pretty grim. Navi Junior looked like they were going to take over the game, and then suddenly BC Game, they blew right back, and they were ready and in the game again. That's a really good quality. You need more of that.
Yeah, they find really good ways of reclaiming a stakeholder momentum and also just keeping it rolling with it. And it's impressive to see just how scary, actually, they can be, honestly. BC Game back into a lead on this T side. If they can take Mirage as well, this has always been Bait's map pick, and it's always been the map in which they've just been so scary on, and now they're starting to falter. And you can actually see as well where Bait are starting to get a little flustered too. They're trying things, which I'm not opposed to. I like, trying to keep your opponent on their toes a little bit, but same vein, these overextensions and these fights that are going favorably towards BC Game, you're giving them space, you're giving them opening kills and numbers advantages. And that's the inherent risk of trying to be the tempo setter on the CT side. It's obviously traditionally something that comes with its nature of being on T side. You're the one who sets the pace of the rounds, but Bait are rightfully so trying to not fall into the traps, but it can also be really costly.
Oh yeah, no question about that. Can they do it again? Coming through the smoke. Hedrick's going to get the one, but he does get traded almost immediately. So still a favorable situation here. No bomb plant yet, but it is being attempted in the back line, and so much utility landing in front of this connector position that it's just very hard for Bait to make any kind of a break. You see, you're down to hoping that some of these shots connect. When they don't, they have to back on out of there. It's going to be 11 for BC Game. They're relentlessly attacking this. Their confidence in winning these fights early on is just so high that, unfortunately for Bait, they can't really keep up right now.
The exits will be nice as well, just to add insult to injury for BC Game. Up. He's going to be in 11th. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Only obviously in a dire space for Bait, but they will buy around this. M4 AK and a FAMAS, they're going to try and bring whatever they can. And, they should be okay to drop something over at the very least, even if it is something like an MP9. Somebody's got to pick up Util here, though. That's obviously something that, when you're in these lower econ spots, can be really worrying, but it's so important on Mirage, more so than anything. And Bait understand this, so they're going to call for their third and final attack pause before making the decision about what we do. I really am loving what I see, though.
Yeah, this gives me a lot of hope for the future of the lineup, because this is maybe it's not wiping out my initial feeling about how BC Games sometimes lose maps, but this is the kind of stuff you do need to be able to do, and they're showing it here. Even if they were behind a bit, low on economy, kind of were getting wrecked for a minute there, and now they found a way to turn it in their favor. 2 rounds away from taking the map. It's pretty good stuff.
It is. Oh my. Very, very close to seeing your opponent's map pick over the line. Would be massive too. heading in towards Anubis. And I still do like a few times of what I've seen from Bait on this map, but I think Trav touched on it. It's all bleed core. Anubis was such a strong part of their map pool. And obviously going to have very good contingency plans for that one. And they're so far 3 for 3 on it. They're being flawless. It's coming back together. Creeping past. Kenzo's does spot out one. It's Cypher, who will actually get out and get down.
Okay, wide swing here. This is a bit of an issue. Kansas, you could see, really uncomfortable when he loses that back line, and they're going to be able to swing against him that deeply. Even to get the re-kill here, it's good. Jacob goes down, so at least you're not going to get a shot at the back, but there are so many more grenades still left on that T side, including 2 HEs, a lot of flashbangs. You need such a strong opening kill to begin to go for this, but the problem is, if you're not going for this, then it sort of feels a bit ridiculous too. You're basically giving them 12 rounds in a 4-on-4.
Exactly.
It's one kill, and that's it. The round is over. So I understand why they're staying close. They want to be able to do something here. What a position, though, for Cypher. Not quite ready, but I think it's too late anyway. They're going to be wiped out. And that is, it's just brutal here. BC Game showing they can do it all over the map. It doesn't matter if they're attacking A or Connector, or in this case, the B bomb site. They are winning all across the map.
What a post plant, actually, honestly. I love the way in which BC Game approach it, because they're not scared to fight, right? You know, a lot of teams who are in those post plants will sit as far back as they possibly can and, you know, just play crossfires, which obviously in its own right is good in some ways, but they realize that they have to give this a go. So they just stay up close and fight, right? And they say, we can win out our head-to-heads here, and they do exactly that. Fantastic work. Map point your opponent's map pick. BC Game. What a scalp this would be for them in the finals. Bait, who have won so many of these CCs. I think they've won 3, if I'm right in saying. BC Game. That would be huge. Head trick does find Cypher. That flash was so blinding towards head trick. I don't even think it affected Cypher too badly, but he just was a little bit asleep.
Still very winnable round here if they can get a Sentinel, which they can. Prime taps.
Wow.
I can't believe it. It did not look like he was going to check it, but he did right in the last second, and it's going to be a bomb plant going through them. Could be a 13th round here. BC Game, a man up, and all of the pressure right now on Bait Nexa. He knows that. It's a very, very smart peek coming through. Confirms where head trick is as well. And Alex, I think they've already seen him, or if not, he's still smoked off down there towards the connector position. He's going to have to reveal himself. Hetrick's practically dead already, and certainly will be now. It's Nork to get that one, and there's nothing Alex could do here. 1 versus 2. You could see the desperation already. The bomb is planted, ticking away. It's Jacob with the last kill, and it is BC Game with a victory on the opening map here. What a strong second half. That's absolutely well played.
And not only because he top fragged, I actually really want to shout out Prime Tabs. I think, you know, this is a guy that I really knew so little about when BC Game had picked him up initially, and he stayed with the squad, and I did question whether that was the right call, because they had a lot of decent players on that previous lineup, but my god, he really makes his presence known, and all tournament long, he has looked fantastic, and what a map for him to drop 20 on as well. Big map to scalp away. Your opponent's map pick, heading into the map that you're flawless on. BC Game are love and life, but we'll throw it over towards Trav to break this one down.
Yeah, the conundrum of whether to play the next series straight away or be the team watching and waiting. I think we've got an early answer. And you know what Neo said, like he's heard from some people that teams actually prefer to go straight into the next game. That's what also I've heard from, like, you know, coaches and a few other people around the city. Like, yeah, we actually prefer to keep warm and go straight into it. We don't mind if we've been scouted or watched. Like, sometimes it doesn't make too much of a difference for us. So seems like BC Game are absolutely in that camp, and although Bait won the pistol, BC Game did well to respond immediately in the gun round. That changed control of the economy immediately. They pulled clear with 6 in a row. And don't get me wrong, we mentioned the BC Game messy rounds that have happened and can happen. And round 15, you know, we saw that actually with the... round 11, I should say. We saw that with the absolute madness, with the smoke diffuse, knives in the smoke, all this crazy stuff happening. There was a smoke diffuse for Bait, of course, in the second pistol as well, which is a really rough one to watch and kind of just see full stop, because BC Game reacted really slow to it, like Anders mentioned. So there's definitely a bit of a problem with that one. But yeah, you know, round 15, there was another incident really for them where Kenzazor got that MP9 3K and it didn't look too good for them. But the round that changed it for me, the round that changed this game for BC Game, was round 18 when Prime Taps ran through the palace smoke, seemingly on his own, and seemingly not in synergy with the rest of his team. This is the round 11. I'll just get back to that because this is the round 11 round I was talking about. With the nade coming through, the defuse coming through, and the smoke from Nexa, and one of these man situations that BC Game either find a way to win or lose dramatically. But yeah, and we'll see the pistol run that I just mentioned as well. But I just want to talk about round 18 because it's one of the ones that we really wanted to touch on. The way Prime Taps ran through the Palace smoke, it was seemingly on his own and very much disconnected from the rest of his team. But Nexa got the trade kill on the player that repeat from stairs immediately. And that opened up all the information of the fact that there's a Palace player or an Underbalk player. BC Game had mid control and connector control. They managed to get themselves up through connector and behind that smoke. And they knew that as soon as Headtrick showed his position, which he did in the end from jungle, rotating in to try and get a kill, they got all the information on the players that would have been nearest to worry about. That was the Kenzazorb MP93K I mentioned as well. And I think that's one of the biggest things for me, because that they pulled clear since then. I mean, Bait didn't really seem to know how to handle them. They got opening kills in every single one of those rounds for BC Game. And it looks super, super solid. So here's the kill I'm talking about here. Primetap's just wandering through the smoke on his own. And the kill from Nexa with a bit of damage, that's the stairs kill. That opens up everything for the round, because they had the information coming up through with like 2 or 3 players up connector. And, of course, they knew that one player was stuck under Balk, and they just swarmed immediately. Even though that first opening looks stupid, running through a smoke on your own like that, it actually gave them an opportunity and all the information they needed. So, genuinely impressive game from BC Game, and again, keeping warm seems to be the way to go, for them at least. And as we touched on during the pre-game and during the cast, of course, as well, Map 2 for Bait isn't amazing. They've played it 3 times relatively recently. Fnatic, Sinners, and Paravision. They've been destroyed on Anubis. 13-8 to Paravision, 13-2 to Sinners, 13-4 to Fnatic. Whereas for BC Game, sure, it's against slightly lesser opposition. Eyeballers, Saw, Gun 5. But they've destroyed them. 13-3, 13-6, 13-5. They have not had any close games. It's been super comfortable for them. So, yeah, for me, I'm taking a BC Game win on this one. Again, it could be a wild situation. We could have these exchange map picks. It happens very often, but I had a feeling BC Game would come into this one looking good. They did. It's a long way to go, though. We'll see if they can finish it off and become champions. To stop Bait becoming 4-time champions in CCT Season 2. We'll be back after the break. Bait, 3-time former champions, of course, of CCT Season 2. They won Series 2, Series 5, and Series 10, if my memory serves me correctly. And they're looking for number 4, but they're going to have to do it the hard way. BC Game with a great performance on Map 1. And BC Game are also in a slight hurry as well, because they've got a CCT Series 19 close qualifier to go and play in about 40 minutes. So, classic Counter-Strike in the scene right now. Everything's super busy. But Neo, they started incredibly well here and actually pulled clear at the end of the game, and we thought Bait would have kind of found the answer.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of credit has to be given towards just first of all, the level from both sides. I think we've had a couple of maps where it's felt quite one-sided and there's always been a clear winner. In this one, there was so many momentum shifts, back and forth. But to take that map under your belt is so important for BC Game. You're heading on towards a map. You already touched on it. I think this Bleed core were excellent on this map. I think back in the Tier 2 scene, it was when Bleed were kind of fighting around, they always looked really great on this. And of course, being that core here, but a core that feels like it's leveled up in a way. I feel like Nex is playing way better than we've seen of him. Prime Taps is looking incredible today. Cypher's finding his form once again. There's so much to like now over towards BC Game that Bait are really on the back foot. They've got to try and pull a map out of nowhere on a map that they don't traditionally like. I think this is a great punish pick. I still feel like Bait have got great ideas in this map, and they've had plenty of time to prepare for this, but so far, that statistic that I brought up, the last 3 finals that me and Anders have done, the team that's played the most recent semi and has warmed up has won them, and at the moment, we're going 4 for 4 here. It just feels like teams prefer to be warmed up rather than having all this time to prep, because if I'm being really honest, how much time can you actually prep in, what, like 3-4 hours between the game? You can do a little bit of work. You know, you can maybe hop on Skybox, right, and have a little look. But, you know, aside from that, ultimately, you've got a game plan, you've got to stick to it. And I think at the moment, just being warmed is really what's helping out this BC Game side.
Yeah, and I think as well, the thing that I'm kind of impressed with from them is the fact that Anubis still looks good for them. They can have a few mishaps, we know it, we've seen it, with the smoke diffusers coming through. One of them they won, which was wild. One of them they lost in the pistol, which was a bit wild too. But, yeah, I think I'm quite confident in the BC Game Anubis, and we're going to see if that can still come through in a matter of moments. So yeah, really interested to see, because if BC Game win a CCT, if you add all their other recent successes out to the pool, with the Dallas qualifiers, all the winning, even just winning in close qualifiers now, as long as they're on HLTV, they mean a lot when it comes to VRS. So yeah, they're on a really incredible streak right now, and I think for me, they are the ones to watch. But we'll see. The pistol round's already underway, so let's see if BC Game can win the tournament.
Well, let's go. We're not going to delay right into it. Cypher looking for the opening. He'll get it as well. Taking under. Oh, strive for the smoke. Kansas, all you can see him trying to jump away there. Head trick with some good taps, but unfortunately, Alex is very, very low. And Nexa pushing through like this is a deadly maneuver. He's definitely going to get this one, and he will. NPL in the 1 versus 2. They can play hide and seek with him, or they can try and fight him at the same time. But yeah, as long as they commit to something. Nice peeks. Nexa with the triple kill. It's BC Game to win the pistol on the T side. And finally, they win a pistol round. There's got to be something here.
Yeah, it's got to help. I mean, it actually makes matters probably all the more worse for Bait. That's the one thing they always had, going for them a little bit. All right, we can get our pistol, and then we can, start to put the pressure on BC Game that way. But the fact that BC Game out the gates, flying, quick, comfortable, easy is super, super good to see. 1-0 start. We're going to get a force buyout for Bait, and it's, again, I know it's early in towards this map, but it could be a good indicator of just how good this CT side actually looks. If you let this one slip and BC Game get a second, the third comes with it, they build up an early repertoire and stuff starts to look, again, just really solid as it did at the tail end of Mirage. BC Game's T-side in particular, Mirage, was really exciting to see, right? They had good protocols. They were very good at isolating fights. Their executes looked excellent. The Utah was all there, and this push has done absolutely nothing. Alex and MPL both dropped down, and Hedrick's 1 foot in the grave himself.
Yeah, shutting it down. I do like those pops out of the A-bomb side. There's so many different ways to do it now. We see a lot of creativity around trying to get this push done. There's a couple of teams now they throw incendiary grenades, and then they push actually sort of behind their own incendiary to push the front of the bomb site there. So a lot of different evolutions happening on Anubis, which is no surprise. This is going to be, no defense. There's nobody here. Still good utility use. It's all the stuff we like to see. BC Game going to be picking up a second round, and not even that exciting for Bait as in terms of saving the double MP9 and the 5.7 on the Senthiel. You're not walking away with this thing. Oh, at least we've got some cool hardware to work with. That's not the case, but still, it's better than throwing it away for nothing.
Yeah, honestly. It was an aggro start by Bait. They tried to do something, and it just very immediately gets shut down. Nothing really to be gained there. 2-0, but at least with this 3 save, you just reuse it in towards the next. You don't force around it, but you just reuse the MP9s and hope that it's a better look in the second time. Cypher just jumping around the site looking for somebody, and he does get that fight, but it's one that he's caught midair. Doesn't really matter to BC Game, though. He had just... The Mac 10 is what it is. 2-0. I'm liking what I see. Bait dwindling so far and are still clutching at straws in this series, and it continues to feel like it's going from kind of bad to worse for them. You have to put up a strong CT side. Yes, this is a T-sided map, and it's the most T-sided map in the pool, but you have to give yourself some foundations to work with heading in towards our second half. You cannot afford to no-show here and rely everything on that second half, because we know BC Game are no slouches themselves on the CT. They're going to break open the smoke. No one behind it for Jacob. It's a 5-7 up close, though. That always worries me.
And for good reason. We know what could be achieved with it. BC Game running this default. The whole purpose here is obviously to not engage in anything and not get caught in anything weird. Smoke going up again towards the connector. We'll see. They have so much time. They really don't need to take any big risks, and by the time they make a decision, they have the luxury of having the Mac 10 on Nexus. So I'm sure he is going to be out there looking for a potential stack, or for, you know, maybe baiting out a pop flash or two. Speaking of which, there is one on the Centhiol, so it could be a lot of fun, especially if they go towards the connector. Kenzasaur is there with an MP9, so there's sort of a, you know, 1 in 100 chance that if that's where the fight ends up, then the pop flash plus the MP9 could make a big difference. Yeah, see, he's being flashed in right now. Unfortunately, that is not at the range where either the flashbang or the MP9 is going to make a difference, but yeah, you can sort of see the idea for Bait.
Exactly. Don't hate it. 5-7-0. Up close. This can still get a little funky. Thankfully, it's shut down. I was with beta breaths for a moment there, because honestly, up close, his MP9s kind of look a little scary, but ends up being alright. A lot of damage dealt, but only the 1 casualty so far. Cynthia are going to stick around for any exits, any upgrades that he potentially could grab, but no kit, no smoke. He's not really giving this one a go. Jacob, swing and a miss as he does get tapped down. There isn't a potentially recoverable AK, but I say potentially because he's traded out. BC Game, great work. 3-0 start. We're loving life. Very, very little to complain about right now. Your own map pick out the gates brilliantly.
Yeah, the only big asterisk that we have to throw in here is obviously the fact that it is a very T-sided map, and, you know, for Bait, they have to try and find a way to remember that too. It's really, really important that they don't get too flustered already, because, you know, it's still a bit of a runaway here. If they can win one of the early rounds on the CT side, it's gonna make such a big difference. So I'm sure that's something they're already thinking about. Deep smoke thrown towards the stairs over outside of the A bomb site, and they still put 3 people in A, so kind of interested to see if there was more play behind that, if they wanted to go a bit aggressive perhaps outside of the A bomb site. Not yet anyway. Cypher is ready to take a deep swing here, and with a grenade in hand, Alex, if you get the timing wrong, if you're swinging left as they're peeking into you, that could be the end. But yeah, so far, nice job. NPL is also sticking around. They're just going to be peeking at the same time. No flashes, no nothing. Scary for Alex if he dies. Nork didn't even see him. Still going to get it. That's worth it. Absolutely worth it for BC Game.
It is. We just call it there, honestly. 3 versus
Surely
3.
they're gonna stick around.
Yeah, you'd hope so, but 1 casualty and it changes this round absolutely. Nexa, I don't think he realized that him moving around exposes gun barrel, which exposed him inherently. Jacob's got to win this fight. You lose this, and this is a really doable retake. He's got the right idea. Just don't overthink it. He then pulls back towards the site. You've got to rely that something can be brought. Jacob, unfortunately, going to get caught in the back, and that'll be Bait, making a retake stick for them. Honestly, if Nexa doesn't get caught there, I think they've got a really decent spot to hold with, but it's just this gun barrel exposed them.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very winnable round for BC Game, no question about it, but important for Bait to get this one early on. Like we said, the CT rounds can be very, very hard to come by. Curious to see how they actually do. They go for the repeat here and just basically rely on timing. They're just saying 3, 2, 1, peak, and then they're hoping that that's enough to win the day. And man, that could have almost backfired. It almost did in terms of losing the A bomb side. But fair play, 3-1 in this scoreline here. Got Nork on the AWP. A couple of AKs picked up, but still Alex with the FAMAS. So a lot of signs here that for Bait, it has to be just the beginning or something. They can't go back to losing now. They got to keep building.
Oh, well. See game. More barn and plate for Nork. Rifles alongside it. Not what to work with for the CT side, but still, we've seen these Bait Mouse say some of these rifle rounds look really clean for them. We know Hetrick's very versatile too. Hey, oh my god, for Cypher, I was about to say I don't like that, but how in God's name has he actually got away with that? Through a smoke and a nade, and he somehow makes that work. He never, ever should get away with that. And the fact that he's untraded too, it leaves me scratching my head.
Yeah. Bit confusing, I agree. Outside of the A-bomb side, there's just one, I think it's Alex holding here with the FAMAS. If he dies, there's no A defense, and they can't rotate in through the middle either. Strong play from Alex. How huge is that? 2 kills with the FAMAS. I think the round is lost if he dies. Maybe even if he gets traded, there's still nothing to fight for. 35 seconds. Nexter trying to sneak his way through. He knows Alex is down there somewhere, but he's doing a really good job at it, just making himself hard to find. Comes back as they're occupied, battling towards the back of the A-bomb site. What an absolutely sick round. 1 FAMAS to essentially win this round for Bait. That's so well done.
That is, honestly, that is very, very impressive from Alex. Remainder of these 10 seconds. We'll just be keeping hold of what we've got. The AWP, which is something to work with, sure, but it's a great, great round from Bait. They've honestly looked fantastic there. Alex, you know, I think especially where this side's been progressing into the upper echelons of the tier 2, I think, you know, Ascentia obviously has been proving himself to be a little bit more reliable, but I think Alex is actually stepping up in big ways. He gets given a lot of hard roles to play. I mean, like you mentioned, right? If he goes down, that's the side completely open. The rotate was so far away. And how well he does, unbelievably impressive. And the knock-on effect is huge too. We'll have some level of bites come through as Jacob into the AK. And there's a few upgraded pistols around that orb. Uh-oh, Cypher. Poor guy. Poor guy.
It's not great. Yeah, this is... For BC game, very likely to lose this round just based on the weapons alone here. MPL in the middle, very sharp takes on Jacob. This is kind of tricky. Bait are about to have almost as many rounds as they could dream of here in the first half already. Nice shot from Nork. If they win this one, Bait, BC game again are going to have a really bad economy going forward. They're not going to be able to buy, and they probably get about 4 rounds already, which is... That's already pretty good. That's a great baseline to work with. Nork, surely going to get hunted. They know he's in here somewhere in the middle. It's a very nice flick. He comes back. It's so tempting to try and hunt down this AWP, but obviously there's got to be some method to it so that you don't just got to end up fighting him one at a time. Deep Molotov. He is aware that there could be a flank coming, but it's just when and where is that? And also the promise in here, so if he really wants to try and win the round, eventually that's going to have to work out. Essential does take him down, and Bait will win it. They get a bit of all the rifles, pick up an AWP and 2 AKs. This is really strong. 3-3 tied up. Cypher is going to be buying... Okay, so they're gonna try and put something into this round at the very least.
Wow. BC game. Hero AK again for them. Jacob did it the previous round. Cypher will do it this one. But the expectations are probably pretty minimal. Bait looking alright. Slow start, but a good recovery. And that's all that matters. The bulk of the gun rounds. Traditionally something that is sort of flipped the other way. Where it's normally BC game who do a little better in the gun rounds. And it's Bait who starts strong. Cypher. Smoked and mollied. So he averts attention elsewhere.
Playing outside of the A-bomb side, hoping that someone's going to push, but that's not going to be the case right now. he could win this, right? Which one good opening, and there might be something. There's a little bit of a weird jump going on there. He does get taken straight down. Kansas all completely unimpressed with that one. Don't hate the idea, but surely there's got to be a flashbang you can throw to help him out there. Don't think they had one, but I feel like if you're getting that deep in, one flash, you go, that could have been pretty sick.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Cypher didn't mean to jump there.
Probably not.
Yeah, hate to say it. You really do. But, you know, we didn't expect a lot from this round. 35 seconds, late pop towards the B site. 3 players here to meet them, and in they come, and it's a super, super easy shutdown. Kansas or MPL, Ascential all getting into the mix, and Bait. Very easy round. A flawless one at that. A lot of damage, though, but no kills for BC Game, so they don't care. Force buy amounts to nothing. Maybe in that spot as well, you see a few teams do this where actually when they're going for these sort of hero AK rounds, I actually want the pistol going in first just to avert the crosshair, right? You basically be a human flashbang. There's a couple of P250s there that could have just flown in first, drawn away that attention a little bit and allowed Cypher sort of preferential fights there, but with him going in first, you know, he's taking a direct head-to-head, and obviously we back Cypher in quite a few situations, but you want to just make his life easier.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable idea. Definitely something that could have added their chances. Like, you know, I was saying they should have thrown a flashbang, but you're right. If they could, you know, throw a human flashbang, you know, more power to them. Give it a shot, why not? Well, this is, again, not the best equipped round coming out of a BC Game, but doesn't mean it's completely a wash here. Wow. Cypher right in that was a weird shadow realm that he was in. It'd be fun to see that fight from Kentesor's point of view, because I think he blew open the smoke. I don't know how much of it, but he must have been able to see him somehow a little bit earlier than it looked like Cypher was able to. By the way, speaking of Cypher, I mean, a couple of rounds here where he dies very early on. Prime Taps has got 0 kills. Jacob's got 3. This is not at all what I was expecting. Normally, we spend so much time talking about how strong the T side is on this map and how dangerous it could be to start CT side just because you fall behind. And they did fall behind. But all of a sudden, they're right back into it. They look revitalized. It's a really good look for Bait as they try and see if they can extend the grand final. I'll lose to the first map, but there is potential for Ancient at the end. And yeah, absolutely crushing this incoming B attack here. Nork, though, he will answer back, and yeah, that's a default setup for a really normal spam coming through there. He's going to get that one. Nork now.
No
he
way.
actually gets one more shot. He's already got 4. He's looking for the ace here. Crouching in. And he gets a sickening round for the Swede as he aces the opponent. And BC Game, they shouldn't be winning this round. They should have lost it every time.
Are you kidding? How has he got away with that? How?
That's so sick.
He has no right at all. The first, like, 2 I can kind of give him, but then the third spam through the smoke, the 4th is just delightful, and he just knows where that 5th is. Nork, so well done. Brilliantly played. Honestly, brilliantly played. Such a great shot, and I love to see from his POV here. He catches him on the swing perfectly. That's so impressive from North. They needed a hero. They get one, and it's that man who's had, you know, question marks about him, especially after his Fnatic stint, and he just continues to prove the doubters wrong a little bit. Wonderful. Wonderful to see. 4-all. Massive a BC Game. My God, they needed that.
Yeah, that is absolutely devastating, isn't it? Bait, they're going to be scratching their heads saying, how did we do it? They had all the opening kills. They had everything they could have wanted in the start of that round, and still, it falls apart. The fact that they have the 4 rounds is, I guess it's something to look back and smile at least if you're Bait here. But, yeah, they can't be letting go of more of those rounds. Jacob coming back into the B bomb side just to take a bit of a peek. Do have the AWP on Hetrick now, but they lost all the AKs as well. Push up outside of the A bomb side. They have a good idea that there's nobody coming for an A attack, but are they going to be able to rotate in time? It doesn't seem like it. Ascential here trying to stay alive. They're going to lose MPL at the back, and Ascential, he should be traded, and he will be. And again, because the push out of A They were sort of teetering on it, but it's not quick enough. That happens sometimes. If you're really quick with that push, sometimes you're basically shooting the T's in the back as they're still fighting in connector. That did not happen this time. Alex, he should win this one, but he's not committed to it. That's...
Just save.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Sometimes, you know, we talk about what it means to peek an angle with intention versus just kind of, you know, I'm kind of looking, but not really. You could see it right there. He knows he's supposed to clear the angle, and he's going through the motions, but... he isn't really saying, okay, I'm dedicated to winning this fight. And that's the result.
Yeah, it's a little lazy, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Happens, you know. It happens all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it is a bit.
Oh, will this AWP save? I think it should be fine. Hedrick's going to look in, and he will get an Alexis. You take that, but still, great round for the BC game side, who obviously were looking, you know, a little worried at times, a little problematic in terms of some of these performances and some of these kind of situations. It's such a big one for them to win. Take back the lead, put yourself in a good spot, and continue putting that pressure on.
Yeah, I think it's very, very important. To my mind, they were looking like a team that was about to completely lose control of this game and kind of crash out of the first half.
Yeah.
So I'd say they're barely escaping here. If they go on to win the rest of them and make it an 8-4, they should consider themselves super, super fortunate because they have had such a great opportunity to run this game very, very far back. But it's not done yet. There is still a lot to fight for here. And on the other side of it, because of that insane round from Nork, all of a sudden, Bait don't have the money. They've got a couple of MP9s, AWP and Hetrick there. If they lose this one, they're in quite a bit of trouble themselves.
Let's see. One thing I worry about a little bit is for Bait. We've seen this happen a couple of times where they've fallen a little flat and struggle to sort of reignite themselves back into games. And this could be more of the same. Kenza Zor with a bit of a fadeaway shot there. Nicely done. Here's an opener. And again, it's on towards Cypher. You touched on it a little bit earlier. It's something he's been struggling with.
Yeah, I'm not feeling super secure in that particular battle. Gotta assume that he's been running that drill quite a few times because that seems to be his MO for this game. There are some players that are just experts at getting through this dark position. Nork gonna get the kill. Prime taps with a nice headshot. By the way, his third kill of the map so far. Oops. That is meant to bounce off the pillar and up onto the high ground here. I guess even without it, they're gonna be just fine. Get the headshots. Prime tab says, you know what, who cares? Maybe I can't throw grenades, but I can hit headshots. We'll take that.
Oh, might even just shoot on the little breaks in the smoke, but is it worthwhile? He'll get his kill. He'll get out. I don't... oh, I'm going to say I don't think he'll be hunted. I'd tell a lie, actually. Nexa is pretty close here. Head trick. Those reactions. Not good enough. Nexa, well done. Head trick. Head in hands for him. He knows that was a rough thing to lose there, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. That's tough. That is very tough indeed.
It is. Now, because they did manage their economy well enough, because they bought some MP9s and a little bit to sort of add to the AWP, they're still in an all-right position. It's not the end of the world yet for them.
Sure.
It's obviously still can be a bit tricky. No diffuse kit in play in this round. But, as I said, I think even at 4 rounds, Bait are still competitive in this one. BC Game need to prove they can get all the way up to 8 here to feel maybe a little bit safer.
Just a bit of proof to yourself.
Yeah, I'm so curious. What grenade is he going to be throwing from here? I'm guessing it's just a normal Molotov that goes over, but I'm always looking for new inspiration. Okay. Going back to have a bit of a conversation. Needs a smoke as well. Fair play. Let's see what this execute looks like. Again, they're not pushing out of the A-bomb site, so nobody knows what's coming. It's going to be down to this 3-man defense. There's some Molotov on the one side. Grenades raining in left and right, but still, it's Jacob to go down. Maybe not quite enough pressure added. They had plenty of grenades to try and get this done with, and once the Molotovs rained down, on that forward position. It's shocking to see that there isn't more pressure added from the rest of BC game. Essential still alive out here. Has been the whole time. Finally, they shut him down. Kenzasaw catches the perfect timing. Prime taps with a grenade in hand and 40 seconds left. Strong rotate in, but Nexa was ready. He saw it coming, and now they can run.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's a foot race over towards A. And one in which, by the commitment here, they can hear them in towards mid. This could be a little funky. This fight in towards camera is everything for Alex. He's got to get at least one. Oh, he can't! How does Nexa get away with that? How? They've heard the last guy too. They know where he is. That is a ridiculous round of Counter-Strike from Nexa. Talk about leading by example. That is beyond bonkers. People questioned him. I think maybe at the tier 1 level, rightfully so, but since his stint on Bleed onwards, he has been in some reformed form. And what we've seen on BC Game, ridiculous. How have they won that round?
Yeah, that's a very good question indeed. He should have been dead. Alex is going to be dreaming about that round, especially if they end up losing the map, and as a result, the grand final. Going into round number 12, we've got 3 AKs, 2 MP9s. I say that, I was lying. It's only one MP9 now. Kenzasaw just burst it down or spam down for the smoke. Kind of worried that there's a push coming, but there's nobody pushing out of the B bomb side. But they have some sense that someone's got to be there. Maybe a little bit too much panic at the start of the round here. Look at the utility on bait. It's a hard round to win this one, no question.
Crazy game we're getting here from BC Game. And they're getting closer and closer to a 2-0 in this and taking the grand final.
Yeah, it's working out right now for them. There's been a bit of a bump in the road. And it really did require that ace from Nork, which again, I've got to highlight how ridiculous it is that that's what kind of brought them back in the game. Without it, who knows? Incendiary slowing them down, but there's still plenty of time here. They don't really have to rush into this. Alex going for a bit of a swing. They should be able to convert this. It's taken way too long now for PC Game. I'm surprised that they weren't more assertive in going for that fight. They're going to battle their way through, but they're taking a lot of damage here. MP9, unfortunately, it's one click from Nork. Why not? He's 14-4 at the end of the half, so pretty sick half for him. BC Game, they do bring it back to that 8-4 scoreline, which is good, but it is definitely not one map yet.
No, not at all, but they are in a good spot. I think they've got to be pretty happy with how things are looking at the moment. And super impressive. Some of these rounds were... Well, I think, kind of touching on what you said about Nork's ace, but even like Nexus 3K, there's some rounds where you're in such a good position and you just let things slip away for nothing. And I think that's actually one of those really costly things for me, right? I think they'll look back at this and say, damn, like, you know, one or two other things, I mean, should have gone their favor, and they didn't, right? And I think that's something that can really hurt. Nork's got quick up mid out, however. There's a big early flank happening. A very limited presence here. It's all in towards E-Box.
If they win this one, BC Game, they are in a good position. Next, strong headshot. Oh, they're trying to hunt him down, but mid-air, he's just tracking them. The aim is beautiful. They finally get rid of Cypher and MPL. He wants to get across. They can't handle it. Nexa is way too sharp. And Alex, he is going to get pressured. Defuse kit is there as well. Prime tap. So that is all Nexa. What? That was so crisp. The mid-air shot. Yeah, very, very well done.
He's doing so well. This is just the side that they just can't lose now, right? There's everything that could go right is going right. It's looking so special. 9 now on the board for BC Game, and they are 4 away. They're getting so close. Nexa just looks excellent. Nothing is missing for him. You know, you've got him 14-6, Nork 15-4. You know, we don't even really need Jacob, Cypher, and Prime Taps right now. These two are taking over. And they're taking some serious names as well. 9-4, 5 rounds of defense. Of course, a bomb plant does mean a buy for bait. But you lose this, and it gets really dicey. Good start, though. Nork gets clipped.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here in the grand final. This is way more the kind of BC game that again, it kind of explains how they're able to get some of these results. When they are focused up, when they do have some of the individuals really working. And I mean, in this case, you know, it's not even Cypher and Jacob, right? It's Nexa and North, but that's fine. Just, you should be individually strong enough to do some real damage here. This round might fall apart a little bit. Nexa, nice timing, but still going to get pressured. He did get a little bit of damage into the round here. Hetrick going to be taking care of Cypher, and they will end up getting wiped out. Would have been fun if they could have had just a couple of more kills here, just to keep bait a little bit lower in terms of the economy. Not quite going to happen. And now they're back to pistols on the CT side. So, you know, a reminder again that nothing has been won yet here for PC Game. It is the CT side of Anubis, and plenty of teams just collapse on this side.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I would have liked Nexa to actually just kept the gun up there and gone for the fight instead. Obviously, we know that with hindsight, but he tried to throw that molly to slow them down. I don't think he realized just how close they were and actually how committed they were to that fight. Mach 10, no MPL, going quick towards mid and gonna get a lot of space. No one's really there, so he can get all the way up towards doors.
Okay, Zenthio sneaking through. This could just be a very easy end to the round. Prime taps, doesn't realize how dead he is. Oh, he's going to knife him while he's still jiggling
Smoke
back
in
and
hand.
forth.
He's dropped the
so
smoke
funny.
for them. It helps
Yeah.
with the plan.
That's pretty funny. We loved it. A little bit of comedy in the game. We needed that. Okay, then. 4 versus 5. Bomb planted all the way at the back of the A-bomb side. Obviously, no chance that you're going to be losing this one. So, just a question of how much do you want to hunt. They did force up in the round, so, you know, in theory, if you get a couple more kills, it could be pretty hurtful to BC Game, who, again, I got to say, likely chance this is going to be all the way up to like a 9-7 scoreline by the time BC Game have a real buy again.
The Doom 5-7 of Cypher will get one before he falls. But that'll be that. BC Game just keeping hold of 2 5-7s on that one MP9 and towards the next, if they can. They should be fine, though. They're not really in a position to fight. So, hey, 3-round game. Probably 2 rounds, if we're being honest, because we're not expecting these 5-7s to do a lot in towards the next. But then again, you can never underestimate them at the same time. But where we're at least having that buffer zone is just an incredibly important spot, though, for BC Game. Keep yourself at least an arm's distance away, and that can stop any pressure really building on your shoulders. You're so close to the finish line now. The Bait are starting to ramp up in towards the T side, and on a T side of the map, it's obviously to be expected, but looking a lot better.
Once again, very early control of this main position. No one there to challenge them. Molotov? Okay. Probably does spread around. I feel like gotta be careful. Okay, they're gonna throw another one just to be absolutely sure. They really don't want anyone hiding behind a pillar. Counting to 3 and trying to get the run out. Kansas still pretty fine job shutting it down. 2 pistols left for all of 1 second, really. So, yeah, it's nothing much to talk about. Unfortunately, last couple of rounds here, it just is Bait coming up with the early kills, having the better weaponry. BC Game, now they've got something. And the question, I think, for me is, do they have a trick they want to try and do in this round? This is an opportunity for them to show us, if they've got anything planned for the CT side. Do they know some of the early aggressive moves you could do? Like I said, you can throw some really fun grenades outside of the A-bomb site and have people push out of there. Like, some people will push either behind like a double HE or early incendiary. There's so many different ways to try and get some aggressive control there. But now, it's looking pretty default with 3B, 1 mid, 1 A. With that, I guess mid player kind of doubling up as an A player to 2, half the time at least.
Big round, though, for Bait. You can win this one, and you honestly probably tie the game back up, and then things start to get really spicy indeed. We're giving BC the benefit of the doubt because they've had lesser weaponry in towards these previous, but if you lose this one, that pressure is already right back on. Such an important round, and you can see Bait really taking their sweet time of it, running through the motions, through the protocols. Molly down. Cypher takes a bit of damage. His goes down too. Just behind that smoke, something swinging in towards Z-Bucks for now, but under a minute, in they come.
Cypher flashed into it.
Ooh.
I don't know how, but Alex gets to live. It's NPL landing another headshot. This one much cleaner. Takes down Nexa. 40 seconds. The rotation is coming in. I mean, there is a way to win this still, especially if Nort can get a bit of a double here, but it's not going to be happening. Instead, Kenzor takes him down. But you could see that the backup was there pretty early on. Now, unfortunately, Jacob is really far away. I don't know. That's a rough way to get started. The timing on the flash to go out of the B bomb site was sick, right? There was a way that if they get the kill on Alex early on, maybe they can defend the bomb site a bit better, but it just eluded them barely. That's going to be bait up to now 8 rounds, and again, the money is exploded here for BC Game. This is turning into an absolute disaster.
Oh, tough. Really tough indeed. BC Game are actually making this a lot harder for themselves.
I mean, if I had to
One-round
guess
game.
now,
Yeah.
I would say this is headed to the third map. This is what it feels like.
Same here. The bait T side looks really, really good. Smoke down. Will he survive through it? Oh my god, he does just about. It was a stray AK bullet that whizzed past, but either way, I think you're right. I think this has got 3 maps with it all over at the moment. It really looks like we're quite considerably checked out for now, bait, at BC Game, I say. Next gun round from them, I'd love a pause before we head into it. Just take a brief moment to converse before committing to it. That one looked a little bit scrappy. When they lost the first engagement, when Cypher falls down, you can see them a little flustered and didn't know how to react. And then Nort gets left all alone, so isolated.
Kenzor just aware, one, that they could throw cheese from the bomb site, but also, I think, checking to make sure no one's pushing out. Again, we haven't seen too much exciting CT side here from BC Game. Would love to watch some new tricks. I'm in the market myself for learning some fun stuff about this map. There's got to be more things that can be figured out. Kansas already.
Wow.
The spray is just absolutely clean. Well done.
5-7. Oh, next that. Ugly. In that one. This one's done. We're all tied square, Anders, and this is where we come back to what we're saying. This feels like 3 now. BC Game have really fallen asleep.
Yeah, I think, again, this could just be a map pull thing where, you know, maybe, yeah, they pick it, but that CT side, they just don't quite have what it takes. And it's curious. I mean, maybe down to Cypher and Jacob just having a really quiet game. Because between Nork and Nexa, they've been playing a sick game right now, but you need those 2 other players to chime in, don't you?
It was kind of funny in the first half where it was like, oh, it's, you know, it's a 2-man army and they're still winning and it looks great. But now you're on the CT side and those other 3 are completely missing in this map. And it's so unbelievably evident right now, right? Because they're getting isolated. I mean, Cypher, I'll have a check now. I want to see what his opening duel stats look like because they can't be that good. So for Cypher so far, in all fairness, he's actually been pretty relentless, but he's taken 9 opening duels, and or 10 actually off the back of that round. And 10 opening duels, and he finds himself 5 and 5. So it doesn't actually look that bad, but
Okay.
you know, it's relentlessly in the thick of it, but at the same time, we still need a bit more. Jacob finds the first, but a quick trade from Kenzazor, now they can scale in towards mid.
Maybe it's not the last chance here for BC Game, but we're starting to get into a position where they don't have a lot more runway. Mid-fight, evenly traded. Fair play to that. Bait decide we're going to slow this all the way down. They're way back towards T-spawn. They really do not want to get pushed. And again, if I was bait, I would probably be worried about the same thing. I said there's been so many rounds where we haven't seen really almost any aggression. The most we've seen really is them actually flashing them outside of the B bomb site. So you could anticipate that there is going to be a change up in the defense here. So they're waiting for the first 30 seconds of the round just to see if anything like that's happening. It's not. And now they can start to set it up a little bit. Incendiary thrown down on the one side, but Cypher finds himself in a very weird position. The orb is being wheeled in. Nork is here to try and help out. Cypher already calling it in, saying, yeah, I'm going to be rushed down any second now. Deep Molotov to keep that AWP away from the position. And Nork has to try and relocate. It's a good relocation, though. He's going to be taking on the Sentinel. Kansas Orc going for the bomb plant. Don't see him winning this one in the 1 versus 2. Coming up out of the smoke, and with the jump up as well, he's going to be dead. So, BC game, very important round there. And
Finally.
Yeah, it's about time.
It's not convincing, though, is it? I think at the same time, you know, finally we get around, and that's good to see. But my God, made to work for it, requires a little bit of a step up too. But it's a, you know, teammates. Everybody has their moment in the limelight, and thankfully that is a round one, not off the back of a hero, but more so an actual game plan that ends up being quite successful. The crossfire and the trades are excellently done. The spacing's pretty good too. So it's good to see. I'm still not convinced, though. It still feels like Bait hold so much of this momentum. You know, they're not going to ever really have money issues for the entirety of the rest of this half in regulation. And, man, that's something that worries me. BC game, that's something that they are going to have to deal with, especially being on that CT side. It's a tough predicament. They've got to win rounds, and they've got to continuously win rounds cleanly, too, if they ever want to build that up.
One round lead. It's not that much. Nice nade. Thrown from inside of the A bomb side. It banks off the wall and connects with the Sentinel. Prime Taps is here. Gun out. Sometimes people play this corner with a smoke and just try to sort of throw it down. He's going to get flashed in. I don't like him sticking around here. It's so dangerous. Wow. And he's going to get traded, but all the way from the back is Jacob. Oh, they line up for him. That is sickening. I think, one, they have a hard time seeing him because of the Molotov that's down in front, and two, they probably don't expect him to be there because the way that the flash was coming in for, they're thinking about a much deeper angle. They're not thinking about Jacob, you know, I mean, it wasn't Jacob throwing pop flash anyway, but they're not thinking about him being there. So, pretty sick stuff. That is another round, and suddenly, it's a bit interested, you know. Now we're sat back up in our chairs again, because now they're 2 rounds away from taking the grand final.
Yeah, hence why Bait are calling a pause as well. They realise that things are in a tough predicament for themselves. Yes, the recovery's been great, and they have scaled back in towards a competitive position, but just those 2 rounds back-to-back have really thrown things up in the air. That's so well done by Jacob at the end. I mean, he's not had a huge amount of opportunities to really be able to show his prowess playing those anchor positions. They haven't been going A all too often, but my God, he does well there. Prime Taps, I understand what you mean, right? Sticks around maybe a little too long, but even that 1 kill and the damage on towards the second makes Jacob's life so much easier with that pretty limited magazine of the M4A1S. Who knows? If he hadn't attacked that second, he might have run out of bullets and it could have been a different position. But that's all a different world. 2 rounds of difference. 2 rounds away. BC game. Oh my God, that's such a bold move. A Sentinel on a bit of a fadeaway shot there gets it, but Jacob still sneaks past. That's the bomb. Uh-oh. That's the bomb. He's in the backlines now, and he knows there's a Carpets player somewhere.
Yeah, Sentinel still going to be really quick with that one. It feels like Jacob should have had a chance to pick that one up, but now it's a very hard round to win. Cypher slowly getting a bit closer now, but he hasn't really had a great time on Anubis, and he's going to run right into head trick. Alex, essentially just a luxury position for him right now. He can probably look for exits. The bomb is going to be planted here. Wow. Deep pushes coming out from BC Game. I kind of appreciate the attempt, but at the end of the day, they just get nothing for it. Trying to save the last 2 rifles here as Bait get up to 10 rounds. And the economy is so shallow for BC Game, right? They cannot afford to lose. Like, they've got to keep these rifles alive at all costs. And if you're Bait, you should probably be hunting.
Oh, well. They will save them. It looks like they'll be okay. Next is at least far enough away. It's more so for Norg, but I think he's tucked in off in a bit of a cubby. And with that Molotov down too from Kenzie, he'll be okay. It's just, yeah, you're spot on right. With that really limited funds long term, it does worry you. This is not an issue that Bait are really ever going to have to worry about in regulation. It's once again a 1-round game. This is so up in the air and so difficult to predict.
Yeah, flip a coin at this point. BC Game have more tricks. If you look at a team like Eternal Fire, sometimes they'll throw in rounds where they actually do push essentially 3 people in the middle on the CT side. Now, it's a risky play, but you flash your way through that smoke that always gets thrown in the middle. You can actually surprise the T side quite a bit. It's not... Sometimes there'll be a lot of T's there, but sometimes it'll just be a couple of people who are really trying to hold on, so... Early grenades, one towards the left-hand side of middle, and the other one is a Molotov towards that cam position, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure early on. Deny the mid-control for BC Game, which could leave them a bit nervous. It's looking like an A attack again, and without any mid-control, I think they're going to commit to it as well. Just running deep in there. Prime taps, kind of almost lucky to get that one. Essential, it's a beautiful double opening. Nexa steps into the remains of the Molotov, does get one, and a nice headshot. My god, Nexa trying to do whatever he can to save his team. 2 versus 3. Bomb planted, sure, but this AWP from Hetrick, it should get smoked off. I feel like this is going to be up to Alex. Surely there's going to be enough grenades and smokes landing on this bomb site to just get rid of Hetrick's position entirely.
Surely. Flash comes over. Alex avoids it well enough. Gets the first. Uh-oh. Time ticking. Retake now with the AWP is going to make life difficult. It's a crossfire that is so nasty. AWP swinging a fine for Nork as well. He's got one more to collect. An AKV AWP on the site. He pulls the pistol out. And Alex does so well. Bait survive another scare. What is happening in this game? 11 all in the full rounds of regulation and maybe more required.
I definitely feel as if though they had many, many more grenades that BC Game that they could have done in the 2v3. You look at the end here, both Cypher and Nork, they have so many nades that they could have thrown. Even if they don't know exactly where he's holding Hetrick, just create a wall of smokes and go fight Alex. You know, count to 3. The only thing that's stopping you from swinging against Alex all at the same time is the fact that you don't know where that AWP is. But I think they could have got rid of it just with the smokes alone. So a bit curious. BC Game somehow still able to put together a buy, just barely. This is a wild end to the map that we're running into at the moment here. Still impossible really to say who's going to win this one.
And this is reinstilling these woes about BC Game. It actually is down to this round though, isn't it? Because they've invested everything into round number 23. You lose this one. Money shattered and bait. Map point. On BC Game's map pick. Goes back to a little bit of what I brought up in that pre-show about how actually, even though Bait's results have looked a little iffy, and if you look on paper, I've actually liked what I've seen from Bait on this map. Oh my god, this is dicey. MP9. Cypher, good for the first. Oh, can't get the second, but damage dealt. Bomb spotted 2. Round might be on here.
Pretty good for Cypher, honestly. That could have been so much worse, but the aggressive move for Essential, he's just pathing perfectly at this stage. Next, they're going to go down as well. 3 versus 2, and no, head trick. You definitely, alright, he's going to come back for it. He makes up for it. Everything is forgiven here. Alex with the headshot, and you're absolutely right. That's all of their money. They have the round loss bonus at least, so they're going to be able to go for some kind of hardware here, but it's going to be far from perfect here. Bait's looking to make this a 3rd map to decide the grand final. As BC Game they can't make it work on the second half here.
Yeah, BC Game have fallen so flat. It's so unfortunate. Map 3. Looks like it's going to be getting... Man, it's going to be really thrown up in the air for Ancient. It's just so even on paper. And I think both of these sides have had decent results in it recently. What a spot, though. Honestly, credit where it's due for Bait. You can just never, never, ever count this side out. And they're showing us why.
Some decent grenade damage at the start of the round. You got to remember, even landing like 20 damage with a grenade, when all you have are FAMAS, MP9, and even the M4s here, that can easily be the difference in winning a fight against an AK. So it all counts, and also Hetrick obviously took even more damage than that. Slow beginning once again. Back into the middle. BC Game want to try and shore that up just a bit, and that means they leave the A bomb site slightly weaker. Practically a 3-man setup now at the B bomb site. It does look like Bait kind of want to go here. Back through connector we go. Easy opening. Cypher goes down. He's had such a miserable time with this map. It's really been rough on him. And that kill at range might just seal the deal here. Next is going to get traded out. They're doing such a fine job here. Third map is practically secured.
Yeah, this is what feels like a next to impossible retake. Flash going to come over. As Jacob creeps through that smoke. He's going to wait it out too. It's a reaction play here. Alex versus him. And he wins it out. That's good for the first. Swing up close. Gets the second. I said next to impossible. 2 versus 2 in Sential's low. Hang on a moment. It's just MPL which feels impossible to clear in the spot that they're in. And yeah, damage dealt. MPL just buying time. Swinging a find. Leading by example at the end there. As MPL plays time. Bait by the skin of their teeth win map number 2 and push us towards a decider here in this grand final when it's going to be Ancient up next. Basically a best of 1 to see who can take first place here at CCT. But for now, we're going to throw this one over towards Trav to break everything down from that amazing Anubis.
Oh, that was a bit of a painful watch at the end there, wasn't it, for BC Game supporters? I think majority of the things they tried on that CT side look really, really rough around the edges. A couple of the pieces of aggression they threw in, which we know is a necessity on CT and Anubis, looked okay. And they started the game really solid. Actually, they were abusing the A-bomb site pretty well early on, but this run we see here, just delaying for that Kenzazor big flank, that allowed Bait to get into the game. Got a acceptable number on CT, a workable number. So even when BC Game won the CT pistol, thanks to that beautiful play from Nexa, you knew the game wasn't over. You knew you still had more work to do, especially after you got forced on immediately afterwards. And yeah, for me, the BC Game CT side was more like almost playing not to lose than playing to win. And now, of course, they're in an interesting situation, as I mentioned earlier, right? They had a game scheduled against Aurora for 1700, which was about 13 minutes ago. Of course, that's in the next CCT, in the Series 19 closed qualifiers. That's obviously going to have to be pushed back a little bit. I don't know how, as it's the same tournament, I don't know how that's going to work when it comes to, like, is Aurora going to use their tech pause for them? Or their, that sort of time usually can work out. That's a very common thing for teams to do, to have the opponents use their tech pause and BC Game can use theirs and they have enough time. So yeah, really frustrating for them. They weren't able to finish it here. Then I have to think about third map here in the final, and then that game, which of course is very important for them because it's a decider match. That one in Series 19. So that's also incredibly important to actually even get a chance in the next series of CCT, which is incredibly critical. So while this is they're both in a situation now where you want to put all your eggs into one basket, you also don't. You want to try and be able to do both. It's going to be a tough evening for them. And yeah, just some of these rounds at the end here from 9-9 onwards. Sure, 11-9, they managed to bring it back. Jacob had this incredible hold here, by the way. Absolutely gorgeous quad kill. You don't see that too often from that position. Very, very rare. And this round here, 11-9, Jacob had all the information in the world. It was so frustrating to watch that round play out. He knew there was a Rugs player. He saw the bomb cross mid, but BC Game didn't really react positionally at all with that information. And unfortunately, what didn't help it especially was, one, this incredible clutch from Alex, where he just danced around the mid-site cake on Abe to perfection. And two, Cypher having an absolute stinker. That really didn't help them in the end. And he's going to need to bounce back significantly, because Cypher's had an amazing day of Counter-Strike thus far. This is one really poor map, and he's going to need a bounce back ASAP, especially for that next game that could be coming later on this evening. So, busy evening for BC Game. Can they win a title? Will it be Bait's 4th CCT in Season 2 over the last 12 months? We're going to have to find out on Ancient. And of course, that is a map that Bait have done some really, really good work in this year already. BC Game have also played it a lot. Very good middle ground map for both these two teams, but Bait have had better reps and better results overall. So, we'll see. After the break, we'll find our champion. Will Bait become 4-time champions of CCT Season 2, or will BC Game put their first notch on the belt? So we're about to find out. It's Ancient as a decider, and they're going to need to bounce back pretty quickly because Cypher went stagnant, and actually the entirety of the CT side went a bit stagnant, Neo, on map 2.
Absolutely. I think, you could really just see how this side really struggled to find form. I mean, not even just Cypher as well. Prime Taps was a little worse aware. If you take out Jacob's 4K, he also was a little quiet. It was a bit of a two-pronged attack for so much of that game, and that's unfortunately just not good enough. BC Game, they're a side that require all 5. I mean, Bait is something that they've got away with for actually about a year, right? Where it has been MPL and Headtrick doing all the heavy lifting, but it's now no longer the case. They've got such a strong side. Kenta still has his moments. Save, of course, for Alex now, who looks really in this sort of super consistent form. I don't know. This is a difficult spot, I think, is the way I'm putting it. I think BC Game, I say, they've missed out on what was a prime chance there. That map should have been theirs.
Yeah, it was an awkward one. I mean, we all say how important CT aggression is on Anubis, and they had some, but that was that one round, right, where Jacob pushed all the way through. Essential had a bit of a minor luck shot, I would say, when he was jumping at Rugs, got the headshot on the first player. Jacob then got the information on the bomb walking mid. You would have thought maybe the reaction would have been a bit faster from the BC Game players around the map to adjust for that. It wasn't. And that's kind of where it sort of fell apart from there. And just a little side note I will bring up. I think people maybe watching will know that BC Game are playing in another CCT later on this evening. That's in Series 19 closed qualifier. They'll get there one day, but Aurora, I can confirm by just checking the channels, they will be waiting for BC Game to play that game properly. No map forfeits there, I don't think. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to be figuring out our champion, though, for this particular CCT. It's Series 18 of Season 2. Will it be Bait with number 4 or BC Game with their first? It's Ancient. Good map for both. Let's find out.
Yeah. Definitely excited to see how this one plays out. I think BC Game won the knife. I don't know if it makes a big difference here, but if they can continue with a couple of pistol rounds, if they can do that again, like they've had a bit of luck with it, I think it's going to be super interesting. So more power to them if they're going to be able to roll it back here. They really did go missing, unfortunately. You're not wrong on that second map. We need to see them revitalized once again. Bait are looking strong. It's the third and final map here, ladies and gentlemen. It's CCT Series 18, and it's on Ancient to decide.
Let's see. I mean, honestly, it's so hard to predict. Me, probably, with BC Game let things slip, tilt might be a factor that actually fuels them rather than hinders them. They're such an experienced side. They've been here before. A lot of these players have gone, and made very deep runs at top tournaments and all the rest. I mean, for Bait, they're young and a lot to prove, and Alex, a good start for him. He opts to pick up the gun. No way he gets away with this. Surely not. Nork, where are your bullets going?
I have no idea, but that is crazy. 5 versus 3. Cypher over at the B-bomb side. Barring an outcome here where he gets 3 headshots in a row, this should be a bomb plant and a 1 round for Bait. The rest of the team is all up to Cypher. If he can kind of come back and just land nothing but headshots, sure, they can do it, but instead he's going to be going down. So that's pretty much it here. Jacob sending out a bullet, looking to see if he could find that P2000. Finally, we'll get that job done. But again, this is pretty much over already. So nicely done for Bait, I must say. Just smooth work, and even if Nexo is flexing a little bit in the middle, it won't change the actual round. So good job.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what happened to Nork's bullets there, but it ended up actually being quite costly in a way, right? And obviously it was a little bit close towards the end, but Bait went out the round. 2 remain alive. Good for them. Good start in towards Ancient. I had Bait as my team to win this, but I had them doing it in 2 because I thought they would take map number 1. But
that's fair.
With this third map, and Trav kind of touched it, it's a good map for both teams. But it's BC Game coming off the back of a really just annoying, more than anything, map loss. And especially the fact that I went the full distance. They've had an incredibly long day of Counter-Strike and still got more to be had there. So whether it's either into the map 3 here or the next series, at some point fatigue surely got to kick in.
It definitely could. You've got to hope that they are going to stay strong, especially if they're going to be playing, a little bit later on. But at least for BC Game. Still, this round should be relatively straightforward. Not seeing a lot of chances here to screw this up. It's going to be Prime Taps taking down Alex, so do say that, but not necessarily a big deal yet. Santhiel pushing in front of their own smoke. Not checking the corner, so he's going to go down as well. The bomb planted, and still 4 and 3. Still, the chances of losing this are actually fairly low, but it's a bit of a, you know, again, keep it straight. Like, don't get into these positions too much. It's just not necessary.
You don't need to overextend. You don't need to overplay your cards here. So, the exits, BC Game would like to scoop up anything else. They've already kind of got a couple, which is nice. And maybe more here on the shelf, but MPL, good work for him. There's a Mach 10 below. It's always awkward to clear, and unfortunately for him, he was so focused on Red Room. So that is a recoverable gun. You take an AK every day of the week for your next day. It's just whether you can keep it alive. He's tucked towards box, though, so he will. He just stays alive, actually, off the back of that bomb going off. It's expensive, but it's baiting around, so for the most part, they won't care that much. Brilliant, brilliant work in the early part. Just settle the nerves again off the back of a 15-minute break in between maps and put yourself in towards another leading position. Give yourself a lot of chances to make this stick. Where we do get very worried about, I think as a whole, this bait side who at times do go missing themselves, and you know, you want to make sure that you can get some early momentum to put so much pressure on. They line up for Kentazor. Oh, he's so happy to see that. Cypher's also there to fight. Kentazor just gets out. Same can't be said for MPL. It is so messy here, but it's a 3-for-1 as an opener for bait. On the bonus buy, no less.
Yeah, huge round this one, the way that it's been set up. Yeah, just finding them, like you said, lined up, and when you go for that kind of mid control and you have a, you know, one more CT player in there who couldn't really easily escape, you just know it's going to be a bit of an issue here. Nork and Nexa, I don't know if there's any, I mean, I would almost say either you already decide to save and you just try and group up somewhere and you know, you're just kind of hoping that it's going to be fine, or if you really wanted to try and win the round, probably you go as a group and you try and fight somewhere, and you go out donut, go out long on A, just try to find a way to have an impact in the round. It seems like it is going to be towards the B bomb side, so it could be a relatively slow end to this round. With the bait just being careful, taking their time. I can't blame them. What else would you do? Again, these are the rounds you do want to win every time.
That's true. Moving forward, head trick. Just making sure there was no players up close and towards Cubby, but here's a full save. We knew that for a long time for BC Game. Nork and Nexa keep hold of what they've got. Not the start that you wanted to see at all. And this BC Game side, I wouldn't mind an early pause at some point, just to kind of converse about how we're approaching these CT side rounds, because at the moment we're seeing how easy it is, really, for bait to find a lot of early space, opening fights. They're isolating duels really effectively too, and that for us is super concerning, because they're not really breaking a sweat for these rounds. And, you know, I come back to what the tail end of map number 2 saying, I feel like BC Game missed out on an opportunity, and well, that's sort of where we're at now.
They're certainly in a rough position to begin with, right? There's so many things you cannot do without the proper equipment. I don't really necessarily understand. I guess the flashbang just pushed them into the corner. There was a bit of panic there. It's fine that they're two in the middle, but they're not so obviously supposed to be standing on top of each other. But yeah, the real issue here is if you don't have the economy for it, holding mid control is just obviously very, very hard for the CTs. And yeah, you can see them already. They can't easily commit to it. That gives a lot more tactical space for bait to really start to push. That's how you get Ts that go into the red room. Exactly what Kentazor is doing right now. Once he's in there, especially with the Mach 10, one false step and you just get wiped out.
Well, I'm close. V9 going to try and play this cave angle. A little down towards red room. Actually just about clearing Cypher here, but one flash completely shuts down this double defense that we've got in towards cave. Cynthia might beat this stride. It's an awkward one, but he somehow gets the luxury of getting out.
Kansas or
Oh no.
finding the time and taking on Jacob. It's a lot of pressure right now. He's looking into the A-bomb side, and they can still run back. Yeah, they're going to slip the net here. They know that Kansas is holding that CT spawn position, but can you actually make it through? It's a big question. First up, Nexa, nicely done. Manages to convert that kill, but he does take a fair bit of damage for it as well. The bomb's going to get planted, and Nexa's the one with the kit. Actually, Nork has one as well, so maybe you could try and go for it, but man, it's risky here. They're risking some of their important guns if they try. I can't blame them for wanting to do it, but I don't think this will be easy.
Oh, NBL got away with that. Felt like Brian toughed up the drop. This is the thing, actually, unfortunately, for BC Game. They're taking fights which feel like good fights, right? But they're just losing the head-to-heads. And in what feels like unlosable spots, that Prime Taps one's a good example. He had the drop, he had the right play, but he somehow is just a little bit off. It's a 4-0 start, and Bait are, in the early part of this game, running away with things. This is, yeah, man, fair play to Bait. Even at the start there, you feel like they're in a good spot if you're BC Game to kind of start competing in towards this round, and it just slips away from their grasp, and it's so quick that it slips away too.
Yeah, it's rolling a little bit too quick right now. Spiral's begun. BC Game. They have made some great comebacks already in the grand finals where they seem to be a little bit lost, and then they managed to summon some strength. Mostly that was on the T side in the opening half though, so on that Mirage map. Gotta see more of it again. We need to see it revitalized in this one. Because again, Bait just looks so strong. MPL with 5 kill, Kansas with 4. But they're playing this kind of careless or carefree Counter-Strike where, not necessarily careless, but yeah, carefree, where it's just a question of taking the fight, and they look so confident. Only a helmet on Cypher, by the way, which means this Mac 10 on Kansas is a super good weapon. Cypher dropped very low to start with. Put some pressure on him, and he's going to go down. Nobody on the bomb site itself. Nobody ready to hold that ramp. Nexa doing insane work to try and bring them back in the round. Somehow it's a 2v2. Bomb is going to get planted right now. But remember, one of these is an AWP on Nork, so the retake can be made a bit tricky. If Prime Taps goes down, who knows what's going to happen here. Kansas picked up an M4 instead. Smoke up. Oh, that's going to block off the AWP quite a bit. And another one here. Prime Taps pushing in front. The timing is sick, but Head Trick was ready for it. He almost had it. Oh, no!
Oh!
How's that possible? Nork just gets the job done. Trying to see if he can get around it. He needs to know where exactly is Head Trick. He's faded back through the smoke. What a move. And there's no kit. It's a 10-second defuse here. Head Trick, he's thinking about it coming through. No scope for Nork, but again, without the kit, he cannot win the round. So just Head Trick taking a little sip of his tea there, I think. Saying, all right, yeah, you got me. Who cares?
Yeah, he doesn't care at all. Great work from Bait. Another round, fine margins, head-to-head fights, but a favourable duel that goes Bait's way, and well played in the timing at the end there. Honestly, that warbang was pretty special, but oh man, for Bait, they're just playing such a carefree and a loose style of this T-side. It's enjoyable to watch. They obviously have not been affected at all by some of the pressures of this series, and are looking fantastic. They've spiraled Map 2 into a strong start to Map 3 and are getting closer to that grand final victory. Their 4th win, I mean, which would be massive for them. Essential for a double to respond to Prime Taps. And Jacob, but Nork will then find one of his own. He's in towards Donut. He breaks open that smoke, and Alex will reclaim the space. Oh,
So much
molly
damage on
down.
the Nork.
Bye-bye. Oh, no way!
It's a great job that he gets that one, honestly. Makes
Still
it a 1
losable,
versus
yeah.
2. Yeah, otherwise, who knows what could happen, but they've got to find a way to pick it up. But the problem is, there's a lot of time in this round. I actually really like the idea of Alex just parking himself here for quite a bit. They will eventually start to worry. They have to, like, for Nexa can't really sit with his back turned like this. It's going to be a conversation at some point of where is he gone? Still has 55 seconds. They're moving around a bit. Okay, he comes back to check and actually misses the timing by just a little bit. Nexa in a strong position here. Well, they spotted. Did he spot it?
He didn't.
Certainly
He didn't.
Alex did, but
Alex,
I don't know if Nexa did.
God. No, he has no clue because he would have called over Cypher. He has no clue. Oh my god, how? This is Ring Around the Roses here. His shadow should betray him, but Nexa's not looking. I can't believe it.
Oh my god.
That is so unlucky for Nexa and so fortunate for Alex. Molly down, bomb plant. He can play anywhere. Oh, what a smoke as well. It's perfect.
Absolutely outrageous, the timing there. Cypher coming on through, and Alex just ready and waiting. An insane clutch for him. 1 versus 3 is what I'm told here, and a triple for him. That is absolutely sick. Can't believe he managed to pull that one off. Baits are rolling through the beginning here. How much more could BC Take even deal with?
Honestly, this is BC game. What, this is their 3rd round that we've seen so far out of the 6 played that they should have won, and it slipped away. I mean, it's got to kill your mental. Absolutely. Call a pause. Yeah,
Oh,
Cypher weren't too happy about that one at all. Oh my god. I don't blame him either. That's such a tilter. A good start for Prime Taps. He got an opener in that previous round and it made no difference in the end. Another double opener because Jacob also supported with that 2nd kill in the previous round, but not going to count out bait. I've already learned not to. Bye-bye, Nexa. Alex is unstoppable off that clutch. That's so confident.
That's a lot of tilt out of Cypher. I can't even really blame him for it. They've got to be mentally quite stressed at the moment. Been a long day of Counter-Strike for them, no question, and going a 3rd map and then running into a very well-performing bait team at the start. But there's been so many rounds that could have been theirs, that maybe should have been theirs, and then they just keep slipping through their hands. 3 versus 3. Prime Taps on the other side. Alex, he's surely going to be dead on this one. Yeah, no issue. And they need to commit to something, probably. Still a winnable round here, even in the 2-on-3. Sneaking on through into the AWP, unfortunately. And a 1 versus 3. They've lost one of these. I don't see them losing another one here. Essential. Don't know if he got spotted on that shallow peak. Cypher coming back into it. He is ready this time. So finally, a round that goes their way.
It's about time, but it's so late, isn't it? You know, it's already 6-1. We're not going to be expecting bait to slow down by any means in the tail end of this first half. If bait get anywhere near 8, I already think this game might be done. Yeah, Cypher not happy there. In his best Nico impression as he hulks through the desk. Good luck playing on a slightly slanted one after he knocks the daylights out of it. Oh, man. Upshot missed by a flying Mac-10. That's so brutal. Oh, it's so annoying for Nork. His position's good, but he just faces off against a flying AK and a Mac-10 and a 7,000 flashes that come over. But Bomb still struggles to go down, but the Mac-10 swings back. What a quick round from Bait. That was relentless.
It's the power of those rushes. Absolutely brutal here. Even though, like you said, Nork's really far away, so he should be feeling somewhat safe, right? He's all the way at the back saying, you know what, at least I've got the cave to protect me here, but it's not going to be the case at all. Gets taken down 7-1. Again, their economy just doesn't allow for that much here, so... Round number 9. What could they do? Out in the middle. Good flashes. Good spray. Could have very definitely been a kill there for Kent. He's always got the right idea, but there were so many flashbangs he couldn't actually see what he was shooting at. So at the end of the day, he's going to have to back off a little bit. Still, it provides some good pressure. BC game, for the moment, have some mid-control. And we'll see if that's going to be enough to set them up for defending this B-bomb site.
Okay. Early fights in towards mid and early damage dealt both ways. Kansas all taking the brunt of it, of course, towards the T side. Headtrick holding for that long swing. Nexa's tucked in cubby. I doubt Nexa will peek. He'll know the risk of that. But not without the right utility. BC game, they need to go aggro at some point, but the lack of space in there, Cypher wasn't able to swing and support. Oh, Headtrick.
Okay.
Thirds? Why not? He's not being pushed off the angle. Stay posted.
I don't hate it at all. 5 versus 3. I can't believe the Baits are looking this sharp. We did say they had a bit of a break before the grand final. they played in the earlier semi-final. I wonder if that's the kind of thing that's also coming into play a bit, where maybe it feels, feels like a little more energized here towards the end of the series. MPL does go down, but trading that kill is enough to get the bomb planted for sure. And PC Game, you don't have any money in the bank. I mean, but at the same time, you need more rounds. You need to get every single round here. So
Yeah.
you kind of can understand if they want to at least lurk around, try and find a kill. Maybe they get one early on, they make it a 2-on-2 trying for the retake. As Prime taps with one good headshot, and actually a lot of damage on the head trick as well. Alex out here battling, but that headshot will seal the deal. Yeah, I kind of don't blame them for trying that 2-on-3. I don't know what else they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I think you've got to take gambles, right? You've got to take risks where, already at a really dire spot in towards this map number 3, you have to take a bit of a risk and a gamble. And unfortunately, just not to be 8-1. And for my money, this has got to be done here. BC Game have completely fallen asleep. If we look at the last 15% of map number 2 and everything in towards map number 3, non-existent, unfortunately, for BC Game. They can't even buy a round right now. Absolutely nothing is going to plan. And it, unfortunately, continues to be a bit of a slow performance from some of these riflers that we want. Jacob and Cypher in particular. They're extremely important towards BC Game. But another thing that I brought it up about 3 or 4 rounds ago, saying, I'd like to see BC Game call for a pause. And they haven't. And they're calling it 8-1 down. Like, surely this is just too late. You know what I mean? I mean, it's 8-1 down. Why are we not calling it a 4-0 or 5-1 or something along those lines and just trying to find our way back into it? And, at this point, even if everything was to go right, the best you can get out of this half is 4 rounds. I mean, I don't know. I never understand teams who just leave these pauses to go super, super late.
It does seem very risky. I don't disagree. Let's see if there's any chance for them to bounce on back. The best they could do right now is an 8-4 scoreline. And it's hard to imagine you're going to be celebrating that all too much. If it gets there, we'll see if they have the fortune to try and find a way back into this one. But I've got to say, I'm feeling pretty doubtful at the moment. Bait, very impressive performance here tonight. Head trick already boosted up. Looking for any kind of entry that he could get. It's Alex with 11 kills as well. Kind of leading charge of Bait at the moment. Cypher up close. Nice little swing. Very good double. But it's not over yet. Bomb site still cleared open here. It's a 3 versus 3. And they've got a man over by the A-long position. I think Jacob is hearing it. Yeah, so Jacob's hearing the footsteps. He knows that Alex is out here. And he's also kind of hearing him stepping back a bit. So, pretty good information. If Jacob wasn't in this position, if he was rotating to the B bomb site, which would have made sense because it was kind of falling apart over there, who knows? Maybe they could have rotated straight back and planted the A bomb site.
3 versus 3. 55 seconds. This feels like a B finish, the way they're setting up. They're going to leave head trick as that anchor there, but going to be tested at least. You got basically Nork and Cubby, one playing long. They can get a lot of real estate in towards K as they move through. It's just about this fight on prime tab, so they can win out this one. They're going to go dry for it, which I think is a really bold call, and doesn't work out. I don't understand that because we have so much utility, especially Headtrick could have very easily flashed them into that fight. We go dry there, and it's a really, really simple shutdown for BC Game. That's one of those where I question it for Bait. That's the first time this game where it's been a real questionable play. They have util, use it. I know you wanted to play this sort of ruse, and you're trying to do something here, but I mean, it's so easy for Prime Taps. He's so ready for that fight, and well done from him.
Yeah, super important. They need everything they can get right now, so don't disagree, though. Can be very risky to go in like that with none of the util. Bait are actually finally running a bit low on money, so there's a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, for BC Game here, as at a minimum, maybe they can, if they win this round, they go up to 4 just from the economy alone here for Bait. That's got to be the dream at the moment. 8-4. If you win the pistol in the second half, we can restart the conversation at that point, but it's quite a few steps before we get there.
Yeah. 6 rounds of deficit. You want the final 2 of this half. Pistol in the first gun round to start off in the second. Oh, that nade is so unfortunate. How does that bank back? That is brutal, and it's not worked out. Oh, man. That one nade alone could have been all the difference. That pixel it catches. I don't know if production can bring that back up after the round, but that actually would have made such a difference in those fights.
Oh, yeah. 2v3 here. Re-smoking it again. I mean, what do you do? Trying to blast their way through. Prime taps goes down. Nice reaction from Alex. And they're going to have to walk away. 9 rounds now for Bates. There's another important thing, right? Even when Bait lose a round, it feels like they're doing such a great job at kind of getting back into it right away, which prevents BC Game from having, you know, the bit of momentum to go back and win a couple of rounds and kind of start to get into it. It feels like they're so good at shutting it down. So, all in all, yeah, it's been a very, very good day for them here on the 3rd map. And going to round number 12. There was a chance there.
If that nade goes through, I think it actually softens up quite a few of them. Super unfortunate. 9-2, final round of the half. What a display from Bait, pulling 0 punches in this game. And looking so damn clean while doing it. They get 10, but even without 10, I still feel like this is done. But 10 would really, and most definitely, put it under lock and key.
Yeah, it's already hard to imagine a comeback. You're right. Another round that goes by here. Not even the pistol round. I think it's going to make a difference. But let's see. BC Game. Again, a lot of conversation around them recently. We know they're a fun team, and we know they got a lot more strength in them, but this part of the game where they kind of go missing, that has to stop. And like you already said, sometimes maybe you take a timeout. Maybe that's how you get back into it, but they can't just disappear from an entire half and then hope that maybe after the break for the second half it's gonna be more exciting. It's not gonna cut it. Alex swinging out. What a headshot to begin with. They even had I think a couple of flashes to set it up, but they don't even want them. No, I'm just gonna get the kill right here.
Oh.
Nork does take him down, but the bomb is planted.
It's still such a difficult round, isn't it? Alex has been lights out in this map. What a performance from him. And even though he goes down right there, it feels like it shouldn't make a difference. Let's trade. Yeah, we will. Nice work from Edric. They now know where both are. Heard the steps. Good trades again from Kenzazor. This is a great post-1 setup. They've got the numbers advantage and they're keeping them. They're playing off each other. They're not giving any isolated fights. Wonderful work from Bait. There's so little I can critique from them in that half. And even the one round they lost, which I wasn't a fan of, it didn't end up, you know, capitulating that T side. It's a fantastic display. 10-2 and BC Game non-existent. I mean, Alex started so well with this double, which somehow he got away with. I have no idea where Nork's bullets went, because I'm pretty sure Alex took 0 damage in that engagement. But what a half of Counter-Strike for Bait, right? You know, when there was doubts thrown up into the air in this game, you lost map 1 and you're well on track for the reverse sweep. This, you know, no caster curse strong enough can deny this. This is an unlosable position. 10-2. Now heading in towards the CT side of Ancients. You know, Bait have already got 2 hands on the trophy. They just need to lift it up.
This is an ugly picture that's shaping up right now for BC Game. Jacob trying to open it up here. It's taking quite a while, and they're actually all stopping. No. I don't know why. I feel like when you stop on that ramp to fight with the Glocks, you're giving so much space for the USPs to do exactly this. Head trick with 3. I feel like if you're the first couple of people in, you just have to keep running and gunning. Like, maybe you don't get the kill, but you're creating a lot of pressure on the rest of the defense. And it should be an ability to trade. So, yeah, standing still like that, not necessarily a big fan of it. It's going to be a lost pistol round. Man, they're in too much trouble.
Yeah, honestly, what a performance. BC Game. Hey, good news though, Anders. At least there won't be too much of a delay in that Aurora matchup. So
true.
They'll be getting into towards that one swiftly and going in tilted. I'll be keeping my eyes on that one. Tilted and fatigued. The wombo combo for disaster, unfortunately, for BC Game. We force bought here. I don't even blame them. We have got literally nothing to lose. Brian Tats and Cypher take a bit of damage as they spam through the smoke in Red Room. But a brutal matchup. What an Ancient from Bait.
Yeah, you've got to try something. Head trick, denying any attempt to get through that CT spawn position, and 5-on-3 here. Bait just completely taken over the map. PC Game. Be so curious to see if they can find a way to iron out these problems. So it isn't the first time that I've seen them get into this kind of position where they just slightly disappear. And yeah, I mean, again, that's got to be like a leadership and a chemistry situation for them. Can't be doing that, especially now that you're qualifying for bigger things and hoping to make this team, you know, a more dangerous one over time.
Yeah. Next up, we'll get Ken's Azor. Hang on a moment here. Headtrick's low. It's not count our chickens before they hatch here. This is still a very weird round. Next are on for the ace clutch. Smoke goes down. He'll try and plant, and the indecisiveness unfortunately allows Headtrick to just turn on a swivel there. Bait map series grand final point for them. 12-2. I'm not even going to try and build a narrative about BC Game. They ain't getting back into this. This has been a disaster class here on map number 3. A no-show. And some really, really unfortunately quite woeful rounds from the BC Game side. But all credit has to be given towards Bait. Clinical, crisp, clean. Everything you want to see from a side of their caliber. Proving that they deserve to be fighting up against some of these tier 1 teams and getting these LAN invites. Super, super impressive. The consistency out from Bait is scary, to say the least. Pistol pulled out. Nork. Oh, flashbang. He's just trying to stay alive. All right. 2 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. For Bait, is very cool to see them sort of live up to the hype. They've had some of their own consistency issues, but today definitely haven't been feeling too much of it. So the semi-final was very impressive, and this is looking very good once again. Cyphers moved all the way up here, but again, like we said, BC Game, they would need to win 10 in a row to try and get this into overtime. That's a very long ways away. Kansas Sword just trying to make it a bit expensive, just being a bit of an annoying player outside of the site here. Nork's got to really make a run for it here to make sure the bomb doesn't get him. Headtrick's on the other side, so he'll definitely live through this one. Nork will too. Okay, he's going to make it out. That's good news. BC Game winning 1 round. Still another 9 to go, and the problem here is it's just one slip-up. One little mistake, and the comeback is dead.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant work. I think for BC Game, proving to themselves, saying, all right, we can make some of these scrappy, puggy rounds work. Still a long, long way to go, without a doubt. But still, at least a bit of confidence in themselves, saying, all right, we can actually just fight these guys, and we can win our head-to-heads. Pistol for Alex. Double rifle, double MP9. Good start for Headtrick. Jacob clipped as he goes back in the right direction. M4 scooped up. Now 3 of them to work with, and Headtrick in the right spot.
We always say, at least don't lose a round like this one. That's always the most heartbreaking thing. Nexa, gotta be careful in the middle. There is a player still right next to him. Headtrick's gonna be going down. All right, there's MPL striking. It's the 3-on-3. The bomb is at least gonna get planted here, so I think that affords them quite a bit of security. I don't see this retake getting close. I'd probably just be looking for some exits. Actually, they got 4 M4s, 3 M4s, so now you just might not even care about the exits. Just try and get the rifles into the next round and be happy with that.
Yeah, 3 rifles save. You can buy around that and towards the next, no problems. Even though money's a little worse away, take a drop of like an MP9, bit of util, you're alright. You're actually not too upset about that. BC Game, first time we've seen them put back-to-back rounds up in this map. Better late than never. Still, it needs to be more than back-to-back rounds. It needs to be 10 in a row. And that's just for overtime. It's unfortunately just been a little bit of a calamitous display in that first half, and the recovery required, they've just given themselves, you know, it's a house built on sand. There's no foundations for them to work with, so they've really got to clutch at straws to get into this. Like we said, 3 rifles saved. Drops can come through, but at the same time, you can also see Bait maybe even just go for an upgraded pistol or 2 and have sort of 2 back-to-back gun rounds in a way. And it looks like that's what they're going to go for. Just an upgraded pistol for Headtrick. Kansas or just the USP for him. Gonna hope the rifles can do a lot of the heavy lifting.
good mid control. Bait deciding, again, without the utility, fighting for that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. But what do they do from here? Double setup forward on that A-long position is definitely gonna be hard to check, even if you check one of them. You might just fall flat on the other one. It does seem like the B-bomb side is going to be wiped out here. A little boost, and it is just taking away Nexa. Good find, and that's the round pretty much over. So, good job.
Oh. 2 rifles saved. Kenzor, you actually may as well look for something with this pistol. You've got no investment, no armor, no kit, nothing really to kind of, I guess, lose in that sense. Maybe see if he can pick himself up a gun. He hasn't been spotted out, though. He's jumping for info, trying to bait them into fights. He just gets out. They are looking for a little hunt, at least. Kenzor, he can hear these steps. They're being relayed over. One spotted on towards Uh-oh, Cypher. Gets his. Flash is great, and it will do a lot of damage. MPL doesn't get away with his life intact. Very expensive hunt at the end. However, doesn't matter too much, if I'm being completely honest. They can buy in towards the next, because they didn't force him towards the previous. A rare UMP was bought there for a split second for a Cential, but he smartly sells it and goes for the much better MP9.
Yeah, I feel like I still see it every once in a while, like slip through the UMP, and
yeah,
I'm never really convinced, but you know, a couple of people try every once in a while. Okay, let's see. How much further can this go? BC game. A long ways away from the comeback still. I've got to be honest about that. Do they have what it takes, though? Just need another 7 in a row here. Nice damage onto his Sentinel. I think that was just from the wallbang alone. Maybe some damage on the other side by Nexa, but these rounds are shaping up nicely, and it doesn't feel like Bait have a lot of chances to really answer back here. Is there anything more to be done in a round like this one? Do you want the kit? Don't really have any real utility. Again, maybe trying to group up and just kind of hope that you can win in a freaky way, or at least save the rifles. It's a bit boring, I kind of recognize that, but might be the way to do it.
Yeah, it's smart Counter-Strike, I think, is the ultimate thing, right? You just got to play a bit of the long game because you actually have time to work with in the long game. Important kill. Double stack here in towards K. The second a Sentinel takes any sort of damage, there should be a swing behind it. Cypher spotted one. They know Kenzor is somewhere around CT. Molotov down to stop any temple push. He's crept up, though, but he's so alone here. Look at this from Jake, too. It's like, as well.
Yeah, it works out actually very well. Bomb going to be planted as well, and the AKs, save them if you can. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a couple of people going looking for them. But it's going to be another round. BC game up to 6 after this one. And still, the same problem doesn't really change. You mess up even once here, and there's not going to be much more to fight for. It would be an absolutely crazy end to the final if somehow this got into overtime. Can you imagine how tilted Bait would be at that point in time?
Especially because we've been talking about, you know, tilt and fatigue and things like that.
Yeah.
I'll have a look, actually, while we're here, about what the odds behind that would be on Ancient. Starting on the T side and going, what, 10-2 up and then letting it slip. So, do you want to have a guess? So starting on the T side, 10-2 up. What are the odds of you closing it out? Or okay, I guess the other side. What's the odds of BC game getting it to overtime and then winning?
Getting it to overtime and then winning. It's got to be something like, you know, like a 95% chance you lose that. Maybe even worse. I don't know. Yeah,
0.8%.
Yeah, that's wild.
0.8%. It's kind of crazy. Just looking at it now, it's from 10-2 down to recover and win. It's actually happened somehow 252 times. But still, 0.8% 1% chance. And that's just on HLTV, so of course it could happen elsewhere. But it's, I mean, the task up ahead of them, they've just got zero room for error. And it's even like rounds like these where you have like a double AK and then a few upgraded pistols of armor. Even these, you for a split second, take your foot off the gas and you get punished.
Yeah, that's all it takes. I will see. 6 more rounds to go. It all counts. Bomb back in T-spawn. Default unfolding. They are very quick towards the donut, to be honest, so kind of curious. Alex playing this position. He's going to see the shadows. He knows they're coming around the corner. Could pick up that AK that he managed to save in the previous round. He doesn't realize there's a second. Oh, he surely should have. The shadow will show once again. Alex in trouble, and he will end up going down. He actually had a chance, I think, maybe to just sit still and pre-fire that angle as Cypher came around the corner, but 1-for-1 trade opening up this round. Essential boosted up. It's a good position, and he's got the other AK here. He could do it if he gets the kill on the guy coming in on prime taps here. There is a way to maybe do it. Oh, Deagle headshot's gonna take all the attention away. Prime tap's gonna be dead. Cypher comes out trying to save them here. It would suck if they lost the 2 AKs and some pistols to follow it with, and Cypher, super well done. That's a nice shot.
Still potentially losable. Potentially now the AK scooped up as well. And a smoke, but no kit. So it would need to be a 10-second defuse. And instead, the smoking main. I kind of like that. Oh, hello. That could put a lot of pressure on this double stacked main. Molotov, though, is a line-up. Nice work. Fight is good. Kentazor delivers. They know the other's there as well because he's flashed his way through. Tap on towards the bomb. MPL holding. AK scooped up as well. We're sticking this bomb here. He doesn't know. Nork's not going for it. He's not going for it. They might just defuse. Oh, he got him off as well. He got him off with one of his final bullets. I cannot believe he gets away with that. Oh, my God.
I mean, fair play. That does work out, but that's obviously super scary, isn't it? You could imagine if he gets killed a little bit earlier there, they end up losing to a 10-second defuse, so very interesting. And again, there was not that much in the round to begin with. It's not like they had a lot going into this one, Bait. 2 AKs and some upgraded pistols, and they almost end up winning it.
My God. My God. What a game. What a game. 5 rounds, though, in this. There is a world here.
Oh, well, Alex doing some good work to begin with. Bomb just barely being planted, but the Sentinel had already made his run to the sites. This is crazy. Wallbang coming through from Jacob, but that bomb, how are they going to be able to defend it? That's an AWP on the other side, too. Nork goes down. Jacob, the last one. The wallbang might even be the way to try and do it. He's flashed and taken down. Ken Sissor able to get the job done. And a victory for Bait as they crown themselves champions and winning the grand final here. That is very, very convincing. Absolutely well played, especially on this 3rd and final map.
Yeah, congratulations, honestly, to Bait. What a response, right? You know, starting off this series, you go 13-9 down on your own map pick of Mirage and a reverse sweep. 13-11 in towards Anubis. Follow that up with actually, you know, if we put it in a more macro sense, a dominant display there in that final map. Yes, there was some hiccups towards the end, but that is sort of naturally going to happen at some point. What a team, what a showing, what a performance, and for them, cementing themselves again as champions, money in the pocket, but also really putting themselves in a very, very good spot. That win doesn't actually affect their VRS ranking. They still remain at 22nd in the world, but what a good spot to remain in. 22nd in the world. That is on the precipice of tier 1 LAN invites, and deservedly so for a side that just seem like they can't lose at the moment. Our MVP at the end, Alex. 52 kills for him, 85 ADR, and, you know, a guy who was just ever consistent, especially that 3rd map as well. What a player.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. That's so cool to see. Trav, you must have been enjoying that too. Bait kind of, you know, doing it again and proving that they're a tough team to beat here at CCT.
Yeah, they're kind of like keeping a lot sort of on track with last year. Of course, they won series 2, 5, and 10 from last year. It's still CCT season 2, of course, under the same sort of group of tournaments, and yeah, they've added a 4th to their belt, and very impressive at that. Always one of my favourite teams to watch. The pieces are working well. Alex is super underrated. Glad to see him get the MVP. I think he's one of the pieces that is almost overlooked on this team because people look at Headtrick, people look at MPL, but Alex has really got a great level now. Yeah, BC Game got a lot to work on. Both teams can have these weird rounds of mistakes, don't get me wrong. But yeah, very impressed. And I think Kenzazor turns out for me. There's a lot of teams, I will say, so far this year, especially in Tier 2 as well, in CIS rosters as well in particular, that have just made very uninspiring moves. And there's like Paravision, maybe BetBoom to some extent. They're probably the only two that I feel like have really made a big step up in performance and looked incredible, especially Paravision. But, Bait, I think just with this one change, have definitely got a firepower improvement here. It's great to see then get another cup under their belt. But, yeah, of course, for BC Game, as we saw, Tilt crept in. Cypher, I don't blame him. He's had a long day, and how they lost that round. I'm actually going to see it right here. That's going to be one he's going to see on the replays on Twitter, I'm afraid. I think, bless him. But yeah, he's got another best of 3 to play now, so it's so hard to mentally reset while staying warm. Like as we spoke about, Neo is a good thing for perhaps the beginning of the series. As it goes on and on, tiredness really seemed to kick in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could just see it just got a little sloppy, unfortunately, towards the end there. I mean, what a game. I think, at least we got a little bit of a competition towards the end, but still brilliant, I think, from Bait and Aside, who there's just so much to love. It's such a great story. It's such a great narrative around them, and, trying to go for, another major pusher and be that side who can sort of staple themselves at the top end of Tier 2. I feel like they really are the gatekeeper side right now, so it's awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's been a long day, so I'm going to call it there. I think there's a certain few people alongside me might be a bit hungry. Need a chance to relax after a long day of casting. So I'll stop it right there and say thank you guys all so much for watching. Of course, Bait are your champions again for the 4th time in 12 months. Can I add a couple more perhaps in the last couple of series of Season 2? Thank you and good night.